I'm good. I'm doing good. You know, I feel like I've come to peace with my role on the podcast now, and you know, when you set your expectations accordingly, it's hard to be disappointed. Expect nothing, and then when you get nothing, you can't be upset. The baby's good. He's doing good. Possibly the second time ever, positive baby update. He's a cute little man.
Oh.
He's making more noises now. He's blowing little bubbles with his mouth, working his way towards getting the sound going. Not subtly at all. I tried to encourage him to make his first word mama. If his first word is dada or fuck, I'm in trouble. And I don't know if that's redeemable. I don't know if there's coming back from that. I think that puts a permanent schism in between Mandy and my relationship. And so I'm really banking on him getting mama out first. That's
you should get Wade or Mark so you know he'll be a winner.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, Wade, that's horrible for you to say. No, -1 points for Wade. I can't believe that you'd say something like that.
That's bad luck, Wade. Bad luck.
But Bob, I just wanted to say, positive 1 point for having a great turn of events with the baby. I think having the first good baby update is worthy of a point. And congratulations, Bob. You earned that.
Very fair of you. Thank you.
Thank you again for that. Wade, how are you?
I'm doing very well.
Wrong!
Sorry. I should let you get a whole sentence out.
Man, that was mean, but really funny, Bob. I hope you get a point for that.
No. We're not in the point of signing round just yet.
Molly and I are in the process of moving, which I think we kind of made public knowledge recently, and I have discovered that it sucks.
You didn't remember that moving sucks?
It was so bad the last time I blocked it out. So now that I'm reliving it, it's like opening a full body-sized brain-covered scab and then itching at the open remaining exposed muscle and flesh. It's awful and I hate it. And I'm probably slightly exaggerating.
Yeah, that's a little much. And you're moving to a new house. The house is beautiful. I've seen pictures. It looks nice.
It will be. And it will not be a Drowned Man sequel.
What did you just do with your foot there?
I tapped
Were you
on
trying
some
to
wood.
knock on wood? Oh, okay.
Yes, but I have corkboard flooring. Does cork count as wood?
Cork comes from a tree? What is cork?
Although cork is not wood, it is a dead tissue, which makes it an inert substance. I don't know why that was the...
I got cardboard, hang on.
Alright, so Wade, unfortunately you did not knock on wood. I'm going to have to knock a point off for that. Off to a poor start, but I know you'll catch it up soon, Wade.
If that's a fair episode, you've always got a chance, Wade. There's no way you could lose, repeated 50-50 chances over and over and over again and end up not winning episodes for weeks at a time.
No, I don't think that luck could do that to me. I think only Hostein intervention can do it. DeVost intervention?
Host? Mark, are you some sort of cow host?
I don't know. I feel insulted. I don't know if I should take that lying down.
You bovinal milk-making host.
I do want to say, I saw on the subreddit a couple people were talking about, I don't think Mark knows what fair means. Fair doesn't... Look, I think he does know what fair means, but fair and equitable are not the same thing. The fact that I lost a bunch in a row in a thing that Mark had no hand in swaying the outcome. I was just doing a bit when I said Amy was suspended above the camera, dropping the thing in the correct orientation. I don't think that happened. One part of me thinks it may have happened, but I don't actually think that happened. But maybe. But we'll find out when the recordings are released later on. But Mark, it is fair. The fact that I just happened to have lost a bunch of even chance coin flips over and over and over repeatedly, over and over and over
and the wheel
over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Can't forget about
and the wheel, which was preset odds, no changing, no swaying, no influencing. It was actually a fair chance that I could have won. I just didn't.
Yeah, I mean,
it was fair.
I literally was trying my best to showcase that I was not influencing anything there, but it just...
No, I remember, Mark. We saw fair. This is the symbol of fairness. It's an international sign language symbol of fairness.
If you're not watching on Spotify, you don't know the international symbol of fairness here, which I'm glad that it's universal. And
I really hope
respected.
that's not. I'm sure there's someone out there right now in some specific region of the world who's like, oh, that's worse than the middle finger in our culture. Like, oh, blur that out, Will. I don't know. I'm constantly surprised by how little I know about the world and things. I'll say or do something, and someone's like, that's actually a racial slur. No, I didn't know that.
I remember in Shakespeare, if you bite your thumb when you're looking at someone, that's like an insult to them, right?
I mean, that feels very insulting.
I mean, I would do it like angrily. I'd bite down too hard. I'd probably hurt my thumb, so I wouldn't want to do that anyway.
I'll try it. Let me see if I feel insulted. Oh! -1 point! How could you insult the judge like that, Wade? What a dick move!
This is at Wade, not Mark. Ow.
It does kind of hurt a little bit, yeah. The point hurts worse, but the thumb bite did hurt.
You don't want to bite on the base of the nail. I feel like you want to go further and bite on the skin. I think that was my mistake.
Yeah, I don't know how deep you want to put it. Maybe you want to like thumb the deep part of your throat, like get it all the way back in your uvula.
I don't know if you need to thumb the deep part of your throat.
Mark, try it. Try it.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all right. Please, everyone, don't go to Spotify and watch
Dude,
the video.
I can fondle my uvula with the tip of my thumb.
I hate that word.
This is not a discussion I thought we'd ever have, but do you not have a gag reflex?
I think I do, but I'm not for myself.
I know that I do, and I know that my gag reflex kicks in way before I'm fondling my own uvula, that's for sure.
To be fair, I've had it swell up on me 3 times this year, so I think I'm just used to choking on my uvula now.
So are you, honest to God, you were like touching the little dangly, the uvula in the back?
Kind of. It might be just short of it. I don't know. But let me tell you, your life changes when you have to go 24 hours with your uvula being the size of your thumb and flopping around your mouth. It changes your outlook on things.
No, that does sound pretty horrendous.
It's happened 3 times this year.
That's like something that would happen in a cartoon. It doesn't sound like a real thing that would happen to a real person. So,
dude, you would cough and it would pop out and lay on your tongue. It was horrible.
I'm deducting points, and I feel like that's very fair. I'm deducting points from Wade for making.
I had to live it. I'm sorry you have the inconvenience of having to hear about it. I lived it.
What is dangling out of your mouth? I don't want to know. Don't answer that
You know what the uvula is? It's not out of my mouth.
Your uvula reaching all the way out of your mouth?
It swelled up.
it swelled up, Mark.
There's no way.
Google it.
No way. Your
He
uvula
straight up texted us about this.
To where it was down my throat, I coughed, it popped up and could partially lay on the back of my tongue.
I am not okay with any of this. You said dangling out of your mouth.
No, not out of my mouth. It was not out of my mouth. It was down my throat, coughed, and it came up and laid on the back of my tongue. Not like up here, but like on the back of my tongue.
Like you could feel it.
You could
That's
feel it.
more than enough for it to be horrific.
Yes. And if I opened my mouth all the way, you couldn't see the tip of it because it was down far enough to be like in my throat.
That sounds like some weird kind of non-real torture technique or something. I don't.
I've got pictures. You guys want to see it?
No, I don't.
I don't want to see it, but I also am terribly curious.
When was that?
How good of a picture did you get of this?
Let's see.
Is it just like cell phone pictures?
I don't.
Can't see it looks like that's the tip, but that's just the shadowing. It actually goes deeper than that.
It's so long and wide.
Yes. That was that was actually after, I don't know what time of day that was, but that was after I had gone to the doctor, gotten injected with a steroid, and then gotten medication, went back. So that was after the swelling had gone down some. And I found getting like ice chips, and just like letting ice chips sit in the back of my throat, or ice cubes and stuff. It's hard when you have a bit of a gag reflex, but like just having to let that stuff sit in the back of your throat helped the swelling a little bit. And I had to gargle salt water every hour for like 12 hours.
I hate that that's a thing that doctors tell you to do. It's like, gargling salt water is gross, and even the tiniest bit of salt water getting in my mouth makes me immediately want to throw
I
up.
don't know what causes this, and it's happened to me 3 times this year. I had never experienced it in my life.
I wish we had been on tour when that happened, because then you'd have quite the legacy.
It was hard to talk. It's like you're choking when you're trying to talk. So it's like talking like this because you can't get the full range of motion out.
Okay, so you texted about this and said that this was a thing, but I feel like you undersold it when you described it.
It was one of the worst things I've ever gone through because it was like always feeling like you're choking on something. And I woke up like that, and I had to try to go to sleep the next night still dealing with it because it hadn't gone away yet.
Well, you just sleep on your face and you let your uvula dangle forward. And then that way it's not in your throat, it's just kind of in the back of your mouth.
You know, he's right.
I think sleeping on my back's part of what caused it. So I wonder if I have like sleep apnea or something, and it's so severe like it causes that. I don't know.
You might. I have no idea.
I have very severe sleep apnea. I have never had whatever the fuck that thing is that's happening to your uvula, so I don't know.
Maybe someone out there watching or listening will have some ideas.
I don't know about that. I don't think so.
I don't know. Who do you go to? An ENT? Like, I don't know. Who specializes in uvulas?
Ear, nose, and throat. I feel like it would be part of that.
Yeah.
Unless you go to the doctor and like, oh no, we don't do uvulas.
You've got to see the guy. Here's his card.
I'm afraid you've got uvulitis.
Might be a thing. That's probably a thing. That sounds like a thing.
Itis.
Well, you can't just remove a uvula, too. I googled that because I was like, can I just get this thing taken out? Apparently, it helps with stuff.
Isn't that what they used to do? Isn't that the treatment they used to do for snoring before, like, CPAP
Maybe.
machines and all this stuff existed?
But this is kind of an important little dangly.
I swear there was a surgery where it was like, we'll just laser that uvula right off there. You'll stop snoring. No more uvulas for you.
I'm not a doctor. Let me Google it. This has been...
It helps prevent food and liquid from going up your nose when you swallow it.
Seems like a bad way to accomplish that goal. I feel like there could be a different design to that element.
It's like the little cap on the top of your toilet bowl when you flush. It like lifts up to let the water out, then closes back. You go to swallow and it closes the breathe hole in your nose.
It's like one of those Japanese sodas with the marble in the top. When you go to take a sip, the little marble rolls out of the way, but then you set it down and the marble closes it. That's a soda uvula.
Okay, well, good to know.
So duvula.
So that is all for small talk. I feel like I should have deducted way more points from Wade, but I won't, out of fairness.
I hope nobody was eating, drinking, or driving whenever they looked at the image I showed.
One hand a drink, one hand a sandwich, knees on the steering wheel.
No. Third arm posting on the subreddit. No, I shouldn't have been driving while listening to. Oh no! Actual car crash.
Yeah, hilarious, as we all know. Today's episode is called Toys for the Boys. But it also could be, I don't know, it just like rhymed to me. I wanted an opportunity for us to talk about all the funky purchases, the cool gadgets, the tech stuff, us to have a chance to gush about the latest gizmo or whatnot. And I don't mean to like make the title sexist. This is like applies to anybody, but
we are the boys, but anyone can have toys.
Yeah, exactly. So any kind of gizmo and stuff that you guys want in your life that you could get that is niche. I'm looking for like something that is so niche that not many people would appreciate it, but it's something you've purchased recently, or it could be in the past few months, or as you got it for Christmas. I don't care what. Just an opportunity to gush about it. I'm going to start it off.
Okay.
Because I just got back from filming my movie, and I've been getting a lot of, trying to build out my own film kit to do this. And I'm not going to talk about the thing that I just bought earlier. I'm going to talk about it's so bizarrely obscure, and it doesn't even mean a lot to even other filmmakers. Well, they know what it means. I'm not saying it's like so extremely niche that they wouldn't know what it is, but just because of the type of filming that I was doing in this movie, if I had known that these lenses existed, I would have been in such a better position to get more shots. And so what I bought was a set of cinema macro lenses. Okay? Cinema lenses, people probably know what they are. They can figure that out. They're just lenses that,
They're very nice glass.
Very nice glass. That's basically what it is. But this was a 3-lens set. They actually have 4 lenses in the set, and I hope to get the other one soon. I actually reached out to the company that made it, being like, I would love to get my hands on this stuff. And they said, well, it's new, and we don't even have any of it. And I'm like, I never pulled I have a channel I can pay you exposure, because I always like to pay for
Markiplier. I'll talk about you on my podcast if you.
Yeah, but they're macro lenses. So you can get macro lenses, and what macro lenses means is that it has the ability to have such a close focus that you can focus on something that is just an inch away, and you can see it in incredible detail. If you've ever seen a shot of a movie that's like, you look up on something and you can see the grain in like the wood, you can see, it's almost like a microscope, but for cinema. And it's like the ability to have a cinema lens that can shoot movie quality stuff that's able to go all the way up here, and then you rack focus to the distant subject and still retain like the quality of image that has it. It's very niche, and its utility is very limited, but it's one of those things that is like, I'm very excited about it because it opens up a tiny little window into a new world that I can like use and intermix with other shots, because there is a difference between when you have high quality glass and low quality glass, and having a set of like different focal lengths, and it just makes me excited.
I think I know what this is, but just for anyone listening who might be in my camp, macro. So you're saying it has very close focal length. These are like the lenses where the camera has like a really long and skinny snoot.
No, that's a probe lens, which I also love. These are actual regular lenses. The thing about that is, the fun thing is, a probe lens, we used it on the last one because it's fun for very useful shots, but it has a maximum aperture of t14. So if you know lenses at all, that's
not
a
very open.
It's a narrow aperture, so not a lot of light gets through. You need a lot more light. These are t2.8 cinema lenses, 24 millimeter, 32 millimeter, 65 millimeter, and 90 millimeter focal lengths. And it's like you have a full range. You can get from wide to long, and it's like it's just very exciting.
I don't know if you know this, and I don't want to like ruin your excitement about this, but do you know why? How does that work then? So I'm assuming these basically look like normal lenses, right? They're maybe a little stubby or something. Why is a macro lens if it looks the same as a 35 millimeter, prime cinema lens? It's not macro. Is it like the shape of the lens, or is it like the length of stuff inside? Because the lens is basically, there's an outer lens and then there's a second lens, and you move them in relation to each other, and that's like how you pull focus, right?
Yeah, so
that
internally, with a cinema lens, internally, its focus glass elements move inside, and they shift around. And ideally, when you have a high-quality cinema lens, they don't move so much that there's what's called focal breathing. There's not too much of that, where when you focus in real close, and you focus to far away, things don't shift in size too much, so it doesn't have a zoom element. Getting that kind of like really honing in on those particular factors require extremely precise engineering of both the glass and the elements inside it. And what makes this different is like to get a focal length where a minimum focus of like an inch is difficult, while also being able to use it as a normal cinema lens. It just opens up this latitude, and having it in like say a 24 millimeter, which is a wide lens, being able to get close and wide, and then also having a 32 and a 65, which are more normal medium lenses, and then you have your 90, and it's like longer shots. It's just like it's very niche, but it opens up a latitude of filmmaking that I particularly like, going from something extremely close and then racking all the way to a distance to see something in response to whatever you're looking at up close. It's like, I like that. It's very fun.
Interesting. Yeah, that's cool.
Obviously, I haven't even gotten this toy yet, but I want to hear about things like that. It doesn't have to be in any like cinema or stuff like that. Just like whatever you've got at Black, I want to hear about it.
I do have something, and it's a little weird. Maybe it's not. I use a camcorder for like all my video stuff. Sony AX700 or something. And it's sitting on a tri-mount. In order to get the height I want and to do the things I want, the mount was just not quite there for this desk, because this is an uplift, so I'm kind of adjusting it, and to get like comfort whenever I got like a new chair, I had to slightly adjust the camera more, and I wanted to be able to like turn sideways, tilt. So I bought a combination of like these little round, I don't know what they're called at this point, because I bought these a little while back, but I got like these little like different plates, nuts and bolts and things, and I've just been like,
D-nuts.
Yeah,
I love D-nuts.
If you know what they are better than I do, sure.
I got a bag of D-nuts right here.
Yeah.
These are my Ussy
I've been
nuts.
getting a variety of things to like extend the mount and allow my camera to actually fully turn. So the mount itself, I probably just need to get a new mount, but it has like a ball joint, and then like the camera can slide in on top of the ball joint, but it has limited mobility with that. So I bought these things that it can turn, it can bend. I've got a variety of, some like the ones I'm actually using are on it. These were ones that didn't quite fit or work out. That's why they're sitting on my desk. I bought a variety of things, but I didn't know exactly what I needed. So I don't know what the hell this thing is called, but I bought like 3 different shapes and sizes of these little like.
It looks like a little spacer, like a little, just like 1/8 inch, you know.
Didn't even know they existed until I had to look for them. because I was like, camcorder mount, not do what need, how I make better. And I came across a whole bunch of stuff.
I relate to that so hard. Dude, I don't know shit about camera stuff. Every time I need to look for something, I'm like, I need a mount for my camera that clamps on to a 2-inch bar. But, and then you, like, I'll spend a day Googling, and then you get there and it's like, oh, well, that's just like a C-clamp with a double jointed arm articulated mount. Obviously, it's...
Okay, that was the other thing. The screw was too wide for the camcorder, so I had to get one with like a wider base that had a narrower top, so I could put that on the base and then actually put the camcorder on that, which is another thing I needed. Speaking for toys for the boys, I gotta go get a delivery. I'm so sorry.
My sweet. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. All right, Mark's getting some toys for his boy.
He's so much more excited for those than he is to talk about us.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, I feel like it's slightly less. I mean, not that it was that interesting to begin with, but it feels like a niche thing that most people probably don't look for.
No, I agree. It's like a content creator thing, right?
Yeah.
There's been so much shit where I'm like, I need like a bar thing that can hold that has a. It's like, I don't know the words for this shit. I'm not a camera person. I'm not a.
No,
I'm a tech person.
Exactly.
I can do computer stuff, but I don't know anything like lighting and all that. And yeah, no, I've had so many times where I'm like, camera turn, camera mount, 360, flexible. And you find like all the wrong shit, and eventually you find exactly the thing. It's like, oh, that did exist. It just has a very specific name that I did not know, and I would never have guessed. Like D-nuts.
Yeah, that's what these are?
I think so. They're little nuts that have little rings on them, so you can. I think they're called. Oh, you have like male-to-male adapters. Oh no, yeah.
When I bought this camcorder, it literally came with this mount as like part of a package, right? Like you get it and it's like, oh, we'll bundle these together.
Is it like a thing that clamps onto your desk or something? Why is it not just like a tripod?
No, it's a full tripod. And whenever I bundled it up with the camcorder when I got it all, this was like the recommended one to get with it. I was like, okay, perfect. And I got it, and like I said, the screw sticking out of the tripod was too wide for the camera. And I was like, why was this bundled? I couldn't put it on the clamp. Like it's put on a clamp, and that I call it a clamp. You have to screw it onto this thing, this plate.
There's a base plate you screw onto the camera, and the camera slides into a mount. Yeah,
but it didn't fit on the plate because the plate screw was too wide. And I was like, why was this recommended? And what do I do to fix it?
I would bet some amount of money that the tripod that you got came with multiple screws, that you could switch out the screw that's at the base plate for the correct screw. Because it sounds like your camcorder uses a totally common, I think it's an 1/8 inch, like screw.
I don't remember at this point. I bought these like literally 2 years ago.
I don't know why you had a tripod that had some weird non-standard tripod screw thing in it, but I'm sure. I mean, it sounds like you got it to work. So that's.
I did, and now it's a lot more flexible too. Because the ball joint is good, but the ball joint doesn't allow you to have it level and like spin sideways.
How is the ball joint not flexible? But is it? You know what? This is not an important thing. I'm just surprised that a tripod with a ball joint is not flexible enough for you.
I think my concern was that because I wanted to be able to move it on the go, I wanted to be able to spin it without risking the ball like rotating a little bit. If it was loose enough to turn, it was loose enough to lean, and I didn't want it to go sideways or up and down. I just wanted it to turn. So I wanted to keep the ball joint locked in place, so that way I could do, because we were trying to like make a parody video or whatever years ago, and one of the shots I wanted to do involved literally just like grabbing the handle and turning the camera, like spinning it. But I wanted to keep the plane level as it like panned around, and the ball joint, it kind of like wiggles and wobbles a little bit. So this way that part's level, and I can spin it without changing the even plane. If that makes sense.
Holy Jesus! What a boy
Well,
toy that is. Look at this boy toy.
Hello.
Hey, how's your package delivery go? We were just talking shop.
It's good. Wait.
We talked the whole time you were gone, bud.
Yeah, we talked a lot. We talked about a wide range of things. You don't have to worry about it. It's not about you.
All right.
I don't know why you're suspicious. I know before we've done like handshake agreements.
Yeah, but we were hosting those. You're the host here.
We
and everything's
did
fine.
not do that this time while you were
Right,
gone.
okay.
It's on video, and I'm sure you'll check after the fact. You can see we didn't do that.
Did you like my discussion though, Mark, that you weren't here for about my connectors?
Yeah, no, I do appreciate that. Yeah, going into this world, it's actually funny. I got some fun toys, but then I got this thing, which is a 10 hard drive docking bay, so I can make a new RAID array that will allow me to actually edit video on my PC. I am very out of shape. I need to get back into running.
Yeah, no, I've been to your house. It's not. You don't even have stairs. It's all one floor. You okay?
I have 2 flights I had to deal with. 2.
It sounds like you just ran quite a distance or something. What?
Okay, but it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I feel good. And then other toys came. That was great first round.
Bob didn't go yet.
So
Bob.
I wanna go in a different direction. I want to
I was
talk.
about to assign Bob points right away. I was sure that he
I
had
mean,
that
you can
one.
give me points before I talk if you want.
But I got this.
No, first round over. I think Bob took that round. One point
Oh
to
wow. Okay.
Bob. All right.
Yeah.
Good. Bob, let's start off second round.
All right. This is not as tech-y in terms of the technology of the thing, but can I talk a little bit about how I am about phone cases?
Oh man, that's so brave. 30 points, Bob. So brave.
No, look, listen. Phone cases are tricky, right? Okay, I am not of the school. I know there are people who are like, just keep your phone naked. That's how they designed it. That's how it's supposed to be. I like my phone to not have a broken screen. There's glass on the front and back of modern phones. I like it. Like I baby my phone. I don't throw it around. It falls sometimes. It falls. I don't want a broken phone. I cannot find a phone case that satisfies my exact needs, and I can tell you in specific detail what's wrong with every phone case I've ever owned, and I don't know why no one has ever made the correct phone case. So
Okay.
like this one, this is a mouse phone case, not sponsored, not affiliated. I bought it with my own money. It's a great phone case. I like the look of it. It's got a walnut wood insert on the back. It's too thick. It has a lot of features I like and offers a lot of protection, but this lip here is too thick if you're trying to touch the edge of the screen, and this is like millimeters of difference, right? But I've had this cell phone. This is an iPhone 13 something, big Pro something, Pro Max, whatever. I've had this phone for like a year and a half. I think I own 9 phone cases for it. I probably, by the time I'm done owning this phone, I will have spent as much or more money on phone cases for the phone as I did on the phone itself, because I look online, I'm constantly looking at like direct from manufacturers in like China, ordering on, like AliExpress type websites and stuff, and looking, and this mouse is a pretty big popular brand of case. They make all kinds of stuff. And why is it so hard to make the right phone case? Why is the lip so thick? Why are the buttons not right? This case has my second favorite kind of exterior case buttons, where there's cutouts. It's rubber, but there's cutouts, so it's pretty soft. Why can't you make built-in buttons that work good? The only thing that Apple's phone cases do correctly is that they have really nice milled aluminum buttons that are built into the case, so when you push the button, you get the tactile feedback of the button physically moving. This is a dangerous mark, because I'm really passionate about this, but no one fucking cares 2 seconds how I feel about cell phone cases.
That's what this episode is about. For us to start caring about these things.
But yeah, so I own a case. One of my other favorite cases that I have, the other thing with the new generation of phones is MagSafe, right? I have right here on my desk. MagSafe is a brilliant idea. It just magnets. You can have little pop sockets. You can have chargers. Why are all the cases that have the correct features not MagSafe? How hard is it to make a MagSafe case? I have cases that are 4 millimeters thin that have MagSafe built into them that totally work, but they're 4 millimeters thin and they don't have the right features. It's frustrating. So I think I own 9 or possibly 10 phone cases, ranging all the way from a bumper that just wraps around the exterior edge of the phone to a pressed carbon fiber weave case that's like the minimal thickness to be a case, but offers very little in terms of features. I have the whole gambit. None of them satisfies me. I change my phone case on a daily basis, and it drives me insane. Why am I obsessed with this?
Can I offer a phone case that I don't know if you've heard of before? It may not be perfect for what you're talking about, but it's you know me. I was a naked phone guy, right?
You were, yeah.
But you may have noticed I have a case on my phone,
Which is weird.
It is weird that I've been a naked phone guy for the longest time. I didn't give a shit about cases because I was like, it just makes it too bulky. And it's not like this case is not bulky.
Is that a quad lock?
Have you heard of quad lock?
have I heard of quad lock? But you held it on screen for half a second, and my brain was like, that's a quad lock! That's a quad lock interface on the back of that case. That's a quad lock black matte plastic case. I've seen that one. I don't actually own a quad lock case because I own a Peak Design case, and the Peak Design case has a really nice heather fabric finish to it, but it's a similar docking mechanism between the Peak ecosystem and the quad lock ecosystem. But I do like the quad locks. What are your favorite features about the quad lock, Mark?
So I started riding a bike, right? And I don't have the other case. I got this case starting about like a year ago, and I was looking for a good bike mount, and a lot of them were like, oh, you open it up, you clasp it down, and it holds it. And I was like, that didn't feel very secure.
Or they have like rubber bands that you
Exactly.
strap,
And I was like,
I hate those, yeah.
If I'm biking and I'm going fast, like I worry about the vibrations knocking it loose, and then I looked up like good bike, and I found this is not sponsored, by the way. Again, this whole episode is not sponsored by any.
None of these are
It's actually
sponsorships.
just an opportunity for us to gush.
You'll know when we're sponsored.
Oh yeah, you'll know. We'll do a very terrible job pitching it.
And you'll buy it up to make us look good.
Exactly. The quad lock, in the newest version of it, they used to have a bump where it was actually fat and sticking out like this, and I didn't like it as much. And then in the latest version, they actually came out with a flat profile, and then indented here is
Interesting.
the interface.
It looks like it has a MagSafe ring as well. Is that also
It
MagSafe?
does. Yes. It's got also a magnetic ring that can magnetically charge as well. So they have a car mount with a USB attachment, and it can charge. It works for the bike mount too. So not only did they make it smaller, I think they also leveraged some of the MagSafe properties to make like a magnetic attachment to it. I don't know how well that works. I don't use that accessories. I just use the actual clip-in because I feel like that's the thing. But I know they do make like just a magnetic one that goes in the indent, but also magnetically attaches to the outer. And it does add bulk, but I've been able to look over all that because of the convenience of this. There's an armband version you can have, and you clip on when you run. There's like the car version, like again, not sponsored.
The quad lock mount universe is really good. They have like adhesive ones you can just stick on a wall or something. They have like magnetic ones, I believe, that you can put on like your fridge or whatever. And then quad lock is good. Their ecosystem is good. I had not seen this new version of the case because they have always had that bump on the back. But I want to ask, how are the buttons handled? It looks like they're solid silicon across the buttons, but they have like cutouts around them or something. How?
Yeah. So the buttons, like, they still have all the tactile feel of the click of the button. So I definitely feel the click. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good actually.
Yeah, it's not like where it's that weird rubber softness. It does feel like an actual button again, which is like important to me. I heard a rumor that they were going to take away the power button on like a future version. And
On the
I'm like,
iPhones?
"Ooh." Yeah.
How do you turn it on? Hey, turn on!
Hey Siri, be a phone.
It was going to be a haptic touch, and I'm like, oh, come
Oh
on,
no,
man.
gross, awful. That's not good.
So anyway, no, I get the Gush Buffon case, but that's
Okay, well, so now I have to buy that. So thanks.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. I'll say that.
No, I know. Well, that's the thing, right? So this is not a cheap case. I own a lot of cheap ones. There's a lot of like bulk manufactured ones that are, made in China and other locations where it's like $10 and you get it shipped and it's a phone. But I own several. This is like a $50 phone case. I own a Peak Design case for my phone that's like a $60 maybe dollar phone case. I have an Apple branded one. I have one of the leather ones. Honestly, the Apple case is so close to being right, except Apple insists on aesthetics over functionality, and it just ruins it by being douchebags.
I have a Quad Lock versus Peak Design update. I Googled Quad Lock, and the first response is a sponsored post from Peak Design. whose title reads, Quad Lock wishes it was this. Don't buy an ugly phone case.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. No, well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Quad Lock is like it's not like a cool design brand, but Peak. That's the thing. That's I feel like a downfall of Peak. You've used Peak bags for a long time.
Oh yeah.
They're very cool. They look awesome, and they are functional. But Peak falls into that same thing that Apple does sometimes, where it's like they get more focused on it being aesthetically cool and like functionally interesting, and you lose some of the actual functionality of it. And that's what I feel like with their case. The case is very pretty, and it has a really nice finish. The material on it is like a fabric-y, but it's like a heavy fabric that doesn't like doesn't absorb liquid. It's like a nice case. But the shape of the case, because it's made with fabric like that, the whole back is kind of curved. So when you put your phone down, it does that thing where it like rocks incessantly, right? It rocks for 100 years because it's not a flat surface. So that's one of my obsessions in life. In the past decade, since I've had smartphones, I must have owned hundreds of phone cases. Like, I'm a big tech guy. I love smartphones. Every phone I've had, I've owned easily a dozen or more cases for it. And they range the whole gambit. I've probably spent up to $80 on a case where it's like real woven carbon fiber, whatever. I've definitely paid, an exorbitant amount as like a douchebag for a phone case. But also most of the ones I buy are like $10 AliExpress specials. It's like, oh, that one has a slightly different feature. It has a smaller bezel and a narrower camera bump, and the buttons look, and then you get it, and it's like, oh, well, the pictures weren't really accurate, were they? It turns out this is $10 because they don't give a shit that it's just another silicon phone case.
I've never had a good experience buying from AliExpress.
But they get with the pictures. You look and you're like, oh, look how this one's a little thinner. This one's 0.2 millimeters thinner, which is going to mean that it's always a bad idea.
I've always just stuck with the first phone case I've gotten, and I'm pretty sure this one's a Cell helmet, and I'm pretty sure...
Oh, what?
Looks like an OtterBox knockoff.
Yeah. Well, the only complaint I've had about this one, for my purposes, is that the back is really slidey. So, like, if you're sitting on, like, a slightly angled surface, it just will slide and disappear. Or, like, if you have directions, like you're driving somewhere and you have directions because your car doesn't have built-in navigation features. Cause,
you don't even have a car. What are you bragging about?
Yeah, well, I don't have any of those things. So, if you like set your phone on your leg so you can listen to like the directions while you're driving, it can like slide off your lap. Whereas my old case would like at least stick, so I could like hear the directions. Because if you have like drinks in your cup holders, there's not always a good spot for your phone, especially in like older car models. So it's like, I guess it's gonna sit on my lap, and then it's like sliding everywhere, which is a problem. So everybody like set it face down on my lap. It's just a little bit too slidey. That's the only complaint I have about this case. Otherwise, I'm pretty easy to please.
Have you ever scuffed up a phone case with sandpaper to see if you could improve the grippiness level of it?
No, I've just lived with it.
Okay, no, yeah.
You've gotten into modding your own cases, Tank?
Oh my god, don't X-Acto knives and straight edges and sandpaper. Listen, don't get me started on the importance of the perfect level of grippiness of a phone case. I feel very strongly about this. I detest how slippery phone cases are. If your phone case, if you set your phone on a flat surface, like in a car, like you're saying, if you set it on a perfectly flat surface and it slides off there the moment the car moves or goes around the corner, you have failed. You have made a bad phone case. But also, in the same vein, if you make one of those silicon phone cases that's so sticky, it feels like one of those slappy hands where you like you stick it on the side and it's like, whoosh, you failed. Bad phone case. There's an important middle ground in terms of grippiness, and you have to achieve it.
You could make an entire YouTube channel based on phone case reviews at this point.
You should, man. Like, yeah.
You'd be such a valuable resource to the world out there.
If you're looking for a phone case that has adequate grippiness, one of the other things I like about this mouse phone case, it has a real wood insert on the back. Your skin oils will stay on the wood, and once you've used it for a couple of weeks, it'll be the right amount of like oily to the touch, but not slippery to the touch. It sticks to like clothing fabrics without sticking to them relentlessly, but it's still pleasant, and you could like turn it around and plus it has rubber plastic sides. It's not like matte finish, but it's like a soft I have a lot of opinions about this, and I have to go buy the new MagSafe, I have to go buy the new quad lock case that you just showed me because I didn't know that existed yet. So you know what? You did best me. You showed me a phone case I didn't know about.
I didn't mean to best
You beat me at my game!
You identified it from one frame of it in camera. How did you not?
I mean, the quad lock interface is pretty unmistakable. It's way bigger of an insert than the Peak design, and there aren't many other competitors that have the insert into the case lock design mechanism. So it's a unique case. I don't think people care enough about phone cases that they would know that outside of myself, but it is a unique case.
That is interesting.
I'm all worked up. I need to...
No, I love that.
I hope everyone just enjoyed Way talking about tripod nuts and me talking about cell phone cases for an hour.
No, it's incredible. That's what I wanted. That's the thing. That's why I wanted this episode, because there's so many little niche things that get me so excited in my life that I don't even really use every day, but it's like, I love this. I have a love-hate relationship with DJI, because they're very Apple style in terms of their contained ecosystem. But when they do it right, they do it so right. Wait, I swear I'll let you go. This is the DJI mobile recorder system.
Oh, yeah, no, those are so cool.
It's all in here. You have your receiver interface there. It's that big. It's tiny. It's this big. You have adapters for both iPhone and USB-C. You've got two automatically connecting
clip-on microphones. You just clip on your collar or your shirt or whatever, right?
And not even clip. You can do it because there's like this what they call a dead cat mount. You can actually, not many people know this, but you can put it underneath your shirt with a magnet, so you don't have to have the big bulky thing there.
Oh, really?
And you have the dead cat accessory here that'll prevent rubbing. It'll also prevent rubbing inside the shirt. People don't know that. It's not perfect, but if you're not running and moving, it's fine. You can have it actually on the inside, tucked down deep enough that you wouldn't see it down, because lavs are usually mounted on the chest when you're doing like movies and stuff. And because you can do it reverse, you can do it lower down, you can put it down here, and then you just have this like little notch that's way less intrusive than having a big...
Which is easily, if you have like a shirt like mine, like a Henley, you can hide the magnet in the button, whatever this is called, in the lining or whatever, like very hideable.
And not only is like, all of this would be great, and it's got internal recorders which you could like or not like with like micro SD cards or whatever. I kind of like it being without. It's all USB-C, but it comes in a freaking AirPod case that charges it as it goes. You like, so not only do these have long batteries, you can keep it going, and it's all in one thing for a good price. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. I haven't even had a chance to use it yet, but I was like, fuck yeah.
No, I saw a breakdown of those, like an unboxing type video of those, and I was like, that's exactly what I wish existed in terms of like a wireless recording setup, since I've been needing that in making videos and shit, like for years and years. Those seem super cool.
It's the best, and it has its own back. Again, not sponsored by DJI. I would take a sponsorship from DJI, absolutely, if you can get me your shit, because holy shit, it's tough to get your stuff sometimes. Oh my god. Here's a rant about DJI to measure it all
Sponsor us, but also...
I've been trying to buy Ethan a birthday present for 3 years now. I've been trying to buy him a drone, right? Because I promised him a drone for a birthday 3 years ago that I'd get him a drone.
Like a fancy one or like a Mavic Pro?
An Inspire, a cinema drone.
Those are cool.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Because 3 years ago, I put in an order, and it was so back ordered that it was like gonna be 3 months out. And I was like, okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. Let me just try to find it. I canceled that order, and then I saw it was back ordered for everyone else, and then I forgot about it. So then the following year, actually no, this waited a bit, and then I'm not a good friend. So this is also not just all DJI's fault.
Wait till I give you my birthday wish list.
Well, last year I was like, I'm finally going to do it. The Inspire 2, I'm going to buy it. I put in an order, and I'm like, it said, in stock available, ready. I bought the best combo. I was like, Ethan's going to get it, because I was originally the Inspire 1, and I'm like, I'm going to get the Inspire 2. It's going to be great. Fast forward 2 months, I still have not gotten it. I had gone back and forth with email saying, like, what is going on? It says it's in stock, it's ready to ship. Back and forth, they're like, there's been some problems. They were very wishy-washy about it. 2 months later, they canceled my order.
They canceled it.
Because the Inspire 3 was going to come out.
Oh, well, they're just trying to get you to spend money on the new one.
Yeah, it was like somehow they were discontinuing all of their Inspire 2, but it was another 4 months before the Inspire 3 came out. So it was like they canceled it 4 months before, and it's like, just, if you had gotten me that, you would have gotten a big sale, and then I would have been like, oh shit, I gotta buy the Inspire 3, and then it's like, oh fuck it. So it's like, it is also a pain in the ass sometimes to buy from DJI, which I will readily admit, which is why I'm just like, DJI, just get in touch with me in person. I swear I won't be mean to you like I am to all my other sponsors. And anyway,
If you give us all your shit, we'll be nice to you.
I swear I'll be nice. Give me your stupid thing.
alright, Wade, sorry, I've been taking over your turn. Please.
No, you're good. I do have one more niche purchase that you guys have actually seen, whether you've realized it or not. My prop cigar.
That's what.
This is a pretty niche purchase, and I gotta say, it's been a pain in the ass as well. I was doing a D&D campaign where I was playing in Star Wars, and I had a character whose name was Damn Son. The way he talked was like this, and he always had a cigar in his mouth. So I tried to find a good prop cigar that I could have in my mouth for like 4 hours at a time that wouldn't taste disgusting, wear out, break, and I have yet to find one. The cool thing about this one was it used to have metal prongs that I'm pretty sure are poisonous, but whenever they would touch your tongue, they would light up the tip of the cigar a little bit. And it's like, oh, that's a cool little feature. But after like 2 hours of use, the back of this thing like opens up and peels off, and the metal starts to taste like I'm actually being poisoned. Like there's just a flavor in my mouth that my body tells me is a red flag. It's like, this is not a flavor you should be experiencing. Get this thing out of your mouth.
It's their patented lead contacts. They make better
I don't know what it is, but I have bought no less than 20 different prop cigars, some of them being the same one because I just couldn't find other ones. So I bought like 10 of this particular one, but I have tried to find so many different prop cigars that I could leave in my mouth for like 4 hours for like a skit where I don't have to keep replacing it.
We, or at the very least, Mark knows enough people. Couldn't you reach out to an actual prop master and ask them what they think?
Probably could have.
Because I know, so on In Space, Mick just used actual cigars, which was very bold of him and kind of gross. And I think if he hadn't, I think he enjoys a cigar. I think he didn't mind it that much. I would not have been able to live with that. That was horrific. But I'm sure that a prop person would either know a good one to buy and just tell you like, oh yeah, we'll go order this niche place, buy this.
I don't know a prop person.
Or they would make it. Mark does.
Yeah, but if there's one company harder to reach than DJI, it's Markiplier.
Damn.
Wait a minute.
Savage.
Minus 1 points for the unnecessary roast.
You know, it was probably worth it.
I don't know.
That is so are there specific things that you look for when you're shopping for them, or are you just buying any?
I literally just want one that, I mean, having the light up feature is cool, but unnecessary.
What if you just wrap it in like duct tape or something?
I mean, I guess I could do that, but the problem is, like, you literally just sit there for 3 or 4 hours talking like this, and you have the cigar in your mouth, and it gets all salivary, and then like I try to rinse it like after I'm done, and I'll put it like next to my desk, and it's like, even sitting here for a week after rinsing is probably not very sanitary. I don't know what's growing on this.
Don't wash it, just rinse it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just finding a good prop. I'm not doing that campaign anymore, so I don't need it now. But it was a lot harder to find than I expected. I was like, dude, I'm sure tons of people need prop cigars for all kinds of things. There's going to be like long-lasting, durable prop cigar, and there is not. There's just a whole bunch of like $3 to $5 cigars that fall apart after an hour and a half of use. That's what exists.
You know, that is fair. Maybe I was a little too judgmental. Like, I didn't mean to scoff because we've seen it before. But that does fall in the qualification. It's niche. It's such a small thing, but it's a product that you bought and you like. I will grant you 1 point for that.
Does that make me like -5 now?
Yeah, it does. Good counting.
Thank you. Every time you stabbed me today, I felt it, so I tried.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Anyway, All right, so we've been talking a while. I'll try to wrap it up here with if you guys have any last minute things. I could talk endlessly, but I know I'm not.
We could do a whole season. I don't know if we do seasons here, but we could do a whole season talking about this kind of stuff. This is our lives.
I would love if you got more, like ditch it out.
I have one. I have one. This is not a technology thing, but it's a kitchen thing. And can I just say, this won't be a long one. I could talk a lot about this. Knife blocks for the kitchen. I am not by any means a highly trained, highly skilled chef person, but I'm a very enthusiastic hobbyist chef. I love cooking. I love learning new stuff online and trying it in my kitchen, and I love having. I don't like knife sets, right? A lot of people in their kitchen, you probably like buy a set of knives from the department store or whatever, and it comes in a thing, and it's all this. I don't like that. The knife sets are generally not very good quality, so I have my own knives. I have a square-bladed Japanese vegetable knife that's pretty nice. I have a nice 8-inch chef's knife that's pretty good quality. I have some good quality paring knives that I like, but they're not a set, and so they don't fit in a knife block, right? They didn't come in a thing. I've been searching for the longest time for a knife block that was like universal but not shitty. Because there's a lot of universal knife blocks that'll fit all your knives. They're garbage. They don't hold them. They're not very good. I recently found an in-the-drawer knife block that's basically just a big piece of wood with a bunch of vertical cuts in it. And you could put like your steak knives in there on one layer on top, and then your bigger knives. And there's a cutout for your honing steel. It's like the big round thing that you use. It's not a sharpener. It's a honing steel. In-the-drawer knife block. Absolute revelation. Super niche, not important. One, I like that the knives are not on the counter. Our son is 5 months old, so he's not exactly pulling things down off the counter yet. But I've always thought it was really sketchy to just have a big block of incredibly dangerous pointy things sitting out in the open on the counter. If you have kids around, kids are stupid, they might touch, pull, knock over, whatever. In the drawer, discreet, doesn't take up counter space. If you have low cabinets like we have, my longer knives, you couldn't pull them out of the top of the block without like moving it out from under the cabinet. Solves a lot of problems. In the drawer knife block. I don't know if this is a new technology or not, if it's been around forever. I just discovered it. Fantastic. I love it. My new favorite kitchen thing.
I love hearing all this stuff, I really do. Because it's like, it doesn't just apply to tech. Like, that is kind of just like this thing that solves problems. Because all of these things are the pursuit of problem solving. It's like there's a problem and you solve it. Like, this solves a lot of problems. The lenses that I was talking about solves a lot of problems. That knife block for this cigar solves problems. These aren't just things to gush about. There's things to gush about because you've had a problem that was so aggravating beforehand.
My little extender.
Your little disky, adjusty, platey thingies. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I really do appreciate that. Wade, do you have any last minute ones to get in?
I was going to grab them. In the other room, I've got cables, and I don't remember which cables they were, but at one point I was trying to change around how, like, my Synology, which is an external storage bin, for those of you that don't know, I've got, like, terabytes of, like, video stuff stored. I was trying to change around how they were, like, plugged in, because I've got 2 computers in my office, one that Dana remote desktops into to edit videos, and my computer that I'm using right now, and they're both plugged in with Ethernet cables to the Synology. And I had to get like an Ethernet extender thing, so I had more Ethernet ports on the back of one of my computers. At some point, I needed a different kind of cable. I needed like an extender for like a USB or USB-C or something. I needed like a male-female thing or whatever it was. And it like didn't exist. All of these stores I went to online, they were like, yeah, we got them in stock. And I showed up and they were like, I've never heard, like something that doesn't work in that department that usually is just like, I unlock cabinets so you can get the Lion King game out. Like that's their extensive knowledge of the electronics section. I showed them this cable I needed. They were like, this to charge your phone? And it's like, no. So I went online and I tried to like find the cable there. But being not tech savvy and being in this industry is kind of a terrible combination, which is me. It took me forever to even figure out what I was actually looking for. But like some of these like little cables that are almost impossible to find. I forget what it was. It was like a female to female or male to male like extender thing for something, or just that little like extra Ethernet ports thing was more of a pain in the ass than I expected it to be. But there's so many little things like that that throughout the year I don't even think about. It's just something I'm like, oh, I need to find a way to do this thing. So I'll go and I'll order like 4 or 5 different products, and then I'll like sometimes forget and keep the ones I don't use, but sometimes I'll remember and I'll return the ones that are like, this one didn't quite work. But it's just like I'll throw just money at the problem, hoping something sticks that can fix it. Because there's just so many weird niche things you don't think about ever needing to do that just come up sometimes where it's like, how do I plug this in? There's not a port for it. I gotta make
I
one.
love a perfect cable though. Oh my gosh, dude. I got recently for my car 8-inch long USB-A to lightning cables, but the lightning cable is a 90-degree right angle, so it plugs in and then it's like the exact right length to plug my phone in and then put it in the spot on my dashboard in my car where the phone sits.
Oh, you don't have extra cable and it fits?
There's no cable flopping around, there's no pull. It's the exact cable that I needed, and I found it, and I was like, it's even a left-hand turn, 90-degree thing, like, it's perfect! I love when that happens. But cables are a real pain in the ass sometimes.
Yeah, I went through this. The whole reason that my hard drive situation is so tumultuous is because of the nightmare that is the USB standard, and I've talked about this before already.
We talked about this last time, right?
Yeah, but trying to figure that out, I've learned so much about cables, hard drive arrays. It's fun. Like, it's aggravating, but sometimes you need that aggravation to kick you in the ass to go learn something new, and I love that problem solving. And if it takes a few bad purchases, which I've made a few bad purchases, and there's a few things that you realize, like, oh, it's not me that's dumb, it's these companies that are dumb. But there are some that do, and it really makes it a lot better. So,
like our sponsors.
Yes, our sponsors will solve all of your problems.
They have exactly the right thing, and it does what they say it does.
I'm really hoping earlier in the episode when I was like, oh, you'll know when we sponsor, I'm really hoping it cuts to immediately like, we're sponsored by... I don't know, in my head. If that happened, then hell yeah. If it didn't, then well, at least you guys know I had a dream.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this one up here. Thank you guys for your enlightening discussions. If you guys have any niche things that you gush about...
This was close. Any more points?
No, I think we've tallied up all the points we possibly could. Let me do
okay. Oh gosh.
Here. So it's a close one. But with an 11-point lead, Bob is the winner!
Yay! So what's the gimmick, y'all? Did you all agree the most unfair episode ever, or did he pay you, or how did this happen?
He did this on his own. We didn't discuss anything on it. It was fair. It was just a fair episode, Wade.
I'm being punished for the subreddit, like not siding with you?
I've been in your exact position in other perfectly fair episodes. I don't know what you're moaning about.
Do you remember the episode like 5 episodes ago when I participated and I had to like, oh, I've got to figure out the rule, and I figure out the rule, I win, and I found out at the end of the episode the fucking coin flip at the beginning meant you won and I didn't?
I don't remember that. I don't know. That was fair. Yeah, that was fair.
The fact that it didn't feel fair doesn't mean that it wasn't actually fair.
Oh, okay.
It was a coin flip. It was an even chance.
I could flip a coin again, Wade, if you feel like it's super unfair.
Bob, you have won the fairest of fair episodes we've ever fairly done.
If Wade is going to whinge it up like this, if Wade is going to moan and moan, Mark, I will submit to a coin flip ending to this episode.
Right,
I will forestall my points. I will call it a draw at the end, and I will say, you flip the thing and let Wade call it in the air. I could not possibly lose another coin flip.
I found a very basic coin flipping thing. So you guys can, this is online.
Oh, I want our lens cap.
So here is, no more lens caps. So this is justflipacoin.com, I think.
Ooh, make the coin purple.
Purple?
Alright, that feels fair. I like that.
Yeah, and it's already on heads, which means that, like, what are the odds of rolling heads twice in a row? I mean, I guess it's 50-50 per flip, but I'm gonna go with heads if I'm calling it, I guess.
Call it in the air, which isn't a thing.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, call it in the air. All right.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Heads. Yes! Bob, you had an 11-point lead. Why would you let it come down to this?
I was so confident that there's no way the streak could continue. How many is that in a row?
I don't know how fast it flipped for you, Mark, but it was like 3 frames of flip for me.
I thought it was done on tails. On my screen it was all flip, 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 Tails? Heads! Yeah! It's like it reversed. God, it's fine. It was just taunting me. You know what? This is why I brought a sandwich. I volunteered for this, and my hubris has led us here. So
I feel like this episode was designed for me to lose. I can't believe you found a way to lose.
I can't understand what happened.
how many flips is that in a row? That's like 13 or 14 or some shit.
We're between 10 and 14, somewhere in that range.
I don't know, man. I'm sorry, Bob. I thought the secret name to this was Bob Wins This Episode. That's what I was like gonna.
No, that should be the title, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
And then,
let's call it Bob Wins This Episode.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I should have won. I should have shut my hole. I should not have tried to satisfy Wade's whining. I should have let him be sad and salty.
100%. You've let me do that several times now.
I was so sure, like, there's no way, and it'll be a glorious,
I'm like beyond even being mad. Now I'm just disappointed in myself. I feel like
You should be. You did this to you.
I am doing this to my own self now. I am the new Wade of this podcast. I'm trying to lose, and I'm succeeding.
If you had called it, would you have called Tails? Or Head?
No, I would have called heads. I believe I've only called heads, or mostly called. I pretty much always call heads.
So it's never heads when you call it, it's always heads when I call it.
Funny how that works out. It's so crazy that happens like that.
Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for being a part of this. Wade, do you have a winner speech?
Called it.
Bob, loser speech?
More than any other time so far, I did this to myself. I should have just taken the win. I'm not mad at me. I'm just disappointed. The viewers/listeners are going to think that we're rigging this and it's a bit, and it would be funny even if we were doing that.
It's not.
It's just not even fixed. It just keeps happening because I keep inviting the coin flip back into my life. I keep saying yes even though I should say no, and I did it to my own self.
You gotta win one of them. Like, literally, this has to end.
Well, that's the thing. Right now I'm at this point where I'm like, I have to keep doing it because I have to win eventually. But if I keep allowing the coin flip to decide, I'm apparently never going to win.
What's the percentage? Let's say it's been 12. What's the percentage of losing 12 straight coin flips?
Very low. Mandy made fun of me last time because apparently you can find this answer very easily by just multiplying this thing by itself. You know what? Whatever.
Do that in your head, yeah.
0.00024%.
Percent or
I don't know. They don't say percent.
I mean, that's like a likelihood, right? That's yeah. So
it's probably, what would that make it? Like less than, even if you move that over, that's 0.024%.
That's terrible. All right, well, thank you so much for watching and or listening. Hope you guys have a wonderful time. Gush about the things that you love, and don't place anything of value on a coin flip if your name is Bob. If Wade goes to a casino in the next month, I think he's gonna walk away a billionaire.
I'm gonna call you guys and be like, I'm on a Bob streak.
You need to bring me with you to the casino, and somehow we need to play a game against each other, but where you also win money from the house. That's the thing.
Whatever Bob says, bet the opposite.
We were playing blackjack, and I'm like, double down! And Wade is like, ooh, fold, or whatever blackjack things.
Man, I had a royal flush, but fold if Bob says I should go.
Well, thank you again, everyone. Be sure to check out store.distractablepodcast.com. I'm sure there's new stuff that's in stock. There's not when I looked, but when you guys go,
maybe there will be.
It'll be there.
One day.
Any day now.
And follow the podcast for more amazing goodness. And tell your friends. And have a good day. Take care. Podcast out.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, Wade judges and brings the banter back to the basics of breeding. Monarchical Mark defends his dumplings and denies toast as a part of this group if it's slathered in jam. Befuddled Bob, the carpet cannoli killer, gets to the bottom of erring on the error of his way. From placentas to pork torch heirlooms. Yes, it's time for bread. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host, Wade. If you haven't been here before, the way this works is one of us hosts, the other two compete, the winner chooses a new winner, or the host rather chooses a new winner, one of them hosts the next episode, blah blah blah. We give points different ways, depends on the episode. And I'm joined as always by my co-hosts, Mark and Bob.
Are you do him or me?
Minus 1 point for Mark to start this episode. I love it.
Okay, well, I was saying blue words.
I'm just preemptively knowing that I'm going to get screwed with because of the screwing that has occurred before, so I'm getting it out of the way.
You're really weighing it up right now. You're preempting. Nothing has happened, Mark.
Yeah, take my points. I dare ya.
If it makes you feel any better, I kind of wrote my name instead of Bob's. So for a minute, Bob didn't even have a chance of winning unless you ended up in the negatives, which right now you are.
I really goofed it for myself. I see that now.
You did.
The error of my ways shall not be rectified. You're going to get rectified.
Can I raise a meaningless point that I've always wondered?
Always.
Is the saying the error of my ways, or is it the error of my ways?
So ERR or ERROR.
I saw it written for the first time in a long time, and it was spelled ERR, the error of my ways. But I feel like I always say error of my ways. Is that wrong?
I think I do too, but I think it's technically the error of my way. I think.
It probably is. No, to err is human is like is an older expression.
Oh, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that just like Old English shorthand for the same word? It's error with no O in it.
Yeah, I think so.
Error, ERR, to be mistaken or incorrect, make a mistake.
So it's the same thing. It's just
It's
like
the same word.
So it's like slang, you know.
Whatever. Like I said, not important. I just literally was thinking about that the other day because I saw it written. And I was thinking,
It's Old English for L-Riz, you know. Is don't do good.
That was informative. You know what, Bob? 1 point.
all right.
Mark, you're really throwing this one away.
Yeah, throw it harder away. To me.
Don't take my thing. 1, I don't like it. 2, I love it. 3, it's a turn on. Don't do it.
Maybe.
Oh, there you go.
Pretty good. I was really grappling with that error thing, but we sorted that out, so that feels better.
That kind of came out of left field.
Literally, one of you said the error of our ways or whatever. My brain was like, which is it? You can't say that to me unless we get to the bottom of this.
No, Bob, you can't have that because apparently I'm the king of ADHD. Have you seen this lately?
Is that a crown?
Yeah, apparently. I am the king of ADHD! I have noticed that the one clip where we talked about in the same self-actualization thing that Bob led you to
Which
get.
I talked about last episode, right?
Which you
About how I
did,
got-
yeah. And in the interim, which is the pastorum for everyone watching this, because we record these a little ahead of time, the clip of us talking about it and me like explaining my experiences with ADHD is like everyone is sharing it on Twitter.
I've been seeing tweets with millions and millions of views on
I know.
that clip of you talking about it. It's describing your executive function issue.
Yeah, and so this is like kind of that thing where I was gonna, a long time ago, I always wanted to make a video talking about my experience with ADHD, but I wanted to like actually get someone like a neuroscientist or a specialist in it to help verify what I was saying, so I wasn't just speaking off the cuff.
Sure.
And there it goes, like, well, all right, there goes my unclinical explanation of what it is that people are taking as gospel truth.
You have several, I can't call them PhDs, but you have several expertises that kind of interrelate that make sense where you can speak on this matter. You're the king of FNAF,
Yes.
the king of squirrels,
Yes.
and now the king of ADHD.
Yes.
And honestly, I feel like that leaves you exclusively qualified to be viral.
Really,
about this
no
thing.
one else is better qualified to talk about it. I hear you loud and clear. Yeah,
That's
me.
fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Who's
Yeah.
better than the king to talk about it?
Exactly. You're the king of Ohio. No other person in Ohio can.
Yeah, how's that going for you? Is that good? Is that as fun as it sounds like it is?
So far, the rest of Ohio has not come up with porch forks. Yeah, porch forks or pitchforks. Porch fork is a unique Ohio thing. You guys wouldn't know about it. You left.
It's
I'm exclusively allowed to talk about porch forks.
It's the type of pitchfork you keep on your porch in case you need to go chase someone out of your town.
Exclusively for mobbing, though. You can't use it for your farm. It's only for mobbing. Yeah, you gotta be part of the torch and mob crew to have your porch fork.
Your porch torch, your porch fork.
Well, I can't say that too fast.
Right.
Your pork torch and your short clerk.
No, you're skirting the line there. You're skirting the line, man. You can't skirt that line.
You telling me I can't talk about my pork torch?
Not on a podcast. Don't talk about your pork torch.
Not on a video podcast. Only available on Spotify.
Show it.
Show it. Show you right now on the camera my pork torch.
I would love that.
Has anyone ever referred to it as a pork torch? Because that is a great new expression for it.
If they have, what's wrong with them? Hey, you want to go back there and see my pork torch?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, actually.
It's like tossing the pig skin. You want to go toss the pork torch?
I don't think I do, man.
Yeah, Dad, wait. That sounds way different. Can we just throw the football around? Or
Oh, come on, that'll be great.
I don't want to toss your pork torch around. That doesn't sound good at all. I don't care what it is. I don't want to touch it.
No, it doesn't have to be mine. Come on,
Oh,
son.
man.
Actually, great grand. Your great grandfather's pork torch. It's a family heirloom.
Oh man, yeah, I bet it is, Dad. I bet it is.
Well, I'm glad you guys are doing well. Good to catch up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how are you, Mark? So I got pork torch stuff going on. You know,
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm king of ADHD now, but you know that was kind of the predominant thing that's going on besides this whole movie business.
Oh, Bob, how do you feel about the fact that I've got Ohio, Mark's got squirrels, FNAF, and ADHD? Are you the king of pork torch?
No, I'm definitely not the king of it. I don't want to be the king of anything.
I didn't either, but sometimes you don't ask for responsibility, it just thrusts itself upon you.
No one's made me the king of anything, so I don't think I am.
We can thrust the pork torch at you.
Yeah, you kind of like the Olympic torch, just gets passed on to you from wherever you are, and you have to keep running with it. Actually, that's how the Olympic torch works, right? If the other runner dies at your feet with the torch, you have to pick it up.
Yeah, that's actually the way that works. Is you run until you die.
If you catch on fire from it, if they drop the torch on you, you are forced to get in the torch and be the fire for the next runner.
Interesting.
Anyway, I'm not the king of anything, and I don't want to be, so I'm good.
This guy.
Worked out pretty nicely so far. Being the king of Ohio is the exact same as I was a week ago. Good show. Well, chaps, that's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. Stay tuned for. I do have an episode, and being as this not to toot my own horn here, but self-actualization, which I don't even think is actually what self-actualization is, which is what the episode's called, and we referenced it as. It's a little bit different. I talked about that in the episode. But being as that's such a popular episode, it's reverberating around the world, and I hosted it, I felt the pressure of coming up with an equally amazing topic this week, and I think I've got it. You guys don't look as excited and like in awe as I was hoping for.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
We are going to talk about
Okay.
I like bread.
I don't really eat much bread these days.
I've been trying to cut back, but bread has been around for a long time. I think it can be traced as far back as at least 30,000 years. People have been eating or making bread of some kind.
Dozens of years at least.
At least dozens of years. Bread has been a staple for many a scene, many a meal, many a life. And also there's other ways of looking at bread. There's B-R-E-A-D, and there's also breeding, B-R-E-E-D-I-N-G, B-R-E-D for bread, breeding. So we can talk about all the various kinds of bread, gingerbread.
You want to make an episode about breeding?
Dude, the first episode of this was about hair.
That's a very different subject matter.
And we don't have to talk about sex. We talk about bread. Whatever kind of bread we talk about is kind of
I would never have thought about the past participle of breed if you hadn't said it.
I thought you were going towards like, bread also is a slang term for money. Get that bread, gamers.
There, see, another term for another thing we could talk about. Today we were talking about all things bread, just like how we originally talked about all things hair. Anything that comes to mind you guys want to talk about involving bread, wherever it goes wrong, it's your fault, and I'm here for
Why
it.
is it my fault? There's no tumors made of bread, except in the Team Fortress 2 animation where they had breads full of tumors that turned into monsters bread from the teleporter accidents.
That looks like you just came up with one without even doing
Points
research.
for
So
me.
there you go. All right, Mark, you are now at 0 points. Congratulations.
Okay.
More.
All right, well, you asked nicely, so you guys are both tied at 0.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, he kind of commanded you, and it wasn't very nice. He was angry when he said it, but whatever. Have you guys ever made bread? Have you baked a loaf of bread of any
No,
kind
family
before?
has, though. I've seen it made. I've never done it myself, but I have seen it. And different kinds of bread are differently complicated. Like if you make cheesy bread, or if you make like multigrain versus wheat versus like, there's all kinds of differences.
I'm not very good at it. It's a mystery because it's deceptively simple, but it's not that simple to get like a really good loaf of bread. I don't know where I'm going with this.
That's the point.
Oh, I don't have to go anywhere. Okay.
No, we're just talking about bread.
There's an ulterior motive here, Bob. You know it.
I do feel like what in the hair episode was there more of a prompt or was it just hair?
We talked about, well, everyone remembers the teratomas, but like we talked about a wide variety of things about
We talked about dunking yourself into a vat of Nair. I remember that.
Was that where the Hermes statues came from?
Hermes? You mean Hermes?
You know, the Herms.
statues of Hermes specifically, just Hermes.
Herm statue. I don't remember if that was the Herm episode. It was one of those early ones.
Didn't it have parachuting clowns in it?
Parachuting clowns.
That was an early one too, but I don't remember if that was that one.
Was that the odor one? I thought that was the odor.
That was
audio.
audio,
Yeah.
that was audio.
I always look back at those first episodes and I think of how Unisana started with, the us doing this, and then the first episode was like cooking with sex toys, and people are just like, oh, what? What? And I think like I look back at those and like, we got our self-actualization, then we got hair.
You never know what you're gonna get here. Could you make bread with sex toys?
But I know you have an ulterior motive.
You absolutely could make bread with sex toys. You would just need a really big one to be like a rolling pin.
And I need to take this moment to deny Mark's accusations. I'm just here about the bread.
They had a mammoth one that was like this big around. It looked like an artillery round. And it's like, I don't think any human ever could. But if you rolled that out, you would make some bread real good with that.
That'd be a great rolling pin. I could see that.
Do you have to roll? I guess you would roll. dough
It
out for
depends. You don't really use a rolling pin on a lot of types of dough, but if you're making something that's flatter, or like flatbread is bread, right? So if you're making like naan or something in that vein, where it's like a flat, you would roll it out a little bit potentially.
Are dumplings a form of bread?
They're dough. What differentiates bread from
Flour, water, and an egg. It's pretty much.
I feel like they're closer to pasta, but
Yeah,
that's more of
no,
an
you might be right.
ideological
Yeah,
difference.
So are dumplings soup?
Dumpling is the thing in.
Are dumplings corn dogs?
Are dumplings
Okay, I just wanted to ask. Okay.
corn dogs could conceivably be in the category of bread products because it's essentially a hot dog encased in fried cornbread.
Yeah, but that's breaded products. So chicken tenders would fall in the same category.
A quick Google search. A dumpling loaf is a type of quick bread that's made with a dumpling loaf, though. Is a dumpling loaf a dumpling?
That sounds like an obscure thing.
I'm sure that if I mixed my dumpling dough and put it in the oven for long enough, it would make some kind of bread, but that doesn't make
Does your dumpling dough have leavening in it? Does it have like
No,
baking soda or
mine
something?
doesn't. Some have baking soda.
It would be like really dense then.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's the dumplings. They are pretty. If I put baking soda in my dumplings, they might have a little.
It'd be
more
like
aeration.
It'd be like a
to it.
soda bread.
It would get a little softer. Ooh.
Dumplings are considered a dish that consists of pieces of dough wrapped around a filling or pieces of dough with
That's a different type of dumpling.
That's filled dumplings, but Mark's dumplings are still dumplings. This is like American Southern like dumplings.
Yeah, dumplings.
Like if you think of like a Cracker Barrel dumpling, like what differentiates that? It's just a thick noodle, right?
Oh, you dare disparage by calling it you're a thick noodle.
I love noodles!
You take your thick noodle out of here.
This episode of Distractable is sponsored by Liquid IV. You ever felt like you weren't hydrated enough?
All the time. I used to drink so much soda. I was dehydrating myself.
Is that hydration? I don't think that's...
I've heard that anything with water can hydrate you.
It can, I guess. If you're trying to get real hydration, good, satisfying, moistening hydration, Liquid IV is a hydration multiplier. In just one stick, you get 5 essential vitamins and 2 times faster hydration than if you literally just drank water.
Wait, don't listen to this fool. I've got a vastly superior way for you to get hydrated. See, what you do is find some juicy other person that is well hydrated and then take their hydrated blood and you'll be hydrated without having to actually do any of the work.
This is easier. Literally, first thing in the morning before workout, if you ever feel dehydrated, it's a little packet.
He's reading from my instruction manual because I was just going to say, you find the juicy person, you tear them open, and then you just...
It comes in flavors such as sea berry, strawberry, lemonade, Concord grape, lemon lime. You can get Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, and you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code DISTRACTABLE. That's liquidiv.com, code DISTRACTABLE, 20% off of anything at liquidiv.com. Just use the code.
Well, that's going to make you very juicy. Juicy target.
Bob, do you come in Seaberry by any chance?
Can I say that I think American-style dumplings are not too dissimilar from Spätzle, German Spätzle, which is kind of like a dumpling dough that you then put into boiling water and it cooks into like an amorphous dumpling shape. And there's like small Spätzle and like bigger Spätzle.
Yeah.
I would say that your dumpling dough recipe is probably not that different from like a Spätzle dough recipe.
Probably
and
not.
those are kind of related.
Yeah, okay.
And Spätzle is generally kind of considered almost a pasta, but it's really not a pasta. It's more of like its own thing. But like Hofbrauhaus has really good like Spätzle that's done in like mac and cheese style.
Interesting. Hofbrauhaus, for those that don't know, there's a... I don't know how many there are, but there's one in like the Newport. It's down near Newport, Kentucky.
It's in Cincinnati, okay? Let's not give Kentucky credit for things. There's a Hofbrauhaus in Cincinnati. On the other side of the river, which is technically in Kentucky, but nobody cares because it's part of Cincinnati. Nobody is like, I'm going to Newport. I'm going to Newport on the levee.
Well, if you're an Ohioan, yeah, Bob. If you're literally just someone trying to figure out where the hell it is, good luck, Google it.
It don't matter.
It don't matter. They
Don't
don't
matter.
care. You think the people are listening to us name every place we've ever been, just frantically Googling, like...
No one's here fact-checking. They're all here crashing their spaceships.
I can't believe they haven't run out of jokes of different ways to crash when listening to Distractable.
Oh, no, that's the thing, is that they have. They just continue to recycle them.
Every now and then there's a unique one. Every now and then someone comes up with something very unique.
I refuse that premise on the face of it.
I'm gonna refuse all over the face of that premise.
Has anybody laughed so hard at Distractable that they missed their car and accidentally got into their kid's Fisher-Price vehicle and then started rolling down a hill? They regained control just as we told another joke, and they lost control, went over a bridge, and landed on another car and made them crash?
Is that a post, or did you make that up?
I haven't seen that, so I don't know if that's a post. That from your brain? Wait, is that fresh off the press?
I literally just came up with that.
It's not that good.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you laughed before. Glad you thought it was funny before it was mine. That makes sense. That follows suit.
I had a question. No, it's gone. I was going to ask something, and it was going to be pertinent.
Great. Do it. Don't fuck your face at me. I'm not going to tell you your question.
Yeah, I lost it. It's gone. No, it's gone.
Want help thinking? I can help you.
We can help you think.
That's not the face that I make.
Man, you can only get this exclusive video content over at Spotify. If you want to see us all make the incredible faces we're making.
Give me points for saying that the best kind of sandwich bread is a sourdough loaf cut into slices.
Okay, I might not necessarily agree with you, but you asked for the points, so I'll give them to you. Have
Sourdough
You said
loaf.
points, so I guess I'll give you 2.
They make sourdough in the shape of sandwich loaves, so you can have sourdough sandwiches. That's not. You don't have to get those big oval-shaped slices of sourdough where it's like a total fucking nightmare.
If we had that rounded top on it, I don't know whose gob is wide enough to get that in there.
Best way to eat bread, is it a sandwich? Is it like toasted with like toasted sandwich? Is it like a...
If you're eating a sandwich, you're not eating bread. You're eating a sandwich. You're eating.
Yeah.
You're technically eating bread, but you're not eating bread to eat bread. So you can't go like. You can't have a sandwich and be like, "Oh, what are you eating?" Bread. Like that wouldn't make any sense at all.
So I follow a lot of sandwich TikToks, okay? Sandwich TikTok is a thing. I follow an account specifically called Sandwich Dad, who does a lot of sort of philosophy of sandwiches, if you will. He broke it down. I watched a TikTok recently where he broke it down and said that there are sort of types of sandwiches, right? There's a type of sandwich where it's about the filling, where you're eating like a Philly cheesesteak, right? It's about the bread is there, but it's about the sandwich filling. And there are types of sandwiches that exist where it's about the bread, where it's basically bread with just like a little bit of stuff. And I would say like something like a really good focaccia but cut and then with like some basil and tomato and maybe olive oil or something drizzled on it. But then you eat it like it's a sandwich, but it's about the bread. And he was making a sandwich that's like, he was making this like Portuguese bread. There's a very specific thing, and he was talking about, I don't remember all the details, but there are sandwiches where I would say you could say it's about the bread. You wouldn't say I'm eating bread, but it's a bread sandwich where there's just a little extra than the bread.
I agree that like there are some sandwiches where the bread matters and it changes the entire experience of the sandwich, but you can't.
So you're saying you were wrong. Got it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I think that sounds like points for me,
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're eating a sandwich, you cannot lie to the general populace and say, I'm eating bread. That'd be ridiculous to say.
When does it go too far? What if you are eating bread and you're like, oh, well, I'll just put like some basil leaves on this bread.
What if it's 2 pieces of sourdough and the sandwich is a piece of wheat bread in the middle?
I wanted to hear Bob's example.
Yeah, mine is just silly. We're not here to be silly. We're talking sandwich philosophy.
Talking sandwiches.
No, but what if you're eating a nice piece of bread and you're like, well, I'll just put like a little bit of herbs on it. Is it still bread? If it's bread with herb, what if you slice it open even?
I will allow like a schmear. A schmear on bread is fine. You can schmear.
So you're still eating bread.
You're
if
still
you
eating
have like
bread
a sauce on it or something.
because it's like it's like jam. Wait, is it though? If you put jam on toast, you're not just eating bread. If someone
that is a sandwich.
yeah, because if you're like no, what are you eating? And I'm like, oh, I'm eating bread, but there's jam on it.
Well, if you're eating an open-faced piece of toast with jam on it, you're eating toast, which is just the same as eating toasted bread.
But is toast different than bread?
This is all just semantics in my head because like, I like bread and butter. You're eating butter on your bread. I like toast and jam.
Listen, we're talking about sandwiches aggressively here. Are you going to give somebody points or something? What the hell's going on here?
Oh, I'm keeping track of points.
The judge only speaks up when there's points to give and points to take. Otherwise, we're competing here. I say that if you're eating toast...
Oh, okay, we're changing. Okay, you're dictating the way this is hosted. Got it.
If you're eating toast, then I don't know if you can qualify that as eating bread. Because it's not the same.
But is it toast just a shorthand of saying I'm eating a toasted piece of bread with some butter on it or some jam on it, but it's a toasted piece of bread?
If you
toast isn't anything that's not bread.
If you toast a bagel, it's still a bagel, right?
It's not toast.
But if you toast bread, it becomes toast because toast ubiquitously is known as toasted bread. That's probably even the definition of it. However, is it still bread?
Isn't this just our words for it?
This whole episode is about semantics. You apply a word to the whole episode. We can only debate the words.
I thought we're having a healthy debate about bread.
So in English, toast is toasted bread, but bagel is bagel. In other languages, if you toast bread, I'm curious if it's a word for toast or if they just say toasted bread.
I say that if you have toast and it's just so you don't apply anything to it, it's still bread because it's just toasted bread. But if you put jam on it, it becomes something else because you started changing.
What is bread if you put butter on it?
Bread and butter, that's bread and butter.
Okay, what if you butter your toast?
Buttered toast. Buttered toast. As Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy said long ago, he declared it as something entirely different. It changed. It fundamentally changed. Just like with bread, when you put things between it and put another bread, at some point it becomes a sandwich and not necessarily just bread because it becomes something else. The whole crux of the argument is that it becomes something at some point. So you just have to define what that point is, at which you cannot say that it's bread and still not be lying.
Well, I just want to say, one of the translations from English to Spanish of toast is el pan tostado, which I believe means the bread toasted. So I don't know how much weight that carries, but like, yeah, pan is bread, right? So it's the bread toasted. It's toasted bread. I would say that toast is just a shorthand in the same way that, what's a good comparison to that? Man, I should have thought of this before I started saying the sentence. If I stall long enough, I'll probably get there.
You think on it. I'll ask my question to Mark. So
yeah, go ahead.
If you butter bread or butter toast, then it's still buttered version. If you put the same exact amount of jam on bread with no butter as you would have put butter, is it something? What is that called?
You're more accurately eating bread than if you put it on toast. So if I saw you on the street and you were eating bread and jam, not toasted, and I had a gun to your head, I would not shoot you.
So the toast toasted bread leaves it still bread. Jam on bread is still bread, but jam on toast, something significantly
Yeah,
changes.
yes. That's where you get 2 steps in. That's a problem for me.
Okay, so more than one alteration to the bread and it's no longer bread to you.
I think that's a fair declaration because you have a bagel, you toast a bagel, it's still toasted bagel, but toasted bagel with cream cheese is something different.
What if butter and salt?
Butter and salt, yeah, you're starting down the road of sandwich. Once you go down the road of sandwich, you don't come back.
You better watch yourself out there. You're putting 2 things on your bread.
Is it a matter of the construction? As an example, as a counterpoint, in a lot of cultures, bread is frequently dipped, right? In olive oil mixed with herbs or olive oil with vinegar or something. If you are not spreading the toast, so you could theoretically dip bread in salt, or not salt, in butter, or salt, I guess. Instead of spreading it on, if you have a hunk of bread and you're like dipping, it's dipping in butter, you're dipping in oil, and you're dipping the bread and eating the bread. Wouldn't you say that is basically just eating bread, but you're putting like a little sauce on it? Because you're not making a sandwich.
Yeah,
it's not a sandwich.
I think that is safe territory because when you have a bread and you're dipping it in something, you're making the bread the dominant piece of the relationship. So it's not even 50-50. It is taking control of the situation. So when you put bread in something and dipping, which is why dipping is a superior form of saucing things as opposed to just splattering all over it. You dip, that way you maintain control and integrity of what you're dipping in.
What if you spread butter on a piece of bread and dip that in another sauce?
That's a cannoli.
Not a
What's the difference between that and a cannoli?
What do you think a cannoli is? Oh my god! Do you think a cannoli is related to bread?
No, because what I'm thinking about it is a cannoli. You have like a flat piece of thing. You wrap it in something. So if you were to dip bread in something, you kind of have to put some kind of a fold in it. You kind of have to put a fold in it. It's got a fold in it, rolled, and then they dip it in like whipped cream on the end or
Here's
something.
the definition of cannoli. Italian pastries in the form of hard tubular shells filled with sweetened ricotta cheese and often containing nuts, citron, I don't know if that's pronounced, or chocolate bits.
I rest my case.
A cannoli is a hard shell that you bake around a metal tube, and then when it's done, it's a tube. It's an empty tube, and then you pipe cream into it of some sort. You maybe dip the end of the cannoli in some chocolate and pistachios or something. You don't dip it in shit. A cannoli has nothing to do with this.
Either way, the comparison stands because a cannoli is not bread, and therefore you putting something on
But
it,
what
dipping
I said
something in
wasn't a
it.
cannoli either. Spreading butter on a piece of bread and then dipping that in a sauce does not make it a cannoli.
I dare you to do it without rolling it, and you
I think he's imagining you're rolling it up for some reason.
yeah, you look at it after you're done dipping, and you're like, oh my god, I made a cannoli.
You don't need to spread butter on a flat piece of bread. You take a hunk of bread, you spread butter around it, you dip. It's still the same hunk of bread you were dipping earlier. Your argument loses weight.
You don't take a piece of bread, you hollow it out and shove bread inside so the warmth that melts it from outside in.
I mean, I do that, but that's not what I was supposing. That's just for fun.
But it's pretty close to a cannoli.
I fuck butter in bread at whenever. You know where it's good for that. The bread at Cheesecake Factory is good for that.
Yes, actually.
You could absolutely you just make a little hole in it and you just put
Cheesecake Factory, pro bread move, you put the butter, well, they changed their butter so it's actually on a plate instead of the rolls, but back when it was like refrigerated things, you stick it in between the bread pieces, and then when you get to it, it's already melted.
and you sprinkle a little salt over top. That way, when Mark puts his salt on his piece that he eats, he has a heart attack and dies.
Just because I know the truth about cannolis and you don't, does not mean that I deserve
I
death.
don't think you know what a cannoli is at all!
I'm not Italian!
Neither am I, but I know what a cannoli is!
I don't think that there's any difference between a cannoli and a hot dog, or like cannoli and bread and butter and anything like that. It's a rolled piece of bread. They all fall within. A taco is a cannoli that's sweet.
What a bold claim.
I fucking love. No, wait, I love that actually. The debate is always, wait, is a hot dog a sandwich? Well, you know what a hot dog is, idiots? A hot dog is a cannoli!
It's a cannoli!
You're all stupid!
Are all sandwiches cannolis, Mark?
No, not everything's a cannoli, you fool. It's not that.
Are sandwiches cannolis?
No, they're not rolled.
What about a wrap?
Wrap is
A wrap is just a savory cannoli?
yeah, savory cannoli.
Okay.
It's just like
okay,
it's-
you know
it's-
what? You're winning me over. You're winning me over on
exactly.
this.
Good.
Is a taco a cannoli?
In a way, yeah.
Taco is explicitly a cannoli. It's not rolled all the way over, but it's a crunchy shell folded over. It creates an interior of a. It's definitely.
It's on the way to cannolism.
I thought cannolis had to contain that kind of cheese from the definition, but maybe not.
What kind of cheese?
I don't know, I lost the tab and I started looking it back up. Yeah, just Google cannoli.
I don't think cheese has anything specifically to do with the cannoli either.
I didn't think so either, but it was in the definition. Let me see.
There are certainly like mascarpone and ricotta-based fillings you can make for cannolis, but I don't think
Filled
that
with
has.
sweetened ricotta cheese and then often containing nuts, citron, or chocolate.
That's just Webster trying to control all of our minds with their strict definitions. They don't even know what a cannoli is.
The dictionary doesn't even know what words are. They're just making shit up.
We here at Distractable know better than anyone else what a cannoli is.
This is what this is about.
Mark's claims are exquisite today.
Mark, what part of the basis of your claim here? Cannoli is not bread, right?
Cannoli is not bread.
Okay, so anything that ventures into cannoli territory can't be bread.
Exactly, because it just starts to get too complicated.
So not all cannolis are bread, but some breads are
No,
cannoli.
no cannolis are bread. Period. And also anything that starts to resemble a cannoli is also not bread.
Even if it has bread.
Yes, that's the crux of the argument.
Even if it literally is bread by definition, if it begins to resemble a cannoli, it's no longer bread.
If you see your loaf of bread start to roll on your counter, it's starting to turn cannoli. And you gotta stop that before it's too late.
So if my finger wraps around, does it start to
Your
become a
finger's
cannoli?
not bread. How hard is this to understand?
I'm just trying to figure out what constitutes a cannoli. If you put some like spread on my finger and I roll it up, does it become a
No,
cannoli?
but if your body did, then you're starting to be a cannoli.
I don't think Mark's being unclear at all. I think Wade's just not following. I don't think Wade's not coming along.
This is meant to do this. Your body is not meant to start to.
So cannolis aren't meant to be made; they just become.
No, they're made the way they are by humans. Okay?
Yes, it's forced out of its unnatural form into a cannoli form, which is the lowest form of food.
So if you willingly roll your finger, but what if you're resisting, but someone puts spread and they force your finger in?
If your finger starts going backwards the other way and gets a cream filling, then yeah, you've got cannoli.
Got it. I'm starting to understand. I think I'm starting to.
That's where that classic mafia threat comes from. You know all those iconic movie scenes where the guy's like, "Hey, it'd be a shame if one of your fingers, say, started to cannoli a little bit. Let's say you just tell us what we want to know and we move on."
So the chefs are preparing a feast, a grand feast, and they run out of their cannoli ingredients. So one of the chefs is like, "All right, Giovanni, you know what to do." And Giovanni gets out of the truck and he runs inside. He grabs somebody. He's like, "Look at that. There's so many cannolis waiting to be made." And he starts cutting off the guy's fingers and making cannolis.
No, anything can be a cannoli ingredient. That's the danger of it. It's like anything could be put inside a cannoli. It's the risk, you have anything could start to roll you up in it. If you roll yourself in a carpet, you start to become a cannoli. You're a carpinoli. I can't make this more clear.
I'm trying to understand, guys. Bob, I'm glad you're on Mark's side now. It makes this a lot easier.
Look, you just have to listen to the words that he's saying. He's not making it complicated. You're making it complicated. Mark is just explaining clearly where we're coming from.
Anything willingly rolled up is not a cannoli, but if you force something to roll and fill it with the right ingredients, it becomes a cannoli.
It doesn't matter willingly or not. It's like it's
then why can't this be a
destiny. If
cannoli?
its destiny is to be rolled, if that's its purpose in the universe, then it's not going to cannoli. You don't have to worry about that. Like a roly-poly ain't a cannoli. It's just a bug. But if it goes the other way and someone stuffs it in a sweet crispy tortilla thing, then that's a cannoli.
It might be the dumbest segment we've had in the history of this podcast. The passion with which you are exclaiming your cannoli rules.
I was just trying to make it so clear so everyone's on the same page, and then we can.
Let's get away from cannolis.
How you can't.
Cannolis are inescapable.
Is gingerbread bread?
No, it's just a liar.
Yeah, it's just a cookie.
Okay, because gingerbread refers to a broad category of baked goods, which can include, I think, bread, flavored with ginger, cloves, nutmeg, and cinnamon, sweetened with honey, sugar. So gingerbread doesn't have to be bread, like we made into bread, but it's called gingerbread.
If it's gonna broadly just refer to itself as gingerbread, but then not be bread, it's just a liar.
I think it can be bread.
Even if it looks like it is bread, it's a liar and can't be trusted, so you just assume it's not bread.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not gonna side with the liar.
Well, okay, what about breadcrumbs?
Those were bread. That's like saying I'm eating a bread sandwich.
Cannolis were bread. Cannolis were never bread.
Breadcrumbs used to be bread, but now they're crumbs. They're just
Yeah,
crumbs of
there's-
what used to be bread.
A hum cannot be divided. There's a more elegant word. Atom. It's a Greek. It's Greek.
Atom, of course.
Atom. That's the original Greek form. It means indivisible or something like that. I don't know. But I believe that bread, as a pure form of bread, could be divided into infinite chunks because you are not adding anything to it. You are, in fact, not even reducing anything. You are maintaining the purity of its form. So breadcrumbs, on a technical level, those are just tiny slices of bread. You're just slicing even further.
I'm just going to throw out there that I think a key part of bread is, and this is confusing, but it's called the crumb of the bread, which is essentially the air bubbles inside of it. The thing that makes bread bread and not just a chunk of wheat that's cooked into a brick and is completely inedible is the air inside of it. So you develop the gluten, which creates air pockets, and when you bake the bread, the air pockets are the thing that make the bread bread. If you took the exact same stuff, if you took wheat flour, water, leaveners, whatever, but you didn't allow it to leaven, you didn't knead it, you didn't do all this stuff where you let it rise and you let it develop the gases, and there were no air bubbles, you would bake a rock. You would have a wheat flour brick of inedibly hard, completely insufferably disgusting crap. It would be a chunk of inedible nonsense. The thing that makes bread bread, aside from the actual ingredients of it, is the air. So at some point, if you're cutting and cutting and cutting bread, if you've reached a point where you've essentially cut out all of the air pockets and it's in the form of a crumb, where it's just the little crunchy crumbly parts, it's not bread anymore. You've lost that thing that makes bread bread.
I'd say that you couldn't possibly divide it any smaller than the air particles themselves. So the piece of bread that doesn't have an air pocket inside of it is merely 1/2 of its true partner crumb that could be anywhere in the world. It's like entangled particles. They're entangled bread.
They're entangled bread, but that doesn't mean that they are bread in the state that they're in. They still would need to be one whole in order to classify that as bread.
But they have bread potential. So it's like, gravity has potential energy
Look.
as potential bread.
If we're talking theoretical physics, then yes, those two entangled breadcrumbs have some sort of theoretically physically definable state where they have the constant potential of being bread. But it's like Schrodinger's cat, or it's like observing a wave of light or whatever.
Markiplier's bread equals Schrodinger's cat.
When you observe it at a specific point in time, as opposed to as a theoretical construct, it's not actually bread because you're observing it at that specific moment, and it is in a specific observable state. The observable state is a crumb, not bread, even if the theoretical state is always bread, potentially.
That is, I was going to argue further, but that is a sound argument, and I yield this round to Bob.
All right.
Except you forgot about the entire category of unleavened bread, you heathen!
They still have air in them. Unleavened breads are still defined.
Everything has air in it.
No, they're still defined by the bubbles. You know how you get little brown spots? You know how you get little brown spots on pita bread and on naan bread? You know what those little brown spots are? Air bubbles. Because it expands inside the dough and it makes a spot that touches the griddle more directly and browns off. The air bubble defines what the flatbreads are.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. When a fish goes bloop bloop in the ocean, is it baking bread in front of its mouth? I think not. Just because something has air bubbles in it does not make it bread.
You know nothing about what fish in the ocean do. I challenge you to say definitively that there's not bread in those bubbles.
I say definitively that there is not bread in those bubbles because my argument. Wait.
Think
think about it, fish are not burping bread. I'm willing to stake my entire reputation.
I think that's a feeling, not a fact, Mark. I think that's a feeling.
I just want to point out to the viewers, Mark's entire reputation lies on the fact fish are not burping bread.
They're not.
Everything he's built in the last 10 or so years come down to this. Are fish burping his bread?
I think not.
I mean, we need that little submarine they took down to the Titanic so we can do some research, I think, on this. But
Let's go explore burping fish.
I think you're reaching. I don't think you have any evidentiary underpinning to say that that's a fact. I think that's just how you feel about it.
I think that the ocean is full of mysteries and we should destroy it. I think we can all agree on that.
We should just fill it in with concrete. Who needs an ocean? It mixes itself. You just dump the powder in there.
Is concrete bread?
Concrete is like bread for stone giants.
Oh,
because
my
clearly stone giants don't eat food, they consume other stones.
I thought bread necessitated wheat. I thought that was the common ground of which we were all
You can have
basing this
bread
upon.
made out of corn flour, rice flour. Wheat specifically is not a thing that you need to have a bread.
Well, if we're willing to yield, and I am, and don't get me wrong, I am, if we're willing to yield that other substances can be baked into bread, that would open up that would open up Pandora's bread box of possibilities, and I don't think we as a species are ready for that kind of circumstance.
I think we as a species are already exploring that. I have a TikTok that is pertinent to this exact point in the back of my mind. There is a gentleman on TikTok who makes English foods and other kinds of foods specifically. Have you know the English commonly eaten meal of beans on toast, right? It's just like canned baked beans, and then you make it to a piece of toast, you put the beans on. He made cheese on toast, wherein he took canned beans, reduced them to a paste, made a loaf of bread with the canned beans as the primary ingredient in place of flour. And I'm not going to say that it looked like a normal slice of bread, but it was toast. As in bean bread toast. It was absolutely.
I don't know where the cheen came from.
He took bread and like turned it into breadcrumbs, and then like cooked it.
That's how bread's made.
With like some other stuff so that it became like a baked beans made with like breadcrumb sort of thing. He made cheens and toast. And it's hard to pronounce that correctly because it is toast. I guess it's teens in Boast? Teens? I don't know. It's hard to say it, but you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand anything that you're saying.
He made bread into baked beans, and he made baked beans into bread, and you can make bread with anything you want. We're already there as a species.
The only thing that I got from your argument was breadcrumbs. And that just further solidifies my point, because if you're willing to say that beans can be made into toast, then the expression, I've got a bun in the oven, holds water, and that means humans are bread. Ready for that.
So we're getting into breeding bread. So to breed bread, you need breadcrumbs.
If you can breed bread with breadcrumbs, then you are unleashing a nightmare scenario for the future of humanity. Breadmanity.
What if you get toasted and you accidentally breed bread?
If you accidentally breed bread?
Yeah, what if you get toasted? Like you're real toasted. And you accidentally breed bread with breadcrumbs.
Bob, are you understanding what this man's saying?
And is a baby in the womb a cannoli?
No! How do you not understand cannolis at this point?
The uterus is the cannoli, obviously.
Yes, obviously!
Or, if anything, the human around the baby is the cannoli shell, but I would say maybe the uterus more specifically. It's really not an important semantic argument, but the baby is the filling, and everyone knows that.
A baby has air in it, a baby gets bigger. Does that make a baby bread?
A baby doesn't necessarily have air in it. A baby has oxygen in it, but oxygen, it's like, where do you draw the line of air?
I don't know how nutrients are presented into a baby, but I imagine if they're digesting anything, they might be producing something.
Alright, okay, we gotta back up to the whole placenta, how it works. Okay, so between the baby and...
No, wait, I think we covered that previously. I think we
let's cover more.
No, it's the
Is
important
the
to know...
placenta a bread?
Well, you can eat it. I wonder how people prepare for this.
Just because you can eat it does not make it bread!
Is it a cannoli?
No, I'm going back to our original thing where if you're eating a sandwich and you tell me that you are eating bread and I have a gun, guess what's gonna happen? It's not my fault!
You're gonna steal my bread?
Not my fault, it's not bread! It's a sandwich!
Are you threatening to shoot my sandwich or me or my bread?
Oh, you'll get to have to find out if you lie. Anyway, just because you can eat something does not make it bread. Just because you can roll something does not make it a cannoli. Just because you can breed something does not make it bread. And just because you have a baby does not mean that it is tapping into your blood supply directly, because there is a blood barrier between the placenta and the mother's uterus that provides through diffusion the nutrients necessary to sustain the baby.
Do babies have to have oxygenated blood when they're still in the womb?
Yes.
Or is that air? Is oxygenated blood synthetically oxygen still technically air at that point?
Babies actually breathe liquid in their lungs when they're in the womb.
But is there any source of air in them?
I mean,
it's
on a
okay.
very small scale, then yeah, oxygen would be dissolved in blood.
So they could be bred.
There's a gaseous solution dissolved in the blood that they're being oxygenated. That does not necessarily mean, because it's turning into a soup. They have oxygen soup. That is not air, because soup is
They're
liquid.
bread soup.
Babies are mostly soup. It's a bread bowl.
It's a bread bowl of cannoli.
Oh no! Oh god!
Oh no.
Everyone listening to this point has lost all of their hair, all of their patience, and they're stood their mouth agape drooling, wondering, why did I tune in this Our ultimate conclusion here is babies are a bread bowl.
Babies are soup in a bread bowl, but they're mostly soup. That's definitely where I thought this episode was gonna go. Yeah.
I think we can all conclude that that is what it is.
Actually, the only thing on my list that we didn't cover, well, I added, was Bob mentioned get that bread as in bread is money, which I hadn't thought of. But the only thing we didn't cover was the I Am Bread video game. We went over quite an extensive list of bread-related topics.
I like that. That's a good video game.
Yeah, I wish I was less angry.
Wish you were less angry during this. We were skimming today. You're so passionate about your cannolis.
There are simple rules in life, and if you obey them, you don't get hurt.
See, that's threatening. That feels threatening.
No, it's called laws.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna question it.
Tabulating the points, going along. At the end here, right now, I have Mark at 8 points, Bob at 9 points. However, I have some bonus points to award.
This is some Mario Party shit right here.
Mark, I really enjoyed bread potential when you spouted bread potential off. And I'm going to award you 2 points for bread potential.
What about a roly-poly is not a cannoli? I thought that was really good when that came out.
I calculated some of them already, but I left a couple for fun bonus things at the end.
Oh, okay.
But you know, Bob, since you said it, sure, I'll give Bob an extra point for that. So
You'll give Bob a point for my thing.
no, I gave you the point, Mark. I just can't speak.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's just what I expected. This
My lack of English speak is not going to go against you today.
Oh, thank you.
Maybe next time. Bob, you're currently at 9. However, breadcrumbs, gotta give you some points for breadcrumbs. I know it wasn't intentional, but that made it even better. I was going to award you 2 points, which gets you to 11, and that was going to be enough to beat Mark. However, now we're at a tie. I don't know how we handle ties on here. Next set, there's one more bonus point. Mark, I liked Pandora's Bread Box. Congratulations.
Yes!
Just enough. You win. Your passion, your vernacular creativity, and your knowledge of bread bowls and cannolis are unmatched. Bob nor I could compete or even be on your plane here today, despite Bob having all the facts and evidence behind him. I have to award you the final point.
Thank you. I
As
thought
we
he
wrap
had
this up and you win, does that make us a cannoli? Bob, loser speech?
I dominated the debate. I think I was more correct than Mark was on more things. I really feel like I shone through this whole episode. I did nothing but great stuff, and I think it's an absolute travesty that I'm not the winner. But I'm not the host, so I don't get to decide that. So I'm just going to be quietly angry at you for the rest of my life.
That's fair. Yeah, not every little breadcrumb sperm makes it to the bread bowl. Even though you might be the best one, today you weren't the fastest one. Or something. I don't know, make it work in your brains. Mark, you have a winner's speech.
Okay, as king of bread in every form, that gives me authority to rule over all of you in all decisions bread. If you're eating a sandwich on the street and you dare utter the words, I'm eating bread and or cannoli, and I'm going to quiz you on the definition of cannoli randomly on the streets. We'll have roving gangs of bread police that are going to be just getting in those bread boxes of yours, and if you don't have the right answers, the right things in there, you're not going to like the way this cookie crumbles.
Okay.
The cookie bread?
What about shortbread cookies?
Are you to my left, Wade?
No, that's me. He's below you. I'm on.
Don't go down there. Who's got bread? Who's got to go?
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Believe it or not, there was no game afoot despite them never trusting me, and that made it even better. I hope you enjoyed learning anything and everything there was to know about bread. Thank you. If you haven't already, go follow us. You can follow Markiplier, Bob at Meister. I'm Wade, Minion777, or Lord Minion777. We have merch for this podcast at store.distractablepodcast.com. Stay tuned for the next one where Mark will be hosting, and who knows what will be afoot. Until then, podcast out.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. Join me in a huzzah for the Gents' first bonus episode. Huzzah! This week, Mark reveals the dire challenges of the Redwood Rangers. 10 Fingers Bob bounds into burrows and tortures beautiful wood. Wade admits his dad is made of herpes and insists all carpenters are chewing their faces off. From meth addicts to mortality from tree attacks. Yes, it's time for The Burns. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
March 31st, 2023.
Did we ever air the video episode thing of us talking about the thieves in the redwoods?
It was a live, and I believe those are all unavailable.
Oh, didn't we record it at the same time?
Yes, we did.
Isn't it here on this software that we're using? Somewhere?
Good luck finding it, Will. It's called Distractable Live from months ago. Oh, that bit about the knots in the redwoods was good, Mark.
Yes.
Good stuff.
What?
Yes, I was transitioning back from it.
Yes,
Yeah, we went to the video.
If Will
We'll
found
cut
that.
away to that, and then we brought it back and really landed it back in now.
Actually, I think that
I
was
don't
like a
remember this
30-minute
bit.
bit, so I don't know. I don't know if that could be put
Is that there?
Yes!
No, it was like half of an entire live that we did.
The Burls!
The Burls.
The Burls!
Isn't that in the Distractable Go Discord? Aren't we called the Burls?
Yeah,
Isn't
we
that
are.
our role?
It was such
That's
a
why
big,
that is.
influential thing, and I'm like, if that just got fit in there and Will found it, you just had half your episode taken care of, Bob. You don't need to.
I don't even need to be here. Done. Thank you so much for watching.
I have zero recollection of any of this.
You really don't remember the whole bit about the meth addicts and
No.
stealing the pearls and going to rob a house because you thought they had pearls. It was a whole thing we went down. Well, they just watched it. They know.
Yeah, the people
okay,
definitely
right,
saw it.
This sounds like something I wasn't even present for.
You were there!
You were on video. There's proof that it was you.
Was this at the couch at the place?
No, it was not in
No!
person. It was a live we did from our homes on this platform right here. We're excited.
Oh, that's great.
July 19th, 2022.
The strange underground economy of tree poaching.
Here, those are hard to catch.
Yes.
Dude, I bury my wood sometimes too.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be here till they replace me, right?
So people have been poaching trees. On the morning of March 27, 2018, rangers from Redwood National and State Parks put on their bulletproof vests and jumped into their cars. Their destination wasn't far, a house in the small town of Oric, California. the same town as the park headquarters where the Rangers are based. Pulling up to the house, they grabbed their AR-15s, guns in hand, they pounded on the door, shouting they had a search warrant. One of the residents opened the door. The Rangers began searching the premises. Two of them rounded the property and went into the backyard where there was a shed, holding their semi-automatic rifles up, ready to shoot. They entered the shed and found their suspect, Derek Hughes, who said, quote, "If you shoot me, you're going to have all hell to pay."
Whoa. What does Derek know?
He knows where the wood be.
The hand doesn't know where the wood be.
He buried his wood too, Wade.
I know. Maybe you're part
shovels.
of this crime syndicate here. The park rangers handcuffed Hughes. Searching the premises, they found brass knuckles, a handgun, a camera they suspected was stolen from the park, a plastic bag with traces of methamphetamine, and 4 meth pipes. But the rangers weren't there for any of that. They continued searching for what they were really looking for, and scattered along a fence, under a tarp, and in a woodworking shop, they found chunks of illegally poached. So, what has been happening is people have been poaching pieces of redwood, which I believe the entire forest, Redwood National Forest, is all protected. All of those trees are protected. So stealing any of it is extremely bad, such to the point that park rangers will pull up with rifles ready to shoot you because of that. I don't know why the quote is, "If you shoot me, you're going to have all hell to pay," because that's quite a statement.
I feel like that's
when-
got a lot of stuff behind it. That's
The entire forest will be after you.
Yeah, that
Redwoods
it
do
is-
travel in packs.
Gotta give me like Ents from Lord of the Rings come out with redwoods.
This isn't just any tree we're holding. It's the tree ambassador's daughter.
You all tried to protect us, but if we don't poach the weak, the redwoods overall are weakened.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to read more into it. Apparently, they are after a specific part of the tree called the burl.
Anus.
Burl-anus.
So, Bourgeois describes burls as big, gnarly bumps, the trees that are covered in bark, and they form after the tree has experienced a bit of distress. Bourgeois says sometimes that means a fungal infection or a lightning strike, or maybe they survived a fire, and the burl is a tree directing all of its resources into healing that area, and in doing so, it creates a burl that holds a lot of genetic information.
My
and
desk is
often-
made out of redwood herpes.
Go on, Mark.
And often new trees will sprout from the burl because it contains a lot of genetic material. But burls may be important to healthy trees, but they're also financially valuable, sometimes fetching thousands of dollars for a slab. Because they produce this really lovely piece of grained wood that's very easy to carve because it's smooth. You don't get blemishes or knots. People turn them into tables, sculptures, and statues that have been used in luxury goods made abroad, like in the consoles of cars.
Wow.
So all of this, all the guns, all the meth, all of the drama is for
Is the meth
tables.
part of it?
I think the meth might
You gotta
be part
do
of
meth to get into this industry.
Easier to sand a table if you're on meth.
it. Everyone knows.
I guess,
Everyone knows.
If you're gonna work in woodworking, you better be high as shit before you operate those machines.
All woodworkers are on meth. We're
Not
getting
to
to
make
the
any
bottom of
bold
the
claims,
soup here.
You heard it here first. That Distractable Live.
If you touch it a wood, you touch it a drug.
You want to make it a table? You better suck it a crystal. I'm trying to channel Wade here. You got me beat on the one.
Good luck.
This like quote unquote Italian mobster that's like the gang boss trying to give a lesson on how to steal
Me. The mob's the boss. Got a very particular
Think
set
you
of
can
skills.
climb a tree without meth? I tell you what's what.
Is that two pipes, Johnny?
You call me Ten Fingers Bob. Robert's not a very good mobster name. Bob probably only okay, but at least it's shorter.
Oh, anyway, so they have been dealing with this rising in crime for the last 15 years. Back then, in the beginning, it was just theft of dead logs, like redwood logs, that they would poach and just drag out of the forest. It was basically just like lying there. Still not okay. And they weren't chopping down live trees. But now, it's like a hit-and-run operation where they spot the burros. They see burros, and they go for it with chainsaws and axes, and they get the burros out, and then they pile them on a truck, and then whoosh, they're out. For a couple thousand per burro, like, I can definitely see how people would be incentivized. If people are stealing catalytic converters, and they're stealing pipes out of houses, like, a piece of a tree probably seems like, oh, that would be less serious. Nope, park rangers, bulletproof vests, AR-15s, rolling up to your house, taking all your meth. You ain't gonna have no meth, you ain't gonna have no burros.
I feel like, I don't know if there is, but I feel like there should be downstream consequences for this situation. But you go to like a boutique woodworking shop, and there's a brand new redwood coffee table sitting there. Park ranger walks in and is like, "Hey, is that redwood? Oh, well, are you a cop? You have to. You can't lie."
That depends.
Like,
Are
yeah.
you a cop?
Like, where I know that there are ways that a person can still get redwood for that purpose that are like legal. Like if it's salvaged from a building, if it's already chopped down and used, you can like salvage it or whatever. But this whole thing over thousands of dollars is not nothing, but this is a whole cottage industry of weird. Who needs a table that bad? And how? I don't know. It's just weird to me.
It is very strange. What it all
Once you
amounts
go
to.
redwood, it's a very addictive wood. It's hard to go with any other one after
The
that.
real driver here is the woodworkers. Once they touch the redwood, once they've worked with the
They
burl,
refuse to work with the other
they
type.
just can't stand any other wood in their hands.
Yeah, that's where the addiction starts. Meth's the only thing that can cut the edge of
That
that.
gets them from burl to burl. You ever come across a woodworker who looks really haggard and out of it? It's been too long since he's burled.
That's one of the ways the park rangers are able to detect this, is they come in with photographs of the trees, and if the guys start like itching their necks when they see the burl, they know.
They actually have a little glass vial of a sample of burl, and they walk up and pop it open, and they're like, "Huh? Does it do anything for you? Huh? You little
Start
burl head?"
sweating. I'm as a not knowing what you want.
I mean, people will always, I guess, if it's especially because it's off limits, there's always going to be guys who are like, "God, I want that. I want a rhinoceros horn on my wall. I don't know why. I just need it."
You see the mounted rhinoceros, and there's just part of a tree on a plaque.
Yeah, there's just a big burl, untouched, just sawed off of a tree and hung on the wall.
I got
But
that
people,
one back in '74.
people always do that shit, but that, I mean, it's wood. Redwoods are cool. Have you guys been to like the redwood forest or like near woods in the bay or anything?
I saw a picture.
Beautiful. It's
That's
crazy.
about it.
They're huge. But
Can't you just get a redwood seed and then just grow your own tree?
yeah,
your own burl?
they sell little saplings.
Bunches.
Actually, at our house, we have 2 redwoods in the backyard and one in the front yard that are like,
You have any burls?
not yet, but I'm gonna start torturing the shit out of those trees. Make some goddamn burls. Go out there with a car battery. Like, come on,
Talk to me!
Daddy needs his burl. But yeah, like this is just a weird one. I will say though, there's a little history. I've been to Muir Woods a couple times in the Bay Area, and I can't imagine. I know at like in the 19th century, and in the beginning of the country, everyone was looking for anything where it's like, oh well, we need resources, we need digs, we're just trying to survive. But people got out here, and there were redwoods that are like 30 feet across. Like it's a tree that's the size, the length of a truck, and hundreds of feet tall. And like you look at that huge fucking tree, and gotta destroy that. That's got to become like a dozen houses. And sure, you need the wood. I get that, but how could you destroy something that's so fucking incredible and like awe-inspiring? And you look at it and you're like, how did this grow? It's a plant. And it's, you know, it's like one of the bigger organisms on the whole planet. These big ass trees that are insane. But it's, you know, it's a different time. I
It's
would
because
have
you go
looked
over
at
to
it.
your buddy and you're just like, I wonder what kind of sound that makes when it hits the ground. If a tree falls and there's no poachers in the forest, does it really make us money?
You go over to your buddy and you're like, hey, I saw that raccoon we were chasing. He's up that one. We gotta take him down. And then you just attack the whole tree.
One pipe. What they found out was the best way to get the other trees burrowing was to cut down one in the middle and make them all watch.
This one's the mom. They're all gonna roll out of grief if we kill this one. Well, what's crazy too is they didn't have like power tools, right? So there are pictures of dudes with the world's longest saws standing on top of red. It was just like 30 guys axing and sawing at the base of a tree that was bigger than a whale, and eventually it fell over. It's kind of impressive, I guess, but also maybe cut down some. You could have cut down like 100 normal-sized trees in the time it must have taken to cut down the one largest tree you could find in the
How do you
forest.
move a downed redwood? Are they only taking the burls, or are they taking the whole
No,
tree?
you mill it there, right? It falls over in place, and then you basically cut chunks off and take those away. You can't. It's not like floating a log down a river.
Are they putting them in trucks, or do they have like helicopters with like those big
I
necks
think they
that moves
use, like,
Tyrannosaurus in?
Donkeys.
Or just manpower?
It's not a joke. I think they use like pack animals to like drag them out, or humans to just like carry them out. Like a lot of people or animals.
Yeah. I was looking up like how many people die from getting hit by a falling redwood, because I imagine it had to happen. And
Probably
it
all of
has,
them.
and
Well, if you just put your hands up
happens-
and catch it, it won't kill you.
Alright, wait, you try that. You try that.
So everyone does that in movies. It saves you. that'll stop it. You break the fall with your arms.
It will run directly away from it as fast as you can.
Straight
You'll make it.
line.
Just
In a
make sure you
straight
stay
line.
in the shadow of it as you're running.
How many people died, Mark?
So 21 people a year die in the Redwood National Forest. Only 6 of those are from car crashes. So the rest of those are either from animal attacks or tree attacks. I'm gonna guess.
Attacks.
What?
People attacks.
No, that doesn't. Why would that happen?
There's got to be like Redwood Ronnie that lives out there, just like, are you a poacher?
Redwood Ronnie, the menace.
Are you coming from my, what are they called, bumples? Like, what are they called?
We've said it so many times.
I know, and I already forgot.
Burl. You burling, man? You burling?
You get away from my bumples. Ronnie, they're called burls. I call them bumples. Who's Redwood Ronnie? Me, baby.
Who's Redwood Ronnie and who's Honey?
Which one of us lives out here? That's how he points.
Yeah. Anyway, so the last fatality from a falling redwood that I can see was in 2019. So they died while walking on a marked dirt trail, so it was a normal trail, in the park north of San Francisco, famous for its towering trees, according to the Marin County Coroner's Office. I don't know what would be left if you got hit by a redwood. I feel like that is the most obliteration you could probably experience.
Yeah, I mean, it really. I will say, a lot of the oldest growth ones were cut down, but there are still a lot of big ones. But there are also a lot of redwoods that are range from 6 inches to maybe a couple feet that aren't like insanely huge yet. So it depends, because I feel like if a foot wide one hit you, it would sort of just
Oh, it doesn't take
turn
much.
your middle 60% into some human jam.
When,
But if like a whole big ass one, you return to the earth.
we had an ice storm, probably sometime during high school. There was a big ice storm that we had, like during spring break one year. And I know there was a person outside in their yard, and just like a normal tree, because of the weight of the ice, it broke off a branch when they were outside, and the branch landed on them and killed them. And that was just like a normal tree. Redwood, I imagine, like it would take a lot less.
Yeah, one branch from a redwood's like a tree itself. So
I think it's more like the height that it probably falls from, because of the acceleration hitting you more so than. Yeah, it doesn't take much.
So the
It would
ultimate.
obliterate you, maybe.
just a
The
kill you
ultimate
easy.
pile driver would be like a 300-foot redwood, and you're standing exactly where the tip would hit. And so you angle yourself, like you use your trigonometry to be able to know the triangle distance, and then you wait for it, and you find the right spot, and that would have maximum acceleration to really like slam you into the dirt.
It would
And then
it
you
would
stand
have
as straight as possible.
it would have less mass that far up because it'd be so skinny, but it'd be like a whip. Those things are bendy. You ever stand?
I
If you're ever
wonder-
in a redwood forest and stand under them, the tops move back and forth so much, like tens of feet. So that thing on the way down would just be like, "Whooshah!" like crazy whipping, acceleration.
Mathematicians in chat, calculate on average which part of the redwood would obliterate you the most to fall on you.
That'd be great.
Do
Can we
so-
get
where
like
should
a
we stand?
graph, a force graph?
Yeah.
Trigonometry.
It's gotta be like,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be a point where too far is less force, but there's a sweet spot somewhere there.
Hey,
Or a
wait.
golden ratio. Also.
I don't know if this is for you guys, but part of my motivation for wanting to win at podcast is I'm not gonna drop a name, but when we were getting it organized before we had launched, the company Wood Elf or Cupid, someone who was working helping us get it set up, was reaching out to other podcast people and was like, "Hey, would you want to collab or be a guest or whatever?" And one in particular we got feedback on. It was a very successful podcast. The host, they presented us to the host, and this person was like, fuck no way, no, I don't want to be involved. And so I'm not gonna say your name, but to you in particular, who I know who you are, fuck you, and also
your dreams.
your dreams and your nightmares. Yes.
Yeah, it was literally. I think the quote was. I think I was named in the quote because Empire, the YouTuber. No fucking way.
Yeah.
And so this is why we are to all the people. Fuck your dreams, fucking nightmares.
We're coming for you.
We're gonna take your barrels. I'm gonna have a burl table in every room after this. When we win at podcasts, we can have so many burls.
We're the lightning that's going to strike your content and make you burl up. The coaches are coming.
Oh, you mad, bro? You burling? Burling, bro? Come down.
I got burls all over my penis. I don't know what happened.
It's looking a little burly.
You said there was no static electricity.
Anyways, so I think this would we could probably bring this session to a close.
Yeah, get out of here. Big podcast out.
Alright, bye.
See you next week.
See you next week.
Probably. Okay, I'm clicking it. Let's see what happens.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, it's a boat and lotion lover's paradise. Barbar suggests to reveal their inconsistencies to the world. Mark dislikes the many booted amongst the insect kingdom, and admits he gives out advice he can never take. Carnivorous Wade, most beloved on Reddit, is both the smartest and dumbest contestant again. From war-torn Portugal to endless bullshitting. Yes, it's time for hypocrisy. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the sun.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host, Wade. Why? Because Bob can't win. Welcome to the show where one of us hosts, the other two compete for points. Whoever has the most at the end wins, usually. That's what the host says happens. We talk about whatever we want. As always, I'm joined by my co-hosts, Mark and Bob. Hi guys.
Thanks for reminding me I can't win. Appreciate that.
Well, here to make sure things stay fair.
Is this small talk time? It wasn't really prefaced or anything.
I just wanted the room to sit on that for a minute. But, yeah, we can small talk if you
It's a habit that we've developed for about 2 years now. I feel like it's good. Actually, longer if you think about it. But we don't have to if you don't want to hear. I don't have to talk about anything.
Well, we should probably let the host decide. That's it. I'll let the host today. The host today is Bob. You see, Mark, You stepped away last episode. And Bob and I had another handshake deal. To end his sad, miserable losing streak, I would pass my hosting duties and my win to him, and because you refused at the end of last episode, as is your right as host, I am doing it at the start of this episode, as is my right as host.
So what you've done is you've passed off all responsibility to come up with a topic for the episode, and not only have you given Bob no time to come up with a topic, you have sprung it on him mid-recording.
No, listen. He texted me
How long ago?
9 minutes ago while we were
Right.
talking before I hit record and was like, hey, do you have an episode? And I thought about it for a second and I responded and I was like, well, do I need to have an idea or are you giving me the host and an idea? And he was like, no, you host it. Just do your own episode.
Yes.
And I thought to myself, oh no, I should come up with an episode idea. And then I thought, no, that's the bit, isn't it? Wade is bringing this on me with no warning and with no time to prepare and no preparations whatsoever. I have nothing. I'm not prepared for this.
To be fair, you should have been, because I literally agreed with you last episode that I would give you this host.
I didn't remember that, and I thought you'd save
Okay.
it for more than a week or whatever. It was last episode.
No.
It's been okay.
I slept soundly last night. I was like, tomorrow we're recording Distractable. I'm hosting for all of 30 seconds, and then it's Bob's.
So you knew this last night and could have texted me then.
Yes.
And been like, hey, just a heads up. Because I went to bed last night, well, I didn't sleep that much, but I went to bed, I sat in a chair with the baby asleep on my chest thinking, I've got some ideas, but I won't have to host first, so I'll have time to think about them.
Exactly. But you know who doesn't have this problem? Mark.
Yeah, no, I'm free and clear. I still get to do the exact same thing I came here to do, which is nothing.
Well, here's the hosting crown.
Bob?
I'm not taking that. Viewer listeners may be surprised to know, given the quality and content of some of the previous episodes of this podcast, apparently there is actually some amount of planning and forethought before we just hit record. But today, I have one word, and we're going to get to that word, and that's going to be my topic for the episode. It's going to be a very old school, distractible episode. But I, as host, do want to do small talk. So I would love to know, Mark, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very tired, but I'm back home. Been settling in for about a week, getting into the edit of, Iron Lung, which can be talked about now, so
Not secretly.
very nice.
It does feel like a bad word every time I almost say it, or I do say it, like, yeah, you know that.
Yeah. But it's been weird being back. It's weird to go from immediately filming every day to suddenly having that obligation, and it's weird how suddenly when there's no external pressure, you get really lazy.
You say that, but I find that hard to do. When you're in the midst of like working on editing, you working on space, when you're working on a keyboard player, you work like you're business. And I'm sure that you're like recovering still, but I imagine when you really get into the meat of working on this, you're going to be working obsessively, working on the six every day.
Like a rabid wolf tearing at a rabbit.
But I haven't been able to turn that rabbit because I have to be patient. There's a lot of file management and transferring that has to occur. And I've got to with footage not perfect, but it's a very large amount of footage, more than I've ever dealt with before. These files are just massive.
Look, all you gotta do is copy it from the SD card to an external hard drive, open up HMI movie, and start working. Calm down.
After having it delivered in a big safe by two guys with aviators and an earpiece that fly it in on a helicopter.
I mean, that's actually not a joke. When I get these transferred, because I need to send a copy to my just to help for organization purposes, because I'm doing the edit, but it's like I'm not good at doing handoffs for VFX production purposes because my organizational system is terrible. So everyone on my team needs a copy of the raw files, but I don't trust shipping them, so I'm going to have Evan fly to them.
You're gonna handcuff the briefcase to him?
Really, yeah, and because Lucian's in Portugal, I'm gonna say, Evan, you fly to Portugal for a few days. Just make sure you drop off that hard drive
I'm
first.
sure that Evan is so sick of us at this point that he does not watch, listen to this podcast. I hope someone just like gets that clip and tweets it at him or something, and he opens it and he's like, "Hey,
Dude, can't wait to go to the NBA Finals next week. What am I doing?
yeah, I do remember having
yeah.
that conversation. That's so crazy. A podcast just told me I'm going to Portugal.
My very own wedding is today, and hold on, Mark's calling? I'm going where? Right now?
Wait, why do you act like Portugal's some war-torn apocalypse land? It's a
large.
lovely place with beautiful
There's nothing
vistas.
bad about Portugal, but it's not like driving over to the next neighborhood.
You just have to get into a SpaceX crew capsule, launch on the Falcon 9 into suborbit, and then do a gravitational boost to make. It's a faraway planet, Portugal. You gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll never see his family or soon-to-be wife again for this mysterious wedding that he is going to miss.
Yeah. A lot of undiscovered species in Portugal.
The NBA Finals, the Never Be Alone Again Finals, also known as a wedding.
Those will probably, I don't know when those are happening. I think they usually end in,
The playoffs are happening right now. I know that because they happen at the same time as hockey.
well, I know for a fact Evan was going to the game that he'll have to now cancel. And Evan,
Well, I'm glad we got small talk about Mark and Evan's lives, and I guess we can talk about what's going on with you, what's new, what feels good, and how does it smell.
I like sleep. I like that tax season's over with. I don't know, it's nice that summer's back, dude. You know what's great about summer? Water and boats. And I don't get boats. I would like boats. Do you think I like boats? I do like boats. And I want the boat, but I don't have a boat.
When was the last time you went on a boat?
A while. 5 years.
I mean, it's not like that long, but also, what kind of boat was it? You say, was it when we crossed the English Channel from wherever to wherever else?
Technically, that boat might have been more recent. I don't remember exactly when it was, but then my family had property down in Kentucky and down in Lake Hugo. And my grandpa had pontoon wheels. It's still in the family, kind of a property no one lives on now. So we'll just go down there and use it from time to time. But just timing-wise, our busiest time for like the tours and when I get married and everything else, summer always seems to be the busiest time of year for projects and things. So I never have time to go down there and just.
You just talk so much about boats. I'm just surprised to be able to get there. You went on a vacation in the last month to the ocean. I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, you can get boats on the ocean. You didn't boat at all. You made no effort. I just think it's really
No, I
weird.
blew my load on the Airbnb, so no money left for the boat.
You just talk so much about boats, but I guess I just
I
don't
would love.
believe you.
I've never been on an ocean boat.
I think you're a boat poser.
I'm not a poser.
I mean, it seems like you're bold if you aren't boating on a regular basis. What are you doing?
Talk about boats like you own a boat. You didn't even try to own a boat.
I've never thought about trying to own a boat because boat place I like too far from often boat.
Until it's lying if he talks like that.
You know, if you actually liked boats, you'd make time for boats, but you just don't.
If you really like boats, you could live somewhere where you could boat. But instead you live in Cincinnati. You're constantly telling us that we should move to Cincinnati.
There's water in Cincinnati.
But there's no
prefer
boats on that water, is there?
I think there are boats on the Ohio River. I'm pretty sure.
Where's your boating, Wade? How are you going to tell us to move to a place bereft of boats?
I don't have to tell you all to move to that place because whenever we did the wheel episode, that episode made you guys come back. That Mark spun the wheel. It was out of my hands.
I don't know. That wheel started changing at random times, and I don't even know if any of it was valid.
Yeah, no, we talk about fairness a lot on this podcast, but I have to say I don't think that was fair.
Oh, it was. I made the wheel, and I was the host, therefore I know it was fair.
But I'm the host now, and as far as I know, you've relinquished your right to host for eternity for me, and you will never be a host again until I allow it.
That's fair. But past host is like locked in, tough to break into material I can't think of name of, so therefore safe from new host alteration.
I don't know what's going on with you and your brain right now.
Tough to break into material. Well, he's got me there. He's got me there. All right. What an awkward small talk, and somehow it ended with me being the host. Hooray for us! So I said at the beginning of my hosting thing here that I have that word, and that's my entire concept. I have nothing planned for this. We're just going to talk about this word because I think it'll be good. Are you ready, kids?
Maybe.
We're looking for aye, Captain. But you take it.
Hey, Captain!
Today's topic, I almost said host, today's host is me. Today's topic is hypocrisy.
Aye, aye, Captain!
No, that's over. Alright, hypocrisy. Look, what made me think of this,
Do I feel targeted?
Wade, thinking that he was doing something funny and clever and also doing me a favor by relieving me of my losing streak, which I don't even know if that counts. I guess it counts. So you gave me your win, so you lose a win.
It's a
and I
pity
gave you
win, yeah. There's an asterisk by it.
Okay, well, it was very hypocritical of you because what you actually handed me was a big pile of responsibility and hosting duties.
Come on, man.
And I feel like hypocrisy is kind of a part of, our brand is comedy.
Who I am.
Well, I'm gonna say it's only you. I think all three of us do our fair share.
Well, you might as well just paint the picture. It's been me, hypocrisy the whole time.
All right, Wade's a big stinking hypocrite. This episode is just a judgment on Wade. Let's use this as a platform to attack Wade openly and repeatedly. But I think hypocrisy is an interesting thing. I think life is filled with hypocrisies, and they range in size and seriousness from, Wade, you said this, picking on you. You would never harm a living creature. You would not hunt and kill your own food, but you do eat meat. You enjoy meat very much.
Love it. Couldn't live without it.
So you love animals enough to not hurt them, but not enough to not eat them. Stuff like that. Like, life is filled with stuff like that. Do we, collectively, and each of us individually, have any hypocrisies that we live with that you feel like come up a lot, or that you find, I don't know, funny, concerning? I think a big one for me is also, I'm in the same boat as you, Wade. I'm really not a hunter. If I had to survive, I would struggle to, kill something and then clean it and eat it.
I feel guilt killing bugs.
Well, it depends on the bug, right? There's some bugs that deserve a horrible burning death.
Which ones are those, Mark?
Anything with more than 20 legs, I feel automatically deserves horrifying death.
So what did a centipede ever do to you?
House centipedes kill other bugs. They have a lot of
Would
legs, and they are not unless they get real big, they can't hurt humans, and they kill other bugs.
And they keep the bug shoe companies in business.
They don't wear shoes, man. They don't wear shoes, and that's just a capitalistic thought process. You need to get that out of your gourd. I'm talking about silverfish. Nope, none of them. There's various other centipedes that there's all kinds. Millipedes, if it's got under 1,000 but over 20 legs, it deserves that. Millipedes are okay. They're cute. They're cute.
I feel like you're targeting a very specific bug. You're like, if you got more than 20 legs, but less than the ones I like, if you are a silverfish, you deserve death.
Is my specificity a problem in my hypocrisy? I'm trying to give a very good example, and you're like, your example's too distinct, too clarified. I can imagine what you're talking about so well. How dare you?
I feel like you're just being mean to bugs with lots of legs, but not too many legs.
Well, I was going off of what Wade was saying about he feels bad about getting bugs, but I was saying some bugs deserve death.
You're gonna say that all centipedes are sociopaths who deserve to die because they're bad at bugs.
Pretty much.
Not for any good reason, just that that they're not good.
They're not.
Even then, I'll kill a mosquito. If it's on me and biting me, that thing dies. But then it's like, I'm going to hell.
Is there a voice in the back of your head that's no.
And it's like a little apathetic dude who pops up on my shoulder. He's like, I'm a bad man.
Your conscience is just indifferent. Stoned all the time.
When you have a devil and an angel, you have one apathetic guy.
He's a right shoulder guy too.
Alright. Well, Mark, do you have any glaring hypocrisies that you live with on a daily basis? I don't know. How do you feel about this as a topic?
I'm sure I do.
You can pass if you want to.
There's many times when people ask me for advice and stuff, and I give advice that does work. For ADHD stuff, I'll give advice there's various things you do. The best first thing is obviously to wake up and not look at your phone. But goddamn it, what's the first thing I do when I wake up? As I look at my phone, I've tried to do the thing where you have your phone in a different room. then I get the nightmare scenario of like, what if someone needs to call me in the middle of the night and they're dying and they need my help? But that's also a problem because I always have night do not disturb on, and I make sure my phone's as silent as possible when they're ringing. So it's not like I would hear it anyway.
Classic phone FOMO.
Yeah, exactly. So there's hypocrisy there. I know it's like I should get up and meditation is the first thing you should do. You know, you should get up and work out. Do I do those things? Sometimes, not always. It's just like many hypocritical things. Where it's like I give advice and I tell myself the advice that I should do all the time, but I don't. So.
I should have thought this out by the way beforehand at time. I'm realizing something about this approach to this topic, and I want to change it. Thinking about your own hypocrisy is sad. Think about things that you don't like about yourself, things you wish you didn't do. What if we analyze each other's hypocrisies? And start with me. I am not throwing anyone else under the bus first. We could do this as an experiment. I know that there must be things that you could point out about which I am hypocritical, or which are hypocritical around. And like an inaccurate thing that people on the internet always refer to me as the nice one of our group somehow, even though I feel like I'm the least nice one most of the time and in many situations, but somehow I have a reputation. Come at me. Nothing is too low. I challenge you.
Oh no, okay, alright. Well, this just seems mean. Not that I have anything,
He's like, too mean.
Oh, so mean. Let me think here. It's difficult because you guys are both so honest with your flaws. Like, I can't call out too much as hypocritical. Wade, I would just say like you and your tech inhibition is self-admitted, and your refusal to change and adapt to new mediums and formats and stuff like that, you openly admit, and honestly you own and make it a part of your identity. So it's like, I can't even, that's not
Stop trying to hit me.
your flaws are too open. And Bob, it's the same way. You openly admit your issues as well, and you recently got diagnosed for ADHD, which is a step in the right direction, so you haven't even opened the door to hypocrisy yet.
I do hypocritical things. Alright, look, let me call my own self out there and see what you guys think about this. I constantly berate both of you in the context of this podcast and in other places about when you are clearly lying. We all lie to each other. Sometimes it's for a bit. Sometimes it's because we're trying to like win something. I always call that out, and I'm frequently belligerent about it, right? If someone says a lie, I will yell at you that you're lying and that you're a sack of shit and so on and so on. I think I lie as much or more as both of you combined. I constantly lie about assertions I make. I'll just say stuff out of my ass, and then just because I say it confidently, sometimes you guys don't even call me out. I'll just get away with it.
You've always been that member of our group. I don't know, even whenever I first started joining for Drunk Minecraft, there was something special about you. You were like the untouchable member of Drunk Minecraft. Mark and I could beat the shit out of each other verbally or in-game all the time, but like, my mindset was like, just don't piss off Bob. Get Bob, decide with you. It was never go after Bob. It was get Bob on your side. You were the one like, hey, come help me beat the fuck out of Mark. And Mark was always like, yeah, Bob, let's beat the fuck out of Wade, you stupid piece of shit. It was always like, you were the guy that we wanted on our side to beat the fuck out of the other one. I don't know why, but you are always the untouchable. We could never go after Bob.
That's called gaslighting. He's the king of gaslighting. He's the background manipulator, which is like why I'm wondering why you didn't go into like the big Among Us phase. Unless you did. Did you?
No, I hate that game.
I hate that game too.
Because people suspect you of doing that there. Outside of it, he can get away with it.
No, I will say, the whole Among Us craze, I think that game is garbage because nobody plays it honestly. The thing about Among Us is, if you go into it and from the word go, you're trying to cause problems, even if you're on the side of the non-evil people, even if you're not a traitor and you're like being suspicious on purpose, it's random. It's random bullshit. You have to go in earnestly, and like, I would constantly be like, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm just doing this. I'm clearing the trash. And people would be like, are you clearing the trash? That took way too long. That's not how long it takes to clear the trash. Why are you saying? I'm like, I get that you're suspicious and whatever, but I'm honestly, like, tried not to be suspicious. And like, there's no moment in that game where you can ever just think that anyone's doing anything sincerely. It's not fun for just random bullshit to happen, and at the end of the game, you're like, oh, well, this person was actually not a traitor, but they helped the traitors the whole time. It's like,
The game was fun early on, but once everyone got established, knew what they were doing, and had like their I'm gonna just fuck around mindsets and got that way. I will say I had a moment where I was the traitor. I got pretty much caught red-handed killing somebody, and in the meeting, someone was like, "Yeah, Wade was near this person." And I was like, "All right, you got me." I spawned in, I went down, tried to kill someone in electrical. No one was there, so I came back around, went to the meeting room, saw so and so by the thing, killed him, went to walk out of the room. You walked in and saw me, and they were like, "Okay, so he's not the traitor, then who did it?" And I was like, "I literally did it. That's how it happened." They're like, "Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. You're just trying to die." No, it must have been someone else. And nobody voted for me. I then won the match, and everyone couldn't believe how brilliant I was just telling them how I did the kill. So sometimes honesty won in that game.
No, I totally understand. Like, it's very much that mindset where when you do the streamer life, and the streamer grind set, and you're on hour 800 of your thousands Among Us game, and you know every single frame of every single animation, and you know exactly where your mouse needs to be for every pixel. I just, anytime you get that, I hesitate to say the term good at a game. It does kind of ruin the fun for everybody.
Well, and then there's like the whole winning aspect versus having a fun aspect.
and maybe I'm too deceitful of a person, because everyone always suspects me in games like that when you can lie, and that's the whole thing. People tend to suspect me, right? Because they're like, oh, it's a good liar. And sometimes I do just make the choice where I'm like, I'm going to be purely, earnestly good and not deceive anyone, and the whole time I answer honestly, but people don't, I don't know, it's hard to enjoy that, because I feel like, oh, I'm playing a role, and everyone's just like, I think this, for no apparent reason, you're evil, and why do I even talk? You don't listen to me. Anyway.
You know what? Among Us is hypocritical. It calls itself Among Us, but there's no us. It's always I versus them and you. This should be called Among I. Critical game. Okay?
Just like people in Among Us when they're accusing others, you're a hypocrite.
Wait, guys, don't vote me.
No.
What if we talk about hypocrisies of the world? Huh? Are there hypocrisies in the world that bother you? Huh?
Me.
Things that happen, things that come up, that just grind your gears? Huh?
Yeah, some of them I don't know if I want to talk about on the podcast. Alright, I'm
Yeah,
gonna dive
go ahead.
into it. I have one example that's bothered me my whole life. I grew up with two different religions in my family, and I had some religious friends with religious families. And I know some very, very wonderful religious people that are very devout, and they very biblical, very sweet, and like they are purely good people. But there are a lot of people that cling on to religion and use it as an excuse to do like other shit. I had a friend growing up, who I won't name, who did a bunch of shit that I was like, man, for trying to push religion on me an awful lot, you're an awful like shithead. And they were like, dude, it's okay. Fuck up now. And then you just ask for forgiveness. It's like hall pass. You get away with it, dude. And I was like, is that how that works? There are people that legit believe you can do whatever and then go say like a Hail Mary, and it's like, yeah, I killed that guy, but sorry. And they're like, oh, he said he's sorry. Oh, come here. Like, that drives me nuts when people have like a belief like that, where it's like, it's okay, man, I can be a shit person, I'm religious. All I gotta do is say, sorry, Dad, and I'm back in heaven. I don't know, just stuff like that, where people find an excuse to justify being shit because they're like, I'll just say sorry later. Like, whether it's religious or not, religious is what comes to mind because that kind of stuff happens, but there's also people that are just, they'll intentionally fuck up or do something to piss somebody off, and they'll be like, it's okay, they'll forgive me, give them like a few days, so they'll get over it. I don't know, stuff like that is always just like, or you could just not be shit right now. But they are.
I mean, yeah, but I'm more focused on just like what a hall pass can actually do to, like, what privileges does the hall pass really give you that you can get away with things
You
in the
go
same
into the
way?
hall without getting in trouble.
And then there's no rules.
Because you have a pass for it, Mark.
You clearly never had a hall pass.
You get the key to the city. That's just a bigger hall pass, so
Yes!
that you can do whatever you want in the city. When you get the Congressional Medal of Honor, that's actually a nationwide hall pass that you can go anywhere and do whatever you want.
Go into the hall.
Halls of America.
Can I admit that until an age that's too old and too embarrassing to actually admit, but until a relatively old age, I thought for a long time that the key to the city thing was more of a real thing and less of a symbolic thing. Like I was always like, man, is there really like one key that can just open any lock? Like, how do they do that? Just technologically.
Everyone's house, one particular key. It's like, I want that house. That's shitty.
Yeah, it seems like a security issue, right?
Yeah, that's what it does.
It's metaphorical. It's like the key to the city is just like a trophy. Although I do think if you get the key to the city, you have a pretty strong argument to basically bust out any door you want. Like kick in the door and there's a family
Just
and
bring your plaque with you everywhere.
yeah, like you kick in the door and then you enter the house and you're like, hey, how's it going? And everyone in the house is like, why are you in our house? What the fuck? And you just be like, they gave me the key to the city, so I'm allowed. I can open any door I want with this key.
Honestly, if someone burst into my house, but they had the big golden key, and they were like, "No, sorry, man, I got the key," and I was like, "Oh shit, all right, go ahead. Like, it's yours as much as mine, I guess." I would give that a little credence, and I think a lot of people might be like, "All right, I guess." There really was some. There's many things in our childhood that were just like seemed like they would be more prevalent. And the key to the city thing. I don't know where it started with, but man, I want that more now. I want that hall pass.
I'm not gonna lie, I've always been fuzzy on what the actual key to the city. I never thought it was a literal key, but it was like, do I get like a free hotel? Do I get like just to shake someone's hand? What is the symbolic meaning of key to the city? What does that represent? I know nothing about. I've never looked it up. I could easily go Google search this.
I'm not going to look it up. We can look it up after. But it's like an award, right? It's like the mayor of a
Yes.
city doesn't have a lot of things to offer people, but if someone does something heroic or saves a bunch of people in the building,
It puts on a really good rock show.
you just like we give you the key to our city as a sign of our trust and admiration, and it's like a buzzword for right?
I've found it. So, key to the city is a derivative of the original term freedom of the city, which is an honor bestowed by a municipality upon a valued member of the community or upon a visiting celebrity or dignitary, arising from the medieval practice of granting respected citizens freedom from serfdom. Because originally, in those times, you were a serf and you were born into servitude, and you were not technically entirely free, and so the title of free man, or freeman, would be granted, in the idea of freedom in the city would be like, you actually do get to have freedom amongst the city, and then it evolved from that, where you would be presented to a key to the city as a symbol of your freedom, and then it evolved into key to the city.
Interesting. So if you get a key to the city, you get to own serfs. That's great.
Wow. See, you're hypocritical in that you actually do listen, and I know you listen all the time, and you just pretend to be an idiot. And I know that's true because it's a skill to play the fool, but it's so hypocritical because sometimes you double down on your dumbness, and everyone believes like, oh, he's inept and stuff like that, but you're not.
Look, can I just say, I think this is piling on to one that bothers me. I read the subreddit a lot, and it's not limited to the subreddit, but I'm going to focus on the subreddit. So subreddit, distract the subreddit. Suck it. you're a bunch of hypocrites because you all worship Wade as being the smartest of the three hosts.
Pieces of shit.
Every time he has a new episode, you're like, oh, Wade hosts the best episodes. Oh, Wade's so smart. And then every time he acts stupid or is stupid, I think he is. Maybe he covers it up sometimes and plays it up. But if you're all, oh, Wade's so funny, he's the fool, but you all, it's hypocritical somehow, I think. Now that I'm explaining it, it feels less hypocritical and more like I'm just mad about it. But I'm pretty sure that's hypocritical. You can't simultaneously worship a man for being a genius and worship a man for being the funny fool who never knows what's happening, the hapless idiot who just says stuff and you're all, ha, Wade, that's funny.
You can have a high wisdom and a low end. I'm just saying.
That's not what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't think
They're saying that your topics are smart, that they're well thought out.
Sorry, I was too stupid to understand what you were saying.
No, see, no, he's doing it again, Mark. He's doing that thing he does.
he's doing it again.
Anyway, that's hypocritical, I think. I'm really less confident now than I was when I started that video, but I'm bad about it.
No, you didn't even have to explain. You just go like the Reddit is hypocritical and like it's true. You don't even need to expound anything.
It's true.
When have they ever been on our side, Bob? When have they never? They've never been on our
That's
side.
true. I have to say, I was kind of thinking everyone would jump to my defense with my recent losing streak, and that people would be like, wow, that's crazy. We should root for Bob. No, not a single. There were lots of posts who were like, wow, Bob, it's terrible luck.
You guys just aren't as smart and or dumb as me. You guys live your lives in like the 75th percentile of smart, whereas I'm in the 90th percentile of both. I am all. I am everything. I am nothing.
You're that meme that's like the same opinion on the lower end and the higher end of the IQ scale, and we sit in the majority. We just don't see.
I am Ohio, baby.
I don't even know what that means.
I get it.
Because everything is Ohio now, and I am Ohio. Ohio is me. Ohio is nothing. I kind of hate it, but it's also everywhere in love.
I thought you were talking about how it's low in the end.
Yeah, that would be a smart way to look at it. That's what I was really trying to say.
Is that not what you were going at? The IQ graph being low in the ends and high in the... Is that actually not what you were getting at?
Of course I was, or wasn't. You'll never know.
No, that's why I'm asking.
Now dance, puppet, dance.
This is where it falls apart for me, I gotta be honest. If that was an on-purpose setup, you really had a struggle. Then you don't land the plane. Crash the plane into the setup, and then I don't know. Whatever it is, it's probably hypocritical. So, suck it.
There's an anime that reminds me of my life, and I've not seen it, but I played about 20 minutes of the mobile game of it. It's called, like, Eminence in Shadow, the mobile game I think is, or whatever. I know nothing about the actual anime other than, like, the little cutscenes. But the main character, from what I can gather, I'll be told I'm wrong, but the main character seems to be a person who, like, wants to be, like, some kind of, like, shadow lord, like the host of some shadow organization who, like, takes over the world or runs the world from the shadows or something. But he's really kind of ignorant and stupid. But he'll say something like off the cuff, like, well, you can't dance 2 toes if you got 3 feet. And he'll just say something stupid like that. And then, like, something happens where, like, a 3-footed man will appear with 2 toes on each feet, who ends up, like, trying to take over something and then failing. And, like, this dude's underlings are like, my God, Shadow saw this coming, he's so smart. And they'll go to him and tell him, and he's like, in his brain he'll be like, there's a 3-footed man with 2 toes on each feet, that's crazy. He'll be like, yeah, I knew that was a thing. Like, he'll just bullshit. He's a master of bullshit, but his bullshit ends up always being true. And I feel like I've lucked my way into life bullshitting a lot of time, and somehow it just always works out for me, somehow. It doesn't make sense, and I don't deserve it, but it works, and that's me.
We don't just believe you.
It doesn't matter if you do. That's the beauty of it.
But
It doesn't matter, it still works out.
No, your example was completely opposite of though, because you're very rarely ever right. And you said that guy was right.
Yeah,
so
like,
it's like not you at all.
it doesn't.
Subreddit, tell us how it's like me.
Mark, you know what the key is to being happy and successful in life? I figured it out. I just learned this from Wade.
Okay.
Ignore whatever outcomes you face. No matter what happens, no matter if you're wrong, right, whatever. People make fun of you. People are on your side. You convince people you don't. Ignore that outcome and live life knowing that the world is whatever you believe it to be. That's the key to Wade's happiness and success. No matter what we say, he's never going to be swayed. He's never going to be insulted or hurt. He's never going to feel like we don't respect him or that we're calling him out on anything, because in his mind, All it gets from us is positive affirmations and total agreement.
Is that what he hears?
It seems like it, doesn't it? I swear to God.
He's got
sometimes-
pyro vision, but of the ears, where it's like, yeah, I pulled that one off.
Sometimes he says stuff, and you and I are like, no, that's not right at all. And he's just like, yeah,
Hook, line, and sinker.
I convinced those guys.
I'm glad we all agree on this.
I think Wade, you laid your hypocrisy bare with your example, and I think like even that has somehow in your mind invoked it into a solid.
Yeah, it still worked. It 100% worked. Wade's method never fails. I kind of understand it.
I could fill a swimming pool with just the W's I've had today, man.
Common Wade W. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. Guys, hypocrisy was a terrible topic.
No.
Like, I don't want to be really meta about this, and I've done this before. Before it was an accident. This time I feel like it's not entirely my fault. I'm disappointed with how it went. The Key to the City special was way better than any hypocrisy. We should really focus on the keys to the city.
No. I know the answer. I'll turn to ChatGPT.
There we go.
How can I stop my friend from being so hypocritical?
Okay.
Probably murder. Kill me.
Dealing with a hypocritical friend can be frustrating, but there are some things you can try to address the situation. Here's some suggestions. Have an honest conversation. It's essential to communicate your feelings and concerns with your friend in a calm and non-judgmental way. Explain how their behavior is affecting you and why you believe it's hypocritical. Try to use I statements instead of you. Be a good role model. Sometimes people don't realize they're being hypocritical. Leading by example, you can show your friend that it needs to be consistent and authentic. Encourage self-reflection. Wade, I feel like I's friend is being hypocritical. Look at how unhypocritical I am. I'm such a good role model. Wade, you should look in the mirror and think about your hypocritality. If your friend continues to act hypocritically, gently challenge them on it. I challenge you to be more hypocritical.
I will eat more meat and kill less animals.
If your friend's behavior continues to bother you and they're unwilling to change, you may need to set some boundaries on your own well-being. It could mean spending less time with them or avoiding certain topics of conversation.
Fuck off, dude. See you later. I've reached this end state of main character status where I'm unapologetically me. Deal with it. No, I can go for some meat. I've been craving barbecue lately.
I don't think AI holds the keys.
Oh, AI holds the key, but it's not the key to the city, it's the key to the shitty. You guys can have that one. You can use it later.
Is that another Wade dub to add to the dub pool?
It's raining doves. I need a dub-brella. God, I got a hat with my name on it for all these doves.
What is that? Salty Boy's friend?
This is really dusty and gross.
I got a poem about hypocrisy.
Read it.
You talk the talk, but do you walk the walk? You say one thing, then do another. Hypocrisy, my friend, is a two-faced lover. You preach about equality and justice for all, but behind closed doors you climb a social wall. You say you stand for what's right and true, but your actions tell a different view. You're like a wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be a champion of the people, but we can all see your lies and your deceit, your double standard game. We're on to you, friend. We know your name. You can't fool us with your fancy words. We see through your facade of turds. It's time to wake up and face the facts. Hypocrisy is a poison and it's time to act. So take a look in the mirror and see the hypocrisy that lies inside of thee. It's time to be honest. Time to be true. It's time to live the life you preach and do.
Did you call me a shithead in the middle of that? Just like play it off?
Yeah, no, that was
May
quite the
have.
vibe. That was
No, yeah, it's like you can't fool us with your fancy words. We see through your facade of turds. So,
What a great way to call someone a shithead. I see through your facade of turds. I love that. That's the one thing I got out of your poem, Mark. Is a good way to call people shitheads.
That'll stick with me for a long time. Is this helping, Bob?
yes. No, that's exactly what we needed.
Excellent.
I really didn't mean for it. Somehow we've landed on the entire overarching theme of this episode. It's just that Wade's a huge hypocrite. Is that the conclusion?
Dude, hit me. I handed over hosting responsibilities, and I knew that by giving you no time to prepare, I was putting myself on the fryer, and I'm ready for the burns. I'm not a masochist either, but God, hit me.
Wait, Bob, I have something to say to you. I just really thought of it just now,
Okay.
and it's. I think you're really gonna feel better after let me think about it a little more. All right? Hey there, friend. I know you're feeling down about your chosen topic for this episode of our podcast, but I want you to know that you have something important to say, and your perspective is valuable. It's easy to doubt ourselves and our ideas, but I believe in you. You've put in the time and effort to research and prepare for this episode, and that's no small feat. You're passionate about this topic, and that passion will shine through in your delivery. Remember, the beauty of a podcast is that it allows us to explore different topics and share our own unique perspectives with the world. Your voice deserves to be heard, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
So, Brent, do you hear the nice things Mark says to Bob? In fact, he called me a shithead in a poem. Please pity me in the subreddit comments. Thank
Hey, you can't appreciate his swift and beautiful phraseology, but then also call it out for being like, it can't be both things. You were impressed.
That's the
It's a
whole
good
point.
thing.
They
You're
can't.
impressed by it. You know what, Mark? I have a response in the form of a closing statement about this quote-unquote episode. Hypocrisy can be a destructive force in any relationship, including friendship. When someone claims to value honesty, loyalty, and integrity, but then behaves in ways that contradict those values, it can erode trust and create a sense of betrayal. This is especially true in close
Wait, I have a
relationships.
delivery. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There's a delivery
And you guys are on me for being the shit friend he left in the middle of
This is especially true in close relationships like friendship. You know what? There's two more paragraphs of this.
He's gone. You'll make a handshake deal of some kind?
Yeah, I was just thinking, is there something we can do that's not going to
Oh,
cause
God,
me
we need to
problems in the imminent future? And never mind.
Oh, it's okay,
Ultimately,
sorry,
the key
I'm
to
back.
avoiding hypocrisy in friendships is to approach them with a sense of openness and authenticity. By being true to yourself and your values, you can build stronger and more meaningful connections with others, based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. Right, Mark?
Yeah.
That's totally right.
You agree with
I-
everything I just said, right, Mark?
I do.
Anything that happened before you left, while you were gone, anything I said at all during all of that time period, you agree wholeheartedly with it, right? Because you were listening.
I'm gonna go ahead and say yes because I know no matter what, you guys are my friends, and I have this one more thing to say to you, Bob, and I think it's really gonna tie it all together. Well, look who's feeling a little shy about their chosen topic for our podcast. Don't worry, sugar. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Sure, your topic might not be the cat's meows or the bee's knees, but it's got potential. You just gotta put a little pizzazz on it, a little razzle-dazzle, and it'll be the talk of the town. So put on your big boy pants, get behind that microphone, and show them what you're made of. You got this, kid. You're gonna knock this episode out of the park, see?
That would have been so much more helpful at the beginning of the episode, but I really appreciate this end of it.
I've got a generated thing too, but I generated it myself, so I'm too lazy to chat GPT, so I'm going to read you this poem I came up with. You guys are shit, and I am great. This episode, though, is running late. It's time to end and say goodbye. Now see my face and lick my thigh. That's it.
All right. Well, I choose to end it with the poem. I will announce the winner and end the episode in the form of a poem. You're welcome. Mark spoke with power and with grace. His words set the studio ablaze. Those don't rhyme. He brought his A-game to the show and left the others in the throes. His ideas flowed like a river strong. His voice was clear. His logic strong. He left us all in awe and wonder. Mark had won. That's not a blunder.
Did I win? Hey!
I gotta be honest, I didn't keep points. I was not interested in keeping points. Mark won from the moment he made me host this episode with minutes of warning. That's just how it is.
You're welcome for the win, Bob.
You were trying to get out of hosting me, so I assume you didn't want to host. If you really want me to hit it right back on you, you can do that.
Oh no, I was literally just honoring our handshake agreement from the last episode that we talked about that I thought you'd remember, where you said literally, if Mark refuses to hand this over to me, you can always do it at the beginning of your host. And I said, yeah, I'll do that.
I didn't think it meant that you were going to do it for this episode. I thought you were just going to do that at some point in the future.
I'm a man of my word. I might be a hypocrite, but I'm an honorable one.
Well, it really worked out, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed this episode very, 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 very much. Right?
What did I agree to while I was gone?
Don't worry about it. Mark is the winner of the episode. Congratulations. Wait, I don't have a poem for you. You just lose. But thanks for making this happen. I'm sure everyone was very grateful that this was the way the episode went. Do you have a loser speak?
Yes.
It's not allowed to be poems.
Oh, well, this ending sucks, and I'm sad about it. But just like this episode, your judgment was bad. Thanks for having me.
Well, that was hurtful.
Yeah, but you know I don't mean it, or I do.
I
I actually really enjoyed this episode. If I'm being frank, I actually really did enjoy this episode. I thought it was fun. Having Mark just beat my ass for like 10 minutes actually felt good. Go for it, Mark.
When did I do that?
I'm confused. Mark, as the agreeer and winner of this episode, and I will definitely hold you to all that stuff we talked about. Do you have a winner speech?
I do. I am so glad I got through this episode without any of my hypocrisy being called out. It was never mentioned once, and I skated through this episode with no criticisms to my character or person at all. So thank you.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I opened the door for everyone to call each other's documents out. I tried to target it at me. It just said that we all ended up talking a lot of shit about Wade.
I'm an easy target. It makes sense.
I don't know how that happens, but that does consistently happen. I feel like we owe you an apology. I don't know. I'm not going to apologize, but I have that feeling in the back of my mind.
So wedded.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Anyway, thank you for your winner speech, Mark. That's the end of the episode. Make sure you check out Markiplier on YouTube and other places. Lord Minion 777 or Minion 777 on Twitch. I am Meister on YouTube, Twitch, other places. That's it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my host for joining. We have Bert. Lord.distractedshot. That's fucking shit ass. Lord.distractedpodcast.com. Check out the merch. Hopefully it's restocked. It'll definitely be restocked real soon.
I've never got any merch. I really want to get some merch, and I went to look, and I saw that the thing I wanted was out, so I looked at restock to see what I want stock.
It's all sold out.
Well, I gotta call somebody about that. Probably.
Yeah, called our person.
Thank you for watching this episode, and you know what? Thanks for listening to me. If you don't watch, if you can't watch, if you do something else while you listen, we do appreciate you. We just appreciate people who watch the videos on Spotify.
You can see my thigh.
You can't.
So you get.
You missed it. Oh, there it is again. And on that pasty white note, that's the end. Podcast out. This episode of Distractable is brought to you by Intuit. Finances can be really intimidating, and I don't feel like I need to say that. I feel like everyone feels that.
Right, Mark?
Hey, you keep bringing me into this. I make good financial decisions.
Sure, right, Mark? Yeah, it's tough, right, Mark?
Oh, come on, guys.
It's uncomfortable to talk about what you've done, right,
No,
Mark?
don't do
the
this.
choices you've made,
No.
how you lead your life, where all of your dwindling money goes to, all the silly purchases you make.
No.
Ah.
We're just doing a normal ad read. You don't have to bring me personally into this.
It's a struggle, right? To feel like you're financially stable, to feel like you know what you should do, to feel like you have control over your finances and you are making decisions as opposed to feeling like stuff is just happening, feeling out of control, Mark.
Well, I'm sure many other people also feel these same things.
Yeah, no, it's very common, and Mark feels that probably more than anyone else I can imagine.
You can super empathize.
If you don't want to fear your finances anymore, Intuit gives you the tools to become financially confident that you actually can take charge of the future. Mark?
Say, we could cut out some of this, just like to make it a little less me-focused. It's really for all the people out there that really need this kind of assistance.
Classic Mark reflection.
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason we're sponsored here is for you.
Let's get into it. Get it? Get into it.
Oh.
Get it, Mark?
Into
Get
it.
into
Let's
it.
get into it.
Learn more at intuit.com. That's INTUIT.com. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles. But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, Easy Rider Bob tells us how to outwit the corporate giants on core trees. Movie-making Mark explains why later seasons of Heroes sucked and relates his encounters with pyramid schemers. 60% Farmer Wade starts vexed with core centers but gets the giggles later. From Elon Musk to churches for lawyers. Yes, it's time for I Wasn't Ready. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey everyone, welcome to the podcast, Distractable Podcast. That was an intentional transition from nothing. Hope you're all doing well. If you've never been here before, welcome to your first time. If you're back, why are you here? But you are, so I guess we'll move on.
Got him.
What kind of pessimist opening is this? This is so...
What's happening to you?
I don't know, man.
Are you still recovering from your laugh?
That was a week ago, man.
I know, but you're still making weird noises.
I don't even remember it.
Who are you, me? I never remember anything. Oh, boy. Did we make any secret handshake deals I need to be made aware of before this episode kicks off?
No, I don't think so.
Good.
I watched you drink some soda, I drank whatever it was, I drank some water, and Mark down the bowl of chili.
Can of water.
Oh, okay. Bottle of water.
I got a bucket of water. I find it easiest to get access to the bucket, what with the open top.
Dude, I don't know if you've seen, but like Starbucks has like a Trenta-sized thing now. It's basically a bucket of coffee. It's so much to drink.
What is Trent? What does that mean?
Bigger than Venti. I don't know. It's big. It's really big.
But what does that word mean? It's 31 ounces. What is Trent?
I saw you could get it.
What does Trenta mean?
It means 30.
Oh.
But it's a 31 ounce cup.
Ah, so maybe it's Trent-ish. I know how things work.
I don't know why I'm laughing so much at that, but good joke, I guess. You got me.
And this was an intrish. It was kind of an intro. If you've never been here, there's a show where we bullshit like we just did. If somebody hosts, they make up shit, give away points, declare a winner, next person hosts. Things happen. We talk about whatever we want to because it's just who we are. And I think I'm legally obligated for small talk. So, how are you guys? I'm saying this because I care, not because of the obligation.
You know, Bob, we could leave. We could just go.
The door is right there.
The door's right there.
Your door's in shot. You
Yeah.
don't even have to pretend to leave like I could. I wouldn't pretend. I would leave. I can leave. I can leave this room whenever I want.
That's what they tell you.
Kudos to you, host.
You know, I wasn't prepared for this, Bob, but 2 points.
Oh, thank you.
2 points to Bob.
Well, if I do it, kudos to Wados.
I'll give you 1 point because it's sad the attempt to recreate.
Mark has forgotten how to laugh, everybody.
If you didn't watch the last episode, then you have no idea why this is happening. That's okay. Go watch it.
If you didn't watch it till the end, you definitely don't know what's happening.
I'm good. Since you sincerely asked and are generally interested, I'm good. I'm pretty good. It's the weather's getting nice here in Northern California, which is nice. That's a fun time. That's it. I got nothing else. You guys don't hear about the baby anymore. Baby takes a lot of time. It's all baby stuff still.
I have been doing a lot of research and making a few purchases in relation to camera equipment, and most of it is coming in. Look at this thing! Wow!
Ooh, that's a DJI Ronin. Oh, it is a Ronin.
It is. It's a Ronin.
I too can read Ronin.
Hey, I knew that before it was on screen. Okay, so
Who'd into Ronin?
no, awful. -2 points to you.
All right, cool. No, it's this is one of many things. I got this. I got the new Komodo X, which I'm very excited to use. I got some sweet lenses that everyone else on the internet said was garbage and overpriced, but I want those, and I bought them.
You silly fool. Shouldn't you have the equipment before you film the movie, not after? They don't tell you that you're just supposed to edit. You don't need to film it now. Buying lenses for the post process. Silly fool. Got him. 2 points to me.
Oh, sometimes it makes me laugh. Sometimes it makes me laugh.
I'm like a Build-A-Bear that got messed up in the build process, but you kept it anyway. You got it for a discount.
Yeah, that's what makes you so adorable. But with the stuff I've been getting, I've just been very excited because one of the things that I want to do after I'm done with this one, of course, is obviously make more. But I want to go back to how we did, like, not we, you and I, but like with Who Killed Markiplier and like Day with Markiplier, where it's just like going out and making something. But now we can make it to such a higher level because I know more, and like, you know, we all know more, and I've had experience with these crews, and it's not like I don't ever want to work on a big project with a big crew again, but at the same time, part of the reason why I love YouTube is just being able to do individual creation. So being able to do that to a level that could be out in theaters, or you could watch on any of the streaming platforms and stuff like that, is like, that's what I want to do.
I'm going to give you a point, and just for being so brave.
Well, I think about my dream of just making really, really high quality running gun content, and just really, it just makes me, you know, I feel the same way, man.
I feel you're creative, trying to escape from your body right now. You just want to go create so badly.
Absolutely.
Just contain it a little longer, pal.
That's actually how Mark is on the set. The assistant, the AD comes over and is like, Mark, we're setting this up. We were thinking, well, what kind of light do you want? And Mark is just like, hang on. All right, I've got it.
Hold on a moment. All right.
How'd you like that take, Mark? Oh, it was good. It's okay. It was feasible. Don't do it again. Oh God, it was okay.
Can I make a bold, and what a time to make a statement like this, bold statement about unions.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
By all means, I would love to host the union episode.
Mark does not represent the opinions of this podcast. He speaks only for himself.
You mind if I make some sweeping proclamations? All right, cool.
Only if you generalize on top of them.
No. Okay, so right now, as everyone knows, a writer's strike is going on.
Probably.
Oh, this is going to be bold. I can't wait for where this is going.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to end, but it could end at any point if the, production companies just are fair. But go on.
Yeah, apparently it's cost more than they would have asked for by now if they would have just given them what they want. And also, it's fair. Like, I'm a big proponent of unions. Unions are great, like, especially when you're negotiating for the betterment of the people that are part of the union, and doing that at a constant pace and regularly, it can work in the favor because they're working towards the future. Now, all that aside, this is not about the writers' union at all. I didn't know that because we did for Iron Lung a union shoot, and I wanted to do that because I wanted it to be by the books, pay people well, people being taken care of. But there is a legacy role in film production that requires you to have someone specifically there to do playback. Do you guys know what playback is?
Literally, when you just play what you just recorded, you do a shoot and then you go over to the monitors and you're like, let's watch that back, and you watch what you just did.
Exactly. Everyone out there, if you ever record a video on your phone, you watch it. That's called playback in the industry. If you are on a set that's a union set, you cannot request playback if you do not have a playback person hired and there. And this is I believe, a legacy thing from when film was predominantly literal film.
Because they need to maintain, like, protect the film so it doesn't get damaged or degraded or whatever.
Exactly, 100%. And that's how it went. And so this was a new thing to me. And also, it was just like, I got nothing against like them enforcing union rules. I'm not trying to break union rules or anything like that. I'm not shitting on the union. It was just new, and it made no sense to me because it was pushing its playback, right? So we heard this rule on one day, and it was Friday or something. And then over the weekend, I think Evan went to Home Depot, or Evan or John went to Best Buy, and they got 2 Elgato external recorders, because on set we have big monitors that have SDI cables routed to them for the camera, so we can all see what's going on. So you can watch it live as it's happening. It was just like playing it again was the problem. So we got 2 external recorders, and then I opened OBS on my laptop. And Amy was able to just hit record with a double wide screen, both camera views there, be able to play back things. And this blew the camera department's minds. And they kept being like, how are you doing this? Everyone was like, how are you doing this? How are you capturing both camera feeds on one? Like, it was just making everyone, and they were thinking, like, because in the camera world, these things cost thousands of dollars. A camera itself costs tens of thousands of dollars if it's a movie camera. Lenses can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's insane. And here we are with basically $300 worth of external recorders going into my laptop and a free piece of software, and it is just blowing the minds of these people that have worked in the industry forever. And it got to the point where once the people got to know me, they realized, like, oh, maybe it was kind of silly to enforce this rule because I treat the crew so well, and I want them to be treated well, that all the camera department and every department came over to Amy, who was running, like, was our playback person, was like, hey, can I see that again? Even the camera would come over and be like, can I see that again? Hey, can you pull up that shot? It's just like, yeah, exactly, because it's just interesting, some of these union rules that are old, and it's just like, I've got nothing against it, but it is just funny when the solution actually is much, much easier. And I wonder how many more things are just like much easier to solve than they would imagine.
Yeah, no, that does happen, right? It's not. I'm sure it's not exclusive to that industry. There's a lot of, in tech stuff, there's a lot of legacy things where it's like, we've always done it this way. You need this, and this. You need these items, and they all play. But there are like modern versions of it where it's like what you did, where it's like if you have one tool in a laptop, you can accomplish the exact same thing, but the industry standard is whatever.
Yeah,
and like,
absolutely.
and I totally get why that person needs to exist in a world where it's recorded on film, right? You take a shot, and at best you have maybe a couple reels of film. If the film gets, I don't even know how delicate it is, but touched, scratched, exposed to too much light, like, I don't know the details of film, but it's incredibly delicate, and it's gone forever. There's no digital backup, there's no other film strip, like, it's gone. So as a legacy thing, like, yeah, I get that, why you would want to have someone protecting your physical creation. But that is funny that they didn't know that Elgatos exist, and as streamers, we will buy that shit and plug it in and be like, yeah, capture this, capture that, great, sweet, awesome.
God, we don't even realize how good we have it, because back in the day, like, we used to use, what was the software?
I mean, Fraps, LogMe and Hamachi.
LogMe and Hamachi. Yeah, to
like,
play Gmod, we literally had to have Hamachi, like, every time back in the day.
Doing this, what we're doing right now, which we're doing this on Riverside, and that's
impossible.
It would be, you would need a studio to be able to do this a dozen or so years ago. This tech didn't exist. Even though it could have been done, the programming could have been done, the internet bandwidth could have been done, it just wasn't put together because there wasn't a need for this. And it's just like the tech just advances.
I remember, Wade, you hosted a show back on Polaris, or Maker, or whatever it was.
Are You a Robot? I think it was called.
Are You a Robot? And it was this format where Wade was a host, and there were 3 or 4 people who would like do like this, where we're all in separate places videoing in. The way they did that was with Skype and really janky, like, window capture.
They had a studio. Like, they actually had a studio, but none of us were physically there, but they used the production process to put us together.
There was a whole team of people janking that together, and it was not as good as this in terms of, like, quality and latency. It was kind of awful, if I'm honest. It did not work very well.
Fun fact, back then I didn't know who Elon Musk was, and we kept getting questions about him. And I referred to him as Elon Musk for like 2 years. Nobody ever corrected me.
God, I'm going to do an episode in the future that's just like, Wade, do you know what this is? And I'm just going to like get a lot of modern...
The answer would probably be no. You could mispronounce something, I would just go along with it, because I'd be like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know who Elon Musk is. The owner of Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. Yeah. But anyway, unions, right?
You know, that was a lot better than I thought this was going to go when you were like, I got something to talk about with unions. I was like, oh boy, this is happening.
But if you guys want to talk more about unions,
I don't know. This isn't union related.
I'm gonna change the topic.
Well, it is, but it reminded me because of like the annoyance with just like how things have been done. That being a requirement, which made no sense with, like you said, being able to get a laptop and just do it anyway. We're in the process of moving, and whenever you move, it turns out you've got to call and have like your electric turned on and your water turned on, all that stuff set up.
Common knowledge, sure.
So I spent a day, it took about 4 hours to make the phone calls, to get all of those things ready to transfer, to set up, whatever. And it was annoying, but I had to make like 8 calls. It was like, okay, whatever. A couple of them took like 20, 30 minutes, whatever. Got it done. I found out one of the appointments I set up was on a day where we recorded it. I set it up on a Tuesday. I was like, I'm going to move that so we can keep Tuesday open for recording the podcast. Tuesday's just my busiest day and not add more stress to it. I'm just going to call and move the appointment. Should be a quick, easy phone call. Let me call and do that. I call, someone answers. Well, no, you have to go through like the 8 robotic steps of, for this, press 1. For this, press 2. For this, press 3. For all other, press 4. It's like, I have one or another. I mean, one maybe? I don't know. My question doesn't really apply to any of these things. Because you go through all those options and finally you get somebody and it's like, yeah, I had an appointment set up for this date at this time and I really just want to move it to like the next day or, whenever you guys can reschedule it. Oh, sure, let me take a look. Well, I can't do that from my post. Let me transfer you to someone who can. Great, that's fine. Hi, what's your name? What's the address? What's this? I just went through it. It's okay. It's a new person. Let me give them everything. Oh, I can't actually help you with that. Let me transfer you to someone that can. But I just got transferred to you from, yeah, but they thought I was this, whereas what you really need is this. Okay. I didn't know that nobody in customer service was qualified to change the date of an appointment. That's kind of strange to me, but fine. Let's go to the next one. And in my head, I'm saying this. I got transferred 7 times to change the date of an appointment. I was sent finally to the right person. No one was in the office, so it went to voicemail. The voice message mailbox is full. Can that happen with a company? So I couldn't even leave a voicemail. So I just had to call back and go through the process a second time. It took me an hour and a half to change the day and time of an appointment.
Well, if you had just done it right the first time,
Yeah.
a little attention to
How
detail.
can 7 different people not be qualified to change the date of an appointment? What do they do if they can't do that? That seems like such a simple thing. It was like, nah, you'll have to talk to the manager's boss if you want to change the date. You want to change the date? My hands are tied. I can set up an appointment, I can sell you stuff, but change the date? That's madness. What are you even asking me? I just needed to bitch about that because I had to listen to those. Press 1. Here's your hold music. And they were like, all right, let me put your address in here. I'm just going to put you on hold real quick to talk to... No! And twice, that put me on hold real quick turned into disconnect or transfer to somebody. Like, then it starts ringing again, and it's like, oh God, it's ringing again. Where am I going? Who will I talk to? And I don't know. I was in the hedge maze of change the date. And it was the worst. And I don't know why it's set up like this. It's so bad. It makes me never want to use these companies. I want to find somebody who... God, I made another call right after this, and it was like a small, family-owned business. And a person answered, and I was like, hey, I was trying to reach this person for this. Oh, yeah, you're trying to reach so-and-so? Let me patch him through. Hey, come here and get to the phone. Okay. Hey, what's up? And I was like, God, I love you guys. Please never change.
Oh, that reminds me, that's shit that you went through, but that reminds me of a great customer service experience that I had. I will never buy computers from another person, manufacturer, ever again. I want to give a big shout out to Steiger Dynamics. They are, by far, the best computer company I've ever worked with, and you probably have never heard of them. I'd never heard of them. They made my most recent computer, and what sold me on it is I was on their website and I was looking through the customization because they made home theater computers, which was a niche thing, and then they also made enterprise class workstations with custom liquid cooling solutions at reasonable prices. These are not reasonable prices for everybody, but for the parts you're getting, it was reasonable. And I go on their website, and the 4090 had just come out, and I ask him hey, do you offer custom water cooling for a 4090? And he goes actually, we just got those in a day ago. Let me go look. And he in the email, this is just the email. He goes and looks and comes back and is yeah, we just got those updated. I'll get the website updated right now so you can see that option. And then 5 minutes later goes okay, refresh the page, and I refresh the customization page, and there's a new option for a 4090, and I'm like, what? I've never experienced this before. Someone actually is working there, like right then and there.
I know.
And I was like, I couldn't fathom it. And then I was like, well, actually, I'm looking to get 2, and I know that's kind of crazy. And they're like, screw it, refresh the page again. And I refreshed it with like 2 options. I'm like, oh my God, is anyone else here? And it's like, and then months later, just like a couple weeks ago, I emailed the guy because I'm like, for some reason, my computer doesn't have enough storage. Even though I got 32 terabytes of NVMe storage, the movie's too big, so it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit on all that. So I go like, hey, do you have any idea how to do Thunderbolt to USB-C? That was that whole deal. The guy emailed me back and didn't stop helping me. Like, literally came up with 4 different solutions. Like, I think this might work. This probably doesn't work. Thunderbolt to USB-C is a very troublesome thing. Steiger Dynamics. If you want a computer, if you want a workstation class computer, or a home theater computer, which is a cool thing, Steiger Dynamics.
Okay, before this episode comes out, I need to make sure to reach out because I want to get there before the hordes get there.
Yeah. I'm not sponsored by them. I literally just had the best experience in the world. I've never had a better experience.
That's awesome. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That like mom and pop shop type like response where it's not like 80 different robots you talk to before you talk to a person that's like, dude, I don't even work here. How'd you get transferred to me? Let me call the company. I'll send you there. I don't even know. I work at a Wendy's, dude. How are you? What do you want? I work at a Wendy's. Who am I talking to? What are you qualified to do?
Listen, grandparents, I know back in the day, everyone answered the phone with a smile and shook your hand through a telegram, and we all yearn for the times when communication took weeks instead of minutes.
Bob, I don't want to hear it. This is ripped right out of Bob's Fridge episode, Your Phone Call Experience. I saw the animated again recently because I loved it so much.
This is the world we live in, okay? You're not. This is like I was on the freeway and some guy was going faster than me over the speed limit. I was going 5 over, and he was right past me, slightly faster. How could he speed? I'm jaded. That's what I'm saying. But also, yeah, I mean, every phone call I've ever made to any company ever, it's exactly what you're saying. No trees and disconnects. I know the Bob's Fridge one was a whole saga because that was a particularly rage-filled tirade I went on. But
Yeah.
that's how every phone call is. Like, you're describing it, I'm like, yeah, that's the first phase. You know what I've learned is, if you really want to get to the heart of something, half the time, not all the time, but a good amount of the time, I call and the robot answers and I'm like 000000000, because if you spam 0, it'll just put you to the general like desk. It'll put you to like the operator, right? And a person will answer the phone, and then I'm just like, hey, I didn't give a shit to go through your stupid menus because I don't have 4 hours for this phone call. Can you connect me to this person or place or whatever? And I would say most of the time, that person at least is like, oh, I'll connect you, and you go directly to the correct phone number. Do it. Abuse the system. Spam 0s. Get through that shit and talk to a human. It's way easier.
It just blows my mind that general customer service was not qualified to change the date of an appointment. And when I finally got a hold of someone that was qualified, they had to talk to 2 supervisors before they could do it. But thankfully they were like in the room or something because they were just like, I put in a brief hold, but they were even like, I promise you, sir, you won't be transferred this time. Because I was like, I've been put on hold for questions before and I got sent to the abyss. Don't do it. Please don't put me on hold. Like, I was crying. I was, please don't put me on hold. Don't do it. Please.
Phone trees are just archaic. Like in the day, in 2023, all customer service should just be like online based, Discord based. I don't care. You chat with someone instantly, and they're like, "Oh, we should get on a call." It's not a phone call. It's just like, boop, 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 boop. Like it just pops up right then and there, and like, "Oh, I hear you," because almost every device has a freaking microphone and camera in it. You could just get it's just like these archaic phone companies.
You know what's been a surprisingly good experience for me? There are companies that have Twitter DMs open, like they'll have a support Twitter account, and you can DM a bot through Twitter, but then you'll DM the bot and give it some info, and it'll like, a person will read that and respond to you eventually, but it's in queue, right? So like, I'll be going about my day and it'll be like, oh, I got that Twitter person responded, and then I give them a little more info or whatever. And it's slow, but you could just do it whenever it comes up, and it's not like you have to be on the phone on a call waiting for shit. Whenever that person reads your message, they respond, and then you were actually surprisingly good. Compared to phone calls, I mean, it's still a pain in the ass because you're like sending a dozen messages when it could be a 5-second phone call. But compared to phone trees and getting on hold and mailboxes being full of shit, I prefer messaging people out through Twitter DMs or Discord, like you said. Like, that's fine. Give me that as an option, please.
For everyone listening being like, man, they're complaining about such old shit, old person shit. Look, when you become an adult, you gotta get on the phone a lot. And we're trying to change it. Don't get mad at us for complaining about it. We're trying to change the world.
I would prefer a world where I never called another living being for the rest of my life unless it was because I wanted to, because it's family.
Yeah.
I would do emails, I would do chatbots, I would do messages, whatever, man. Anything to avoid fucking sitting on a chair just like listening to old music, like, I want the answer this time.
I even miss the music. Now you get the thing where they interrupt you with the same like 3 cycles of messages. They're like, hey, this is Bill. I own this company. Thanks for calling. Your call is very important to us.
Oh, I hate that. Your call is very important.
But we'll be right back in a moment. And then, like, you hear music for 10 seconds and that same message cycles back. Hey, this is Bill. I'm the CEO of this company. Your call is very important. It's like, dude, you said this literally less than a minute ago. Please, it's been 10 minutes of hearing you say the same sentence. Stop!
I like when they play ads during that part, too. Like, you're on hold, and it's like, oh, you should get our new ultra premium service and upgrade your thing. And I'm like, I am trying to cancel this shit. Don't sell me things.
Or when you are trying to get the service, they're like, have you heard of fiber internet? Would you like that? We offer. That's why I'm calling! Give it to me!
You should sign up for our service today. All you have to do is call.
This brings me to, it's kind of late to introduce it now. We've kind of been going for a while, but that does bring me to today's topic. Mark, you pretty much segued it perfectly. The topic is things in life we just weren't prepared for weren't prepared for. It could be any time in life. In my brain, it was like becoming an adult and kind of going off on your own. But really, it's just anything. Dealing with phone call customer service seems like it should be so simple. And the further we get into the future, it's like, dude, I should be able to press 3 buttons and be done. Instead, everything is so compartmentalized that you can't even move an appointment time without getting some super specialist that's only in the office 1 day a week for 1 hour at a time. It's wild to me, but that's something I wasn't prepared for. Being a homeowner and dealing with all of the stuff where you have to call somebody and they're just like, hey, you want to get scammed, little boy? It's like, no, please, just help me. I've got a leak. Oh, I'm going to scam you. You need more mud. Press 1 for more mud. Press 2 for even more mud. Just, can you replace the mud? Wasn't ready, but that's life.
Things we weren't ready for.
I've got topics I can go into, but you guys, if you have something you come up with, are we being boomery?
Oh, yeah. No,
Yes,
we're
we are
very
boomery.
doing that, yes.
This feels old.
I miss when phones were connected to the wall in the kitchen with that tangly cord.
You know, honestly, I do miss that. That was like a very small portion of my childhood that existed. But I miss the curly things. Good point.
You wind it around your finger, and your finger would start to turn purple, and then...
Dude, my childhood house, we had like one of those cutout walls, and the phone was like on that little portion of wall that was left. But you could dial the phone, pass it around the wall, and go like sit on the chair, like on the TV, while you were on the phone. It was like I could kick back in that chair while on my phone, and you could have the cord to play with and stuff. It was so
How old were you when this was? What?
I don't know, like 2nd grade-ish.
I was about to say, yeah, I remember when I was like 6 or 7, I accidentally, well, not accidentally, my brother told me to, called the cops, and I was like, hello, is there an emergency? Boing, boing, oh, I don't know.
Did you like not know what the cops were? Did he just tell you to call a phone number?
Yeah, hey, it's dial 911, and I'm just like, I don't know. What's your emergency? And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, you want cops over at your house right now? And I hang up. Biggest nightmare for a kid was realizing the cops can call back, because when that phone started ringing again after I hung up, I was like, oh, it can't be. And I pick up the phone and I'm like, I'm sending cops to your house. And I'm like, I don't want to die.
I thought that was you for a second. But child Mark answered the phone and is like, I'm sending cops to your house. The guy on the other end is like, oh, You know what? No one's done that before. Shit. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's very threatening. I regret that I've done that so many times now.
That was horrible. Yep, very, very scary.
That was something we're prepared for. They could call back. Doing and doing and doing.
Doing. This episode of Distractable is brought to you by Intuit. Finances can be really intimidating, and I don't feel like I need to say that. I feel like everyone feels that.
Right, Mark?
Why you keep bringing me into this? I make good financial decisions.
Sure, right, Mark? Yeah, it's tough, right, Mark?
Oh, come on, guys.
It's uncomfortable to talk about what you've done, right,
No,
Mark?
don't do
the
this.
choices you've made,
No.
how you lead your life, where all of your dwindling money goes to, all the
No.
silly purchases you make.
No.
Oh,
Guys, we're just doing a normal ad read. We don't have to bring me personally into this.
it's a struggle, right? To feel like you're financially stable, to feel like you know what you should do, to feel like you have control over your finances and you are making decisions as opposed to feeling like stuff is just happening, feeling out of control, Mark.
Well, I'm sure many other people also feel these same things.
Yeah, no, it's very common, and Mark feels that probably more than anyone else I can imagine.
You can super empathize.
If you don't want to fear your finances anymore, Intuit gives you the tools to become financially confident so you actually can take charge of your future. Mark?
Say, like, we could cut out some of this, just like to make it a little less me-focused. It's really for all the people out there that really need this kind of assistance.
Classic Mark reflection.
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason we're sponsored here is for you.
Let's get into it. Get it? Get in.
Yeah, I get it.
Get it, Mark?
Into
Get
it. Let's
into it.
get into it.
Learn more at Intuit.com. That's INTUIT.com. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles. But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
Oh, you know what? You know what I wasn't prepared for? This is older, but still youthful ignorance and shenanigans. How easy it is to get a motorcycle and just have one of those. I had a motorcycle in college, and I literally I had $700 in cash, and I went on Craigslist, and I was like, what kind of motorcycle can I get for $700? Probably a good one. And I found this guy who lived in Kentucky, who just across the river in Kentucky, and who was selling this old 1970s.
Have you told the story on here?
I've talked about my motorcycle, but not this specifically.
Okay.
I did not have to take any classes. You can get a motorcycle learner's permit license in Ohio by filing paperwork. I turned in like a sheet of paper and was like, I want to ride a motorcycle, and the DMV was like, okay, yeah, just go ahead, I guess. Come back and do the test at some point, and we'll give you a real license. But this is a fake license. You could totally ride a motorcycle with this, no worries. I never learned how to do it, and I just bought this motorcycle from this dude with cash. I met him in a parking lot in Kentucky, and I had a helmet and a jacket, and I looked at him and I was like, And he was like, you're gonna ride this home right now, right? Which requires like going on a highway and some stuff. Do you know how to ride a motorcycle? And I was like, I've ridden a bike, so I don't know. And I drive a stick shift car, so I know how gears work, right? And this dude just happened to have some free time. He taught me how to ride a motorcycle in that parking lot. He was like, now just go real easy. And it was like a kid with his dad. I was like going up and down the parking lot like, whoa, whoa. And then at some point he was like, okay, stranger, I'm gonna go.
You hadn't introduced yourself.
I hope you don't die in a fiery accident on the way home on this motorcycle. You've clearly never ridden anything like this before. He just drove away in his truck.
He's like, my conscience is clear. I gave you some instruction. I won't feel bad if you're splattered now. See you later. Good luck.
I lived, so it was fine. And I actually really enjoy motorcycles, but they're a little dangerous. And now that I have kids and stuff, I can see why it's maybe a little irresponsibly risky to have a motorcycle instead of just a car, where if I get in an accident I don't die or become maimed and terribly injured and road rash all over my body just for the simple accident. But yeah, like I loved that motorcycle. I had a good time, but I was not prepared for how easy it was to buy one. And then I'm just standing in a parking lot like, oh, I guess let's go home. Okay, me, you're in charge. It was really scary.
I had a family member who just got licensed to drive like semi-truck, and it was like a 4-week class, which is about as long as it took to get your general license. But for me, it was like, dude, if you're gonna drive one of those giant semis around, you gotta be in school for like years. There's probably like semi-college you have to go to. You have to like go get your semi-master's degree. Like those things are so big and dangerous, and there's so much stuff you have to like learn to pack and undo the trailer and all this. That's gonna take years to get that. And he was just like, I'm done. I was like, what? I wasn't done thinking about how long it must take to get your license. Like, no, I got it. Like that quick, and that blew my mind.
I don't know. Those have never intimidated me that much.
I got hit by one, so I guess my brain's a little different.
A tractor trailer backing up, even in a video game, which I'm good at. I'm like, how I couldn't even do the math in my head. I feel like there should be at least a class.
Well, there was a class. It was just very short.
It's probably very intensive, but I mean, it's you just a lot of it is learning about how the truck works and like check the brakes, check the fluids, whatever. I'm sure it's like a checklist. It's not that the driving skill. Yeah, I might hope they would develop that a little bit more, but it's not like that. It's like a big car. You know how cars are, Wade. I know you don't have a car, but you're familiar with cars.
Anyway, you both get 3 points for whatever that was.
No, thank you. That was sincere.
Too bad.
I hadn't turned it off yet. What were your topics, Wade?
Well, things. I mean, I've got several. One thing I wasn't prepared for, that's kind of a sillier one, is like whenever a show you really like either ends or is canceled.
Is it really that bad?
I remember, I forget what show it was. I remember loving Are You Afraid of the Dark, but I remember when I was really upset when Angry Beavers didn't last very long. It was like a Nickelodeon show, and I loved Angry Beavers. Angry Beaver. Yeah, I love Angry Beavers, man. And when that went away, I was just like, it's gotta come back. Mom, make it come back. Like, fix it. I want more Angry Beavers. And I just wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for that to happen. I know people that only got the one season of Firefly were pretty devastated by that. Apparently a lot of Netflix shows, like, they get like 2 to 5 seasons and don't keep going. There's all the people who are like, man, I want that show back. I don't know. Just that's something I wasn't ready for whenever it happened. Because it's like, this has existed my whole life. I'm like 7. I've always loved this show from the 2 years it's been on. I can't remember life before it. And then it ended. I was just like, it's gone. And I remember it. Where is it? I want it back. And I've always had a pit in my stomach for Angry Beavers.
You know what I realized? Something that ties back into what we were talking about before, but also was just like, was news to me. Because the writer's strike is going on right now. And there was another writer's strike back in 2008. And there was a show that I watched in that year called Heroes.
Yeah.
Heroes that I really liked. I didn't learn until this writer's strike that the reason Heroes was so good in the first season and so ass in the second is because of the writer's strike. Is because they tried to just push the show through and just be like, we'll figure it out as we go. And I don't know who they hired to write it, if it was just like the director or something. Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, well, it was a complex show, right? The thing.
It was ChatGPT Alpha.
I don't know if that was out there, but that was the thing, right? Heroes, they had a ton of like characters, right? There were like a lot of intertwining stories and new characters that were sort of introduced in the second season, and then when the writer's strike happened, they were just like, shoot some stuff, film a scene, oh my god, and none of the characters got developed, and all the stories just like fell flat and sucked.
Yeah, exactly. And it was bad. It was very bad, and it was because of the writer's strike. And I'm like, if you guys had just waited like a couple months, like just a few, it would have been fine. It would have been totally fine.
Why did you have to fight for your employment rights now? Wait until the season break.
No, not the strike. No.
Oh, you mean delay filming the show? Okay, I'm with you.
These uppity writers.
You selfish writers, why couldn't you just wait for these shows to finish?
Can't you build your strike around my show?
No, I'm with you. That makes more sense. Postpone. I mean, what? I can't imagine what people think, though, right? Because that is. I've been hearing stories about that. Heroes was a big one, but there were other movies and shows where they, like what? They had like a, what was it? One of the Transformers movies started filming during that 2008 strike, and apparently, like, Michael Bay or someone just showed up with like one piece of paper that had like a outline of the movie on it, and they were like, yeah, we can start filming stuff. Like,
that has to be just like a rumor, right? That can't be real.
The writers are not the only ones that make the show happen or the movie happen. But I can't imagine what people think when they're just like, oh, we'll just start filming. It'll come together. Just get some shots, do some setups. It's like, you had, no one is steering this bus. You're just hitting the gas on a bus and letting it go over a cliff or like wherever.
No, it is exactly like that.
No.
It is so much like, yes. Why do you think it would be otherwise? Why?
It should be otherwise. That's why.
According to who?
I can't, man. No. No.
There's a
This
date.
is like styrofoam to my innards.
No, it's not planned like you think it is. It's not like, ooh, this is a great idea, let's do it now. It's like, oh, we have a gap in our schedule that needs to be filmed. Transformers? That did good before. Yes, go. You're gonna get this guy, and you guys going, whose schedule's open? Who's available? You. And that's how it happens.
It's so much money to just toss shit together like that. It's millions and millions of dollars to be like, we better make this happen. Just start filming. I don't care if there's no script. You talk third. All right, it's a scene. Let's go. You're like, really?
Think of how much money would be lost if they didn't go for that time slot and actually thought about what they were doing. No. Not at all.
I choose not to believe this. I can't.
It's a fact that I don't believe you, Mark, and I only deal in facts.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's a fact that I don't want to believe you.
You caught me.
Con 4K with the facts on my end. Anyway, that's wild. We're so goofy. Oh my gosh.
TV shows was one. There's the obvious ones, right? Like taxes, no one knows. Being self-employed, there's no planning for that. Money in general is just very confusing sometimes. Like trying to plan things out, knowing like how to. Like when I was working at UEF doing ice cream years ago, it was like trying to budget out like what I was making to help pay bills and be prepared for everything. Like you learn how to balance a checkbook, or at least we used to. I don't know if they do it anymore, but I remember learning how to balance a checkbook in like 9th grade. And other than that, there was no help whatsoever with like finances and stuff. And it was like, I got a paycheck. Great. How I got to pay a bill somehow. How do I? Like, there's nothing. There's no help for that. I had no idea what I was doing. And I remember I had like a car payment and student loans and stuff. And I was just like, how am I supposed to know how to do this? What do I do?
I'll tell you what I wasn't prepared for in that similar vein is just college in general. And I'm not talking like, oh, the workload, you gotta like be responsible, stuff like that. I went into college not even knowing what college really was. I'm dead serious.
I would agree. No, I agree with you. I feel that too.
Yeah, it's just like I didn't understand. I barely understood what high school was. I barely understood why school occurred. It was just something that you did. You showed up and that happened. And you go to class and that on a conceptual level was all it was. College, as a nebulous idea, was just like, it's high school plus. High school was, let alone going to college, suddenly being thrown into this cocktail of not only responsibility in classes and then the student loan debts and how easy it is for getting a credit card and that whole experience there, but just like, I didn't understand why I was there. I did not know why I needed to.
That's how you get lots of money to have a family and a picket fence. Duh.
Yes,
you go to college.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
People just went like, of course you did, and no one explained it on the way. It was so such a given.
Didn't you pick your job in junior high like the rest of us? That's how it was. Like literally, there was one day in junior high where we went to like our computer room because we had a computer room in high school, like junior high school, if you guys remember. And they like had us fill out this little survey, and this survey popped up with like a little wheel. Or a pie chart rather, it was a pie chart. It was just like, oh, I matched with 60% farmer, 30% lawyer, 10%, like, it told me how I matched with different careers, and I was just like, so I pick one of these, and that's my job? I guess I'll go lawyer, those make good money. That is literally why I was pre-law, because I took something in 8th grade that told me I might be okay at it.
I love that you're 30% farmer. I'm gonna have to give 60% farmer.
Oh, 60% farmer? Oh!
He's a farmer.
He's so farmer.
I like that all those tests only had the cliched ones too. They're like, I'm 12% firefighter, I'm 16% police officer. Oh man, thank God I didn't match with factory floor worker.
And they didn't have health insurance, actuary on there or whatever. They didn't have stuff like that. It was very specifically like the broad topics. They were like, you could go into law, medicine, farming, or cooking, or shit like that. It was like, I guess those are the things I matched with. So I literally went through college thinking like, okay, well, for one, that was one of the things I did. I liked watching Law & Order. I liked doing my pre-mock trial stuff and all that. I was like, okay, I guess I'll go do that. And then I finished college. It's like after I finished college, it was literally like that was the first time I was even adult enough in my brain to have the thought of like, what do I want to do now that I have this degree I owe thousands and thousands of dollars for?
I did not care very much about like being responsible and planning.
I always did. We were kids.
For like high school and college, like I got to college and I was like, this is fun. This is like a party. But I have a striking memory of after I graduated, looking and like I still was working at Jimmy John's at the time, and I was like, oh, I should get like a job, like a career job, because I didn't really have a plan for that. And I started looking into stuff and applying for jobs, just like desk jobs. And I remember I took more than several. I had a lot of interviews and went and did like, some of them were like scams and some of them were like, come sell insurance for us. It's great. Total scam type job things. And every time I'd get there and I'd be in the middle of the process, just like, why would I want to do this? What's my motivation here? It was such a weird realization that I'd gotten through college and not even ever thought about like, why did I do all that?
Yeah,
People would ask you like, well, what do you want to do? And it's like, oh, like you have to like make up an answer. Like they would push you till you answered. It was like, here's my answer, I guess. And it was just like I lived on that until like for some reason something finally like triggered internally. It was just like, no, what do I want to do? And it was like, well, now it's too late. I've gone through all of this. I took my LSAT. I'm so invested. Like I can't change now. And that's why I just kept working at like this ice cream place for a while, because I was not motivated to apply to law schools because I knew deep down I didn't want it. But I felt like I was stuck and compelled to do it. And then we fell into doing this with Minecraft, and then obviously you taking off and all that. But it was just like,
in terms of not being prepared for how college works, law school was hilarious to me. I went to law school and like I knew nothing about it. I didn't know how the classes work. There's a specific method they use in law school. It's called the Socratic method. It's much more discussion oriented than a lot of like higher level education stuff where it's just a lecture. You sit there, you listen, you take notes. In law school, everyone is expected to participate in a conversation. So you're expected to have read whatever material you usually read, a handful of cases, and have some analysis and something ready to add to the conversation. And I was completely unfamiliar with that. And I showed up on the first day of law school. They were just like, orientation starts at like 9 a.m. Wear a suit and a tie, wear your nice suit, come to this room for first year orientation. And I got there and I was like, okay, cool, we're lawyers. Everyone's in suits and stuff, and it's like, cool, yeah, all right, this is where. And immediately they were like, all right, so here's all your homework, have these cases and stuff read and brief them, and be ready to have discussion on, tomorrow classes start or whatever. So read this, you should have already read this, but here's your homework. And I was like, what's a brief? Hey, how do I analyze a case? What? They just started saying shit. You're supposed to extract things like a holding from the case, which is, the actual decision of the judge. The issue of the case, which is where you distill down the core legal thing that's in dispute in the case. All this stuff. And so we sat through that, and I was kind of like, I'll figure out how to do that. That's a later issue. And then the next part of orientation, they took us to a church where they were going to have some speeches. But before the speeches started, we were all sitting, a bunch of 1Ls in suits, sitting in this church. A woman in full costume comes out of the side of like the stage front area of the church and just starts singing. It's a song from the Disney movie Hunchback of Notre Dame called God Save the Outcast, or God Help the Outcast, or something. This woman just comes in, she's holding a rose, she's in like a costume, and she just starts going, God help the outcast. And I think I'm having a fever dream or some shit. Like, I'm sitting here in my suit and tie just like,
I forgot that church was a mandatory requirement of law school.
Well, I was a pretty conservative private law school that I went to. But yeah, no, like she just comes and she's singing it, and I'm sitting there like, oh my god, I've lost my fucking mind. What is happening? Did I apply to a joke law school? Oh no! Like, that was the weirdest shit. That was orientation. She sings the whole song. Nobody introduced her. She just did it. And she finished. She like walked through the aisles of the pews and through the audience, and we're just like,
collect money.
Hey, okay, yeah, no, cool. She's singing in the audience. This is cool. And they do it in musical theater. So this must be really neat, I guess. And then like that finished. The dean gave a speech, and he was like, "All right, go home and start reading, and never stop reading for the rest of your lives."
They never acknowledged it.
That's it. Yeah, no explanation. On my way out, I grabbed a program because I didn't get it on the way in, and I looked, and it was like, meet and greet, take your seats, musical performance, speech from the dean, and I was like, oh, shit. Wow, that was so.
I wish it was unscripted. There was just a lady who knew that you guys would be there, and she was just like, "I'm gonna get dressed up and perform for them."
It still is one of the most unbelievable moments, because I just, for a long time, it was like a 5-minute long song, right? So I'm just sitting here like, no one else is getting up or saying anything, so I'm not gonna be that guy who's like, oh, what are you doing? I'll just listen and clap along, and do we participate, or what do I sing? Am I in the chorus for this, or what? Just like street performance art? I don't know, man. But yeah, nobody explains shit in law school, and they're just like, read these cases, here's a song, this lady's gonna sing at you and be real sad. Alright, be a lawyer! Nobody fucking prepared me for that, man. It was tough.
Here's your homework, here's the song.
Every day you get done with classes, and they're like, wait, the song's starting! Everyone gather in the atrium for the song of the day! Big part of law school.
Have I ever talked on this podcast, Bob, you know about this, but the time I almost got roped into a pyramid scheme?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I don't know if you've talked about that.
I went to a couple meetings for pyramid schemes. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was the thing. It's just like I think this was freshman year of college. This was around the same era as when we got signed up for that credit card real easily at the Peace Party.
Yeah.
And I think some friends of mine had talked to me about like, oh, they wanted to get started in this business opportunity. And right now, we all know that that's code word for pyramid scheme. But at the time, had no idea. I'm like, oh, business, that sounds pretty cool. You starting your own business? And they go like, yeah, I'm starting my own business. I'm like, good for you, man. Good for you. And he's like, you want to be a part of it? And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that. And then they give the spiel. And at this point, I didn't know what the spiel was. And so I'm like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. So you have this company that you buy products from, and then you sell those products, and then you can get rank up for every referral that you have. It sounds great. I have friends that I can refer into it. Oh, this is easy. You only need to sell how much per month? Oh, you can buy your own. It's easy. The money comes from the referral. That's why I talked to you about it, and it was just like, I don't even think you fully were aware. I think you had a clue that it was like a pyramid scheme.
You talked to me about it, and I was like, that sounds weird, but also I want to make money. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I was kind of into it. I was like, yeah, no, I could see how you would make money doing this. That's interesting.
So the turning point for me was like, yeah, this sounds great, because they invited me out to this seminar, right?
I think I went with you to that. It was like a big thing at I remember you and I going to like it was like a ballroom kind of thing.
You were there? Awesome.
I went to one to that. We'll get to that. Yeah.
Then you can corroborate this because this is how insane it was. Because it was like what you were talking about reminded me of this. It's a room of maybe 1,000 people. Wade, think like our when we did a panel at an event.
I went to a couple of these seminars. I don't know if I was the
You
one
were
you're talking
there
about.
too?
I wasn't with you guys, but I also had friends who were like, dude, there's a way we can make lots of money. All we need is like an $80 investment, and then we can make hundreds back. Go ahead.
Exactly.
It's your story.
It might have been something else. There were a lot of scams flown by. But it was like a room. Everyone was in great suits. Like my buddy was there, and he was in this fantastic suit with like a tie chain and everything. And this guy comes up like, woo! And everyone's like, ah!
Yeah.
People lost their minds. Yeah.
BitConnect!
It was like being in the audience for like a daytime television show whenever you go to these seminars.
Yeah. And he was talking about, you want to make money? Everyone's like, ah! I was like, I've worked so hard to bring you guys here, and let me tell you, it was an investment, but I'm here now at Ruby level, or whatever the shit was. He was talking about these different levels, and it's like, I've recruited 1,000 people, therefore I'm making 6 figures.
When I hit Ruby level last year, the company sent me this Rolex, which is worth $25,000.
Yeah.
If you want to get your own Rolex, what do you gotta do? Get to Ruby level! It's like a fucking cult, man. It's crazy.
It is like a cult. It is so much like a
It
cult.
was so like a cult, but I could see how people would be roped into that because it was just, it was infectious. You wanted to be like, yeah, I want to be a Ruby. Like, and so I was not prepared for what a pyramid scheme was. And he would be like, he had his money. He was like, this here's a $10,000. He was fanning it. He was like,
This is less than I make in 1 month. This is just one of my checks. Blah, that sort of shit.
and so afterwards, like, everyone take a picture of me and my money. And I remember this very distinctly. I didn't get a picture, but I remember him panicking because he let people hold his money, and there was less money than there should have been by the time he got back. So somewhere in there in the chain of picture taking, someone just started taking money from him.
Oh, how are you gonna do that with not prop money? Who's gonna use real cash for a bit like that? Holy crap.
They couldn't afford to waste money on the prop money.
Yeah, so this was like back then. I was not prepared for the credit cards, the scams, the schemes, the pyramid schemes. What is the one that goes around today that people know now, but not people in it know?
Well, there's a few. I mean, there's Herbalife is like a kind of a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, they call it multi-level marketing now.
MLMs, right?
Dude, they focused so little. I don't know about the one you went to. They focused so little on the product. It was like some kind of like, people are going through a hard time. This book will help them and help you feel better about yourself, and you can spread the message and make money while you do it. And then that was all we knew about the product. After that, it was how we could make money. It was 3 minutes on talking about the product and like an hour about how we could make money doing it, how many referrals you need to get, like you said, get to certain levels and stuff, how much money they make. Like, it was all focused on how much money you can make and so little on what the product itself was. They very much knew that you were there to make money, not for the product. Someone else needs the product. You just need the money.
They would always have like the hype guy, like Mark was talking about. They always have someone who followed them who would kind of explain how you make money, and it was listening to them was always like trying to figure out how the Fortnite Battle Pass works, right? It's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, if you sell $500 a month, you get 6 quality points. You spend your quality points to upgrade your level, but you don't want to upgrade level too fast because you can spend your quality points to get discounts, so you can buy even more product. If you spend 3 quality points, you get a 20% discount. Then you spend $1,000 a month. That gets you 12 quality points a month, but you're only spending 3 of those quality points. Then you have 9 quality points left on the month. You use that to scale yourself up to the platinum level on your first month. All you need, and it's like, whoa, what the fuck? It sounds like you're explaining a way that I could make money by doing nothing and by spending money on products. Buying things from you somehow makes me money is what it sounds like you're explaining.
Yeah, you gotta move the product.
And it's like, it always felt like that to me, because it's like, well, if you just recruit 3 friends, they recruit 3 more friends, and they recruit 3 friends, and you have 9,000 people working for you, then you get commissions from those 9,000 people who are all underneath you, and that'll get you all the way up to the gold platinum level.
You know, the only reason I never actually got roped in was because I didn't have enough money to make the initial investment. There were times where I was like, dude, if I had $80, I would do this. I've got like $40 to my name. They were like, just save up. Give me a call when you've got the money, and we can get you in. It'll be perfect. By the time I got home and thought about it, I was like, why would I buy it? Shouldn't I just be selling it to other people? Why do I have to buy it first?
Wouldn't I just have a garage full of that product, and then they would just have the money, and I would have nothing? Is that problem?
I won't name names, but some of my friends had trunks full of these like knockoff energy drinks and like things like all I do is I buy this stuff myself. And I drink energy drinks anyway. That was like the pitch. It's like you're drinking it anyway. Buy it for yourself and make money. It's
Make money on that.
There's so many different kinds of products that they do this with.
That's how the stock market works. The stock market works just by going like, you buy me and I buy mine and you buy mine and we trade that and it's no value is created, but everyone's making money.
You remember when people like started catching on and companies were trying to be like, it's not a pyramid scheme because the pyramid's like upside down. They're like, you start up here and you work your way down to the point. It's like a pyramid, but upside. No, not a pyramid. Pyramids go up. This one you work your way down. It's like they found different ways to try to design it.
We prefer to call it an invertimid scheme.
Invertimid.
Scheme is such a strong word. It's more like a pyramid special.
It's a plan. It's the tetraparabahedral. There's another word for four-dimensional pyramid.
I'm not gonna get you there. Sorry, that's not a thing I know.
Tetrahedron.
That's something with three.
Tetrahedron. Yes. There's a tetrahedronal plan.
I want to qualify. I'm not commenting at all on the products themselves because I don't know the quality of any of these companies' products. I assume a lot of them are squeamish to the point where they're bad, but some of them might be decent products that actually work. But the layout of the company, the way it's presented, historically, whenever I was in high school, college, was always very like shady, scummy. Very charismatic person, and then usually be like, we didn't have a money person. The one I remember, there wasn't like a money guy that came out to talk about points, but there was like, and here's the guy that started it all. It was like the CEO would step down, and he was the one swagged out in what looked like very expensive stuff with the Rolex. And he was talking about, I started this in my garage like 2 years ago, and look at me now. I have a vacation home down in the Bahamas. I've got a yacht over here, and you could be me in 2 years too with enough effort. Like, that was the guy that was the follow-up, was like the rich, look-at-me guy. It was charismatic, I'm working my way up guy, and then CEO would step in and be like, fucking loaded! Buy my shit and you'll get rich somehow.
There needs to be like high school courses on that sort of stuff, where it needs to be a class where the theme is, if it sounds too good to be true, go with that gut feeling.
Yeah.
Because that's always the case. If there's a credit card where it's like no interest and basically free money, nope, that's gonna screw you over somehow. It's a pyramid scheme, or it's a main multi-level marketing, whatever, one of these things, and they're like, you'll make money just by buying product and having it. No, that's not how that works. You should trust your gut on that.
I would have invested too, man. I'm telling you, if I had the money, I would have invested because they were so persuasive.
I was in the same boat as you would. When Mark told me, I remember I was like,
I was an honor roll smart kid, but like, just when you don't know something, you don't know something. And so when someone's presenting you an opportunity to make money what sounds like an easy way, and you've got none, it's so tempting to be like, I got nothing to lose except for this $80 investment, I guess. Like, it literally does.
it's not. So don't do that.
I wonder if anyone's listening to this right now and being like, but not my business.
My garage full of stuff is great.
Yeah.
And I sell some. Oh, I haven't sold anything in a while.
Yeah, so just be careful out there, everybody.
I've got a whole list, but like looking at the time, we'll let the wrap up. Maybe we'll do a follow-up sometime, but there's a lot to this that I wish we had known. But alas, we are where we are.
Well, we're older now, so now we know.
I had a whole section on getting older, man. I was like the big reveal. Getting older! No one prepared. Next time. All right, looking at the points. I quit calculating after about the 20-minute mark. That was a while ago. Let me assign some points real quick.
Remember how good and insightful all my stories were?
I'm tempted to put this down to a coin flip.
That doesn't sound very good to me.
Interesting.
Mark, how do you feel about coin flip?
I feel indifferent about a coin flip. In fact, I am eager for a coin flip.
Man, oh man, the score is real close.
But is it not tied? If it's not tied, then there is a winner and a loser, so we don't need to do it.
Okay, back when I was assigning points, at around however long ago it was 7 points Mark, 6 points Bob, and I don't know how many points to give since then, so I was just going to give an even amount. That would put Mark 1 point ahead at the end.
That would. Why do you say that would? It does it? Does it or
Well,
not?
it does, but that was, the argument about the coin flip.
Wade, what else I have to say about that is that you did an excellent job hosting the episode. It was a very interesting topic.
Thank you, let me give you a point for that.
We had a wide-ranging discussion, and I feel like it was really like an old-school classic episode of Distractable, and I commend you for such an excellent thing. God, that you did.
Thank you. Mark, would you like to kiss my ass for a moment?
You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen.
I'm good with that. I know you're playing me, but I'm going to let you.
It's stunning, like the stars on a clear, moonless night. The way that your beard frames your chin, the jawline that's creating.
Okay, I've got to stop this, boys. God, we got to move on from me. Enough about me.
There's a reason why I only had Wubba reprised in space and not Bubba.
Because Bob had to leave, but I'll take it.
You were so loyal and you stuck it through.
It was hard.
Yes.
I could see why you wear red shirts all the time. It does wonders for your complexion, which is good to begin with, but the red really brings out those low lights, which is such a hard thing to accomplish. It's such a savvy move. It's a perfect shade of red, and you get like rosy cheeks, but the perfect amount, not too much. Just like,
I'm trying to say this felt nice, and now I just started to feel dirty and objectified after a minute or two, I think. But thank you. Well, after all of the ass kissing that's happened, I still have Mark up by 1 point.
I think we should do a coin flip, guys. I've always been a big fan of coin flips.
I'm okay.
Yeah, no, he's okay, so it's okay if we do it, so we should do a coin flip. I think he said he's in. That's what it means.
We don't need coin flip.
I don't know what you're afraid of, Mark. I don't win coin flips.
I believe in Wade's ability to make smart and passionate decisions.
I believe Wade had a passionate
Alright, Mark,
idea
yes.
to do the what?
No, I want a coin flip.
Oh, you do want a coin flip?
Yeah, let's do a coin flip.
All right,
I unwin.
So, do I flip this or do I do the one on the website? Which one do you want, Bob?
Let's cap it, baby. Which one is heads? That's tails, that's heads.
I gotta move some stuff so I have to do Mark's like lifty here, I think.
I know, yeah, see? It's the only way.
The fairness
Fair, yeah. Alright. So here is tails.
Black circle, got it. I trust you inherently. I don't even need you to show this to me. I believe you. I know that you know what you're doing.
This seems fair.
Mark, you technically had the most points, so I'll allow you to call it.
Heads.
I haven't flipped it yet.
It will still be heads when it's in
He's
the air.
recalling heads. He's committing. Jesus Christ.
The fuck?
It was about to it was about to maybe hit a cable or a key that would have ended this call, so I had to catch it. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, you want to call it, Mark? I'm gonna go get it.
He called heads. He called heads
I
already.
called the heads. Jesus. Oh boy. I should have just taken it.
You should have, because it's tails.
The triangle of
It's
fairness says it is
It
tails.
looks like heads to me. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a head.
No, it wasn't. My knees really hurt. This floor is very hard.
All right, but what was it on the first 3 times you flipped it? You just allowed that to be tails. I call bullshit on this because
Okay, you know what? We'll do 2 out of 3. Call it again.
heads.
Why don't you know how to flip things?
Why were you not doing this?
It's tails.
This doesn't make you can't just let it fall on your lap. You don't even try.
I don't have a lot of desk space.
We'll edit this all out. Cut the episode right where Wade says, and Mark has 1 more point than Bob, and then none of this ever had to happen.
Wow, it's tails a 3rd time.
Well, that doesn't make any sense then. Is this like a weighted? Is this weighted?
my God.
This is the same as yours.
No, it's not. Mine's at least even. Wait, show it to me again. Doesn't yours have a bulbous tip on one side? Hold it up horizontal.
What is happening?
It's got a bulbous tip on one side.
It is much heavier on the head side.
no,
The
no.
head side.
Very fair.
No. I call bullshit on that. That's not fair at all. You can't have a weighted lens cap. At least this one was even.
Why is it evenly bulbous? It's as much in on one side as it is out on the other.
That's not how that works at all.
God, I abstain from losing. I abstain from losing.
What happens if out of respect and honoring the position that you're in, because I can relay, what if I abstain from winning? Where does that leave us?
You know what? Hold on. I've got a solution.
Oh, not the wheel.
Oh, I've got a solution.
I don't want the wheel. I want this to be. It's the Flippy.
What in the... Oh, okay.
All right, Mark, what color you want?
Give me green.
All right, I'm going to click, and whenever I say 3, 2, 1 and click, you call it after I say that, okay?
There's always a latency. I'm just going to say heads. No, tails. No, heads. Frick. Heads. 3, 2, 1. Call it heads. Yes.
I think we need to make an agreement. There's got to be at least a cooldown period on coin flips to end episodes for a little bit here. I think this is...
I mean, I was just going to call Mark the winner, and then you said, wait, actually, I want a coin flip.
No, well, you know what? I live to regret that, didn't I? I've already regretting it. I didn't even have to live that long, so...
Best 5 out of 7?
No. I win.
You do. It's a fair win. You had more points. When Bob asked for a coin flip, you agreed, and the coin said I was right to begin with. So, Bob, I'm sorry. I know you've done a lot of these, but do you have a loser speech?
It feels good to know that your lens cap is on my side. I'm going to keep that in my back pocket. Some point in the future, I'm sure we'll circle back to the lens cap situation. I just want to apologize to the viewers. I should not have encouraged the coin flip to happen. That's entirely my fault. Come at me in the subreddit. I deserve it. I will never, ever advocate for a coin flip or a wheel spin ever again, and that is my solemn vow.
What about paper, rock, scissors?
That's a gentleman's game. That's not a coin flip, so that's an entirely different situation.
Okay, cool. Mark, winner speech.
I think somehow in this episode I broke my nose again. I don't know how.
What?
See, look, it's starting to get red right here, and there's a little, it's sore. It's so fragile, like if I crack it, like if I rub my nose really hard or scratch my nose or like rub my eye and like poke it, see, like it's, I don't know what.
Not good, man.
Dude, I don't know. I broke it once at the beginning of filming. I swear, like it just like gets sore.
You think it was your laugh, your Pluto laugh? Did that break your nose?
No, it was in this episode. Listen to my words. As winner, I declare that in the future all words will be listened to. Period.
That seems like a dangerous declaration.
As winner.
Fair, I guess.
And coin flips are banned forever.
I am on board with that.
As long as you're host, I agree.
All future episodes will be judged purely on skill. So long as you, brave watchers and listeners, vote for me to be the winner in the future, I will always make sure everything is fair.
I like the wheel.
I will make sure all future elections are fair.
We will do the hard things and the other things, and we will make sure it's fair.
Thank you all for joining in. Thanks for our fair results from our contestants. I appreciate the fairness that is always so fair here at Distractable. If you haven't already, go follow Mark Flyer. Follow Bob Meister. I'm Wade, Minion777 or Lord Minion777, depending. We might do another reprise of this. I enjoyed talking about it. I think we have a lot more we could talk about. So hopefully you all enjoyed it. Let us know in the subreddits. I don't know. We have merch? Maybe, probably, hopefully.
We should just stop promoting that. That's never going to...
PhotoshopPodcast.com with a free stock Monday, maybe?
maybe.
Listen, we just gotta get through all the phone calls. Once we get through the 8 customer service calls, someone will answer and they'll be like, yeah, we'll restock it. Right?
It always works with other companies, so why wouldn't it work?
Somebody, there will be merch maybe. I don't know, you can look. But until then, thank you all for listening, watching on Spotify, preferably watching, because you can see all of our fun antics like Lynn's flip, and Bob dancing, Mark breaking his nose. You can see it all live here. Anyway, until Mark hosts next time, podcast out.
This episode of Distractable is brought to you by Intuit. Finances can be really intimidating, and I don't feel like I need to say that. I feel like everyone feels that.
Right, Mark? Why do you keep bringing me into this? I make good financial decisions.
Sure, right, Mark? Yeah, it's tough, right, Mark?
Oh, come on, guys.
It's uncomfortable to talk about what you've done, right, Mark?
No, don't do that.
Choices you've made,
No.
how you lead your life, where all of your dwindling money goes to, all the silly purchases you make.
No. We're just doing a normal ad read. We don't have to bring me personally into this.
It's a struggle, right? You feel like you're financially stable. You feel like you know what you should do. You feel like you have control over your finances and you are making decisions as opposed to feeling like stuff is just happening. Feeling out of control, Mark?
Well, I'm sure many other people also feel these same things.
Yeah, no, it's very common, and Mark feels that probably more than anyone else I can imagine.
You can super empathize.
If you don't want to fear your finances anymore, Intuit gives you the tools to become financially confident so you actually can take charge of your future. Mark?
Say, like, we could cut out some of this, just like to make it a little less me-focused. It's really for all the people out there that really need this kind of assistance.
Classic Mark reflection.
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason we're sponsored here is for you.
Let's get into it. Get it? Get it? Get it, Mark?
Get into it.
Learn more at Intuit.com. That's INTUIT.com. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles. But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, the gents discuss the competitive nature of mankind. Magnificent Mark laughs at what turns out to be a eulogy. Ink Goat Bob declares the age of hockey and refuses to compare an active player. And Winsome Wade dishes the dirt on Tyler's apocalypto tag. From LeBron James's record to D buttons on the PS controller. Yes, it's time for I'm Better. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm your host because Bob couldn't take the win.
Yes.
My name is Wade.
Well, be gracious about it. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine. It's good. I'm happy for you. Good job.
I mean, how else do I describe it other than like you were literally handed a win and said, no, please flip a coin?
Bob has such a strong interest in fairness that he felt like he didn't want Wade to feel cheated in an episode where clearly Mark had plans and designs from the beginning. Fair though it may have been,
Yeah.
I didn't want you to feel like you were robbed of any extraordinary fairness in your favor, but not in your favor because it was fair.
Theoretically, the subreddit can have no objections.
Literally, I'm telling them, literally, there's nothing to be upset about. You cannot say that it's not fair, subreddit.
To be completely fair, though, at the end of an episode Mark hosted, I won, and I tried to cheat and give you a win, and even whenever I hosted, I forced you to host the episode. Like, we both tried to cheat to help you win, and even we can't stop you from
Cheating is not, no one prospers when they cheat, okay? Cheating is not how you get ahead in life. You have to work hard and really just be persistent and do your best. And good guys will win in the end, and the meek shall inherit the earth. And I'm the meek, baby. Meek means loses a lot.
I went to Cheat Code Central or Cheat Code Planet, cheatcc.com, looked for distractible Game Shark codes, and even after trying to find those, I couldn't help you win, Bob. Do you guys remember those websites? Those are kind of... That's a really niche reference. Like,
I mean, yeah. I used to go, because you go look up like inputs or whatever for, how do you, where's the cheat screen and what's the input?
how to play as Minion in Twisted Metal 2, or Game Shark code, because I didn't have a Game Shark for a while, so I always looked at those and like longingly, and I was like, oh man, I can play as Dark Tooth if I had a Game Shark.
Did you know they're making a Twisted Metal movie?
Saw
I
that.
heard rumors. Will it be good?
No. There's no way that it could be good.
Will it inspire another game?
Will it be good?
All right, I'm
It'd be
glad you
a-
feel about those things.
I think it would work as a mobile game. I think there's a world where if you put together a Twisted Metal mobile game, now I've never played it before, but if it was some kind of like endless car
You're
driving
wrong.
runner.
That's terrible.
What do you mean? What?
I'm sorry. I can't sit here and allow you to tell me that one of my childhood favorites belongs in like a gotcha mobile
Mark,
game.
Mark
Well, no,
is
just
right.
because
It's
you
a
only play-
mobile- It's a mobile
Oh,
game. What you do is you take Temple Run. You
Yeah.
take Temple Run. You replace the guy with a model of Minion, and you replace a temple with a road, and you call it Minion
You have to
Run.
have cheats to get minion. You have to be like Warthog or Sweet
Okay,
Tooth or
whatever. Who cares? I don't
Doesn't
know
make any
anything about this.
Yeah, just because you only play gacha style shitty mobile games doesn't mean that good mobile games can't possibly
you.
exist. It's
I
just
played
another platform.
Solitaire, and it's
Frisco Mobile is actually pretty fun.
It's pretty fun.
It's actually
I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but the Diablo mobile game was a pretty authentic experience to Diablo, even though it was filled
Yeah,
with microtransactions.
if you can ignore the microtransactions and don't get sucked in, if you just want to run around and do Diablo thing, it's pretty fun.
It was, yeah, I would agree. It just got to a certain point where it's like, man, I sure need to have some upgraded gems. What are the odds of getting one? $100,000 worth of chances.
Yeah, well, just because you think Twisted Metal is such a terrible game and that it can't possibly be adapted in a good way, doesn't mean that it's a bad game. Or it couldn't happen.
My entire name is built on the foundation of stealing from them. Welcome to the
That's such a half-hearted
show,
laugh.
everybody.
I'm disappointed in
Where one of us hosts, the other two compete for points. And obviously, you know our relationship by this point. I'm legally obligated to care about how you guys are doing today. How are you?
you. Good.
That's great.
Gleefully awaiting the delivery of my quad lock phone case. Yes, I may have already ordered one. In earnest, just in the time in between, we may have recorded these episodes on the same day, and I may have ordered one in between the sessions.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm wearing a whole new outfit today. It's a different. You can tell I got my
Me
hair
too,
cut.
yeah.
See, I got my hair cut.
Sure.
Definitely just
but
changed shirts.
I'm great. I'm doing real good.
That's great.
I am wrestling with technology, which is a perpetual state of being in my life.
So, what are you wrestling with, may we ask?
Man, I don't want to get into it. So I got that enclosure for the hard drive array so I can copy over the files, and I quickly set it up, and then it wasn't working, and then I came in, I dragged the whole enclosure over here, and then I was like, why isn't it working? And then I was like, oh, I need to upgrade the software license for RAID software. And I dragged it back over to my laptop, and I was like, okay, you're going, I think it's working, and it's transferring, but I don't even think it's transferring it. It's just like, and then I'm gonna go over there and be like, well, I probably gotta stop this because it said 3 days to transfer it all. I'm like, oh my god.
Wait, your new hard drive enclosure plays Raid Shadow Legends?
Whoa! That would make a great not mobile game.
That would make a great immobile game.
I think they have a PC version of that. I'm pretty sure.
I like Raid. I actually like playing Raid.
That's what we should call PC games. Immobile games. Well, that sounds fun, Mark. Seems like you're doing good too.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I don't want to talk about anything. Can I go home?
You are home.
No, you are.
No.
This is where you live.
No.
Oh, I mean this podcast. Assume you're in a building. You can live there. Are you in a room that's not enclosed by a building? Are you moments, inches away from nature encroaching upon you?
I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is that Wade can't possibly make me lose, so I'm just going to phone this episode in. I think that I have it in the bag, and I'm not even going to worry about anything.
You know, I don't know how else we can cheat to give Bob the win and still have him fail, but maybe we'll find a way. No offense, Bob.
Try! Take some points from me. You ain't got nothing.
Cheaters never lose, okay? So cheat all you want. It's only going to make you win harder.
Yeah, you're just a bitch baby host who can't even make Bob win. It's gonna be me no matter what. Why even try?
You were the bitch host last time that couldn't make Bob win. The episode was called Bob Wins or something, wasn't it?
I mean, something like that.
And boy, did it deliver.
I don't have any crazy gimmicks today. I'm just going to assign points based on some fun competition between us, talking about what I think are relatively interesting topics. Topics about competition. It's weird how competitive everything is, and it's so unnecessarily so. Like, we'll talk about some of these things more in depth, but people are super competitive about, like, Coke versus Pepsi, Nike versus, like, Adidas or Reebok or whoever, the console wars, Xbox is better, no, PlayStation's better. There's all this competition, and we're going to dive in and talk about how we feel about it, whether it's necessary, and I will give points accordingly, definitely with no bias toward Bob.
And we're going to tell anyone who likes anything why they're stupid for liking it and caring so much.
Yes.
That,
You know, you could just name him. We're talking about Tyler, obviously. Mr. Hyper-competitive.
That's right, our guest, Tyler! Did anyone call him? Is he here? Tyler? Did anybody
he's
call
only
him?
our guest in spirit. Mark will
okay.
be possessed by the ghost of Tyler, and that's how Tyler's possessed. It's a Go reference.
Tyler, we're only talking about you behind your back. Just the way
You
you
guys
like
do
it.
that, right? Don't you get possessed by the ghost of viewers or something?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what you guys do,
absolutely.
right?
Oh, red chips! Oh, I hate red. Oh, I'm so angry. I'm leaving. Sorry, but Tyler, go away. Go to Mark.
What?
It's your turn to babysit.
What?
Have you guys never heard the story? This is an aside.
Tyler
have you
doesn't like red chips?
have you ever heard the story of how he got the name Apocalyptic?
I assume he was in that movie.
No. It boiled down to a night where some friends and I were gathered together at my mom's house. We were, I don't know, teenage. We were probably in high school, and we were going to play some like poker with no stakes. There was no money involved. I just had this cool poker set of like chips and cards. We were like, yeah, let's just play some cards.
Pointless poker, got it.
So we sat around a table. I divvied up chips. Everyone had the same amount. I forget how many different colors of chips there were, like four, whatever the standard thing is. It was a standard like poker set.
Usually 4 colors.
And we play. I deal out the first bit of cards. We're playing standard Texas Hold'em, whatever. First round, nobody really has anything. Everyone puts in like the least amount of money to bet. No one does any raising or whatever. It's more so just like, 2 and a jack. Yeah, just gonna call. I guess let's see if the river, the flop, the river, the turn. Let's see what I get from this. I said that out of order. I'm sorry. Bet all red chips. Somebody won. The rest of us lost. Whatever. Next hand. Oh man, don't really like my cards. I got like a 3 and a 9. Can't get it really straight. They're different suits. Well, I guess I'll just play to see what turns over. Maybe I'll get a pair of 3 of a kind or something. Nothing. Guess I'll fold. Everyone else kind of felt the same way. At this point, Tyler stood up and said, "This is stupid. Nobody's even bet anything besides stupid red chips. I don't even want to play anymore." And he just like walked out. And we were like, okay, Apocalypto, it's not the end of the world. We played 2 hands of poker before Tyler rage quit. And his reason he was upset was because no one bet a chip that was a different color than red. He wanted people to like go all in on the second hand. He was very upset. It was
I gotta
that
say,
is the story.
I was really waiting for there to be a moment where you were like, hey, we were playing poker, and Tyler was like, what do you guys think the apocalypse? What's that called? The end of the world? The apocalypto? And everyone was like, ha ha ha! You don't know the word apocalypse.
We called him that just out of like frustration for what we perceived as overreacting to not wide enough color betting variety in the first 2 or 3. It might have been 3 hands.
Isn't there just white, red, and blue chips? I remember
Sometimes
playing
there's
poker
green.
with you
Sometimes there's
guys.
green.
Were there green? I don't even think there were green chips. Were there?
There
I've had
weren't
4
many,
color sets of chips.
but you know, like red was the lowest amount. It was like 50 or whatever, and then it was like 100, 5, whatever the numbers were. But no one wanted to bet their chips on like an offsuit 2 jack, and nobody had anything. And the rip, like nobody, the thing that won those first 2 rounds was like, oh, I had an ace high, or I had a pair of 2s. It was really not that interesting. But Tyler wanted there to be like River Car World Series of Poker Finals table, like levels of drama in the first few hands. He wanted to see 3 stacks of red chips. I wanted to put $500 of blue chips in. No money behind this, mind you, but he just did not like the fact that people weren't bluffing in the first 2 hands of the game. We played for all of 10 minutes after 20, 30 minutes of setup before Tyler was done for the night. And we called him Apocalypto because it felt like the apocalypse was coming over betting some red chips. That's it. That's the story.
I appreciate that there's a motivation for the just really hope that they're
I wonder if he'll have more to add that he remembers. That's how I remember it.
Is Apocalypto, is that like a term you call someone that, or someone just literally was like, he's a real Apocalypto?
I think someone
And
just,
then it just
it might
stuck.
be a word, but I think someone just called him that. I don't remember who it was. I can't take credit. Someone said, okay, Apocalypto. That's it. That's the story.
If you want more stories about why Tyler's named what he's named, you should listen to Joe My Favorite Sports Team, the top sports, not sports podcast on the sports podcast charts.
Hell yeah.
The masters of balls and sticks, or balls and holes, or other things, and also Mark's.
Dude, a moment that still lives rent free in my head, I think I talked about it on the show before, is literally whenever Tyler was reading, and he finishes reading this excerpt, and Mark's like, well, that's kind of sad. And Tyler's like, dude, it's a eulogy. You're like, that's a sad poem.
No, you gotta understand, it was the funniest poem. It was so goddamn funny what he was reading, and then it ended all sad. And I was like, oh man, it was so funny. Why did it have to end depressing? And he was like, dude, it's a eulogy. I'm like, so yeah, no, that it did end sad, but I
That
realized
is live rent free in my head.
Did you-
because- Go ahead.
Did you know it was a eulogy? And you just wished it had been, oh, okay. I was sort of hoping Tyler was like, here, can I read you guys this eulogy? And it got to the end, and you were just like, ah, bummer, you suck. More jokes.
Of course I have to die at the end. What kind of story is this?
Yeah, that is mostly my contribution to the show. Is very much just like, oh man, that was just stupid.
There's a beautiful moment that I very much enjoyed, and it's just lived rent free in my head ever since. But anyway, to get back to the topic at hand, I'm going to read you just a shit ton of statistics about something real quick. It's going to prove a very mundane point, okay?
I'm excited.
Tyler, I'm sorry, I'm probably stealing something from Go My Favorite Sports Team, but you can steal it back from me. All right. There's this huge debate between who's the greatest of all time in the NBA, and everyone always is like, it's LeBron, it's Michael Jordan, and some other people have other opinions, but those are the two that get like most of the praise. All right. Michael Jordan made 6 finals. He won all 6. LeBron's made the finals 10 times. This is before the NBA's playoffs are done for 2023, 2024, or whatever this year is. So mind you, he's playing right now in the playoffs as we're recording this. He might have won another one, lost another one, I don't know. I'm excluding that. He's been there 10 times, but only won 4. But he made it 4 more times. He's won 41 playoff series. I think 42 as of now. I think Jordan had won 30 series. LeBron is 42-22 in conference finals games. Michael Jordan's 29-16. Michael Jordan missed the playoffs 2 times. Didn't make the playoffs at all 7 times in his career. LeBron missed the playoffs 4 times, fell short of the finals 6 times. LeBron is 182-96 in the playoffs. Jordan is 119-60 in the playoffs. LeBron averages 9.1 playoff wins per season, 4.8 losses. Jordan averages 7.9 playoff wins per season with 4 losses. Jordan averages 33.6 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists in finals games. LeBron, 28.4 points, so 5 points less, 10.2 rebounds, so 4 more rebounds, and 7.8 assists, so about 2 more assists per game. All of those numbers, to me, sound like these are 2 really fucking good players that have some really good pros and similar stuff. They're pretty similar. If you count LeBron's 2 more assists, every assist is at least 2 more points, right? So that's 4 more points he's responsible for, which only puts them 1 point apart. But LeBron also averages 4 more rebounds. To me, all of these fucking numbers go to show me that these guys are really good, but we are obsessed with the society as comparing them. Who is the best? And I've got the numbers here, so if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. But being we're talking about Go My Favorite Sports Team, I figured the first debate we would talk about is this.
LeBron is a 6-20, and then Mike Jordan was had 4. You know what? I think I got the numbers internalized.
Cool,
I'm with
great.
you. I'm with you. Look, this whole thing, to me, I would cut this off. I would nip this at the bud, because it's really stupid to talk about who gets to be considered the greatest of all time when one of them is still playing the game. I understand that LeBron has accomplishments that potentially exceed, or at the very least are comparable and competitive in terms of like statistical analysis with MJ. MJ retired what, in like 98 or something? He's been
After the
retired for a
96
couple.
season, I think, and then he came back for the 98 season or something like that.
And then he played baseball, or I don't remember. But like, he's been retired for a couple decades. He ain't dead. He's still around and he does interviews and stuff. But his career is over. He's not doing any more basketball stuff. So you could look at it and be like, this is what he did. So he's at least in the top. LeBron's not done. I know he's getting older. It feels like he's been playing basketball my whole life because he's been in the league since I can really remember it.
20 seasons. This is his 20th season. Jordan played 15. This is the 20th for LeBron.
LeBron's not done, so it's really not. It doesn't matter if you want to talk about it. Wait till he's retired and talk about all the old retired guys whose numbers are all set and who will never accomplish another thing. And then you could be like, oh, well, he's clearly better at this than in this, but LeBron had more of these and blah, 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 blah. Clearly, I'm not super invested in basketball. I don't know anything about NBA, but
I'm not either. I literally Googled all this right before the.
it seems really stupid to me to talk about anyone who's currently playing in any sort of sport or competition or whatever and be like, they are the greatest of all time that has ever had been. They are still having been. They are being right now. They're not the greatest of anything yet. They're becoming the greatest, and when they retire, then they could be the greatest. That seems like the end of it to me, but sports people are ridiculous.
It's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's all the number focus. I mean, I've had this debate with Tyler a lot,
What?
more than
No.
I would ever wanted to do, just because,
No.
like, I'm not a sports guy. But it has come up a few times. But I think he has a good opinion of it. It's just like it's impossible to say who the best is because there are so many other factors, especially in a team-based sport. And it's something that I've been convinced. Like, yes, it is impossible to say because one person's stats could be inflated by their team's support of them, and therefore it could sway things one or another. But I agree. It's like the debate is silly because, yeah, they're not done. They could just, I don't know.
Sports people's obsession with talking about who the GOAT is in any context, and but also them constantly conflating people from different eras of sports where like I know more about hockey, right? We're in an era of hockey right now where goaltending is very good. There's high skilled goalies. They save a lot of pucks. Like mid 90% save percentage is like a good achievable percentage. There was a long time where goalies kind of just stood there, and when the puck got shot at them, they were like, "Whoa!" And if it went in, it went in, and like that was it. That's in the era when Gretzky scored his tons and tons and tons of goals, goaltending was not the same as it is now. That doesn't mean that Gretzky is not the great one of hockey, the greatest of all time, who holds so many records by such a wide margin that he's still like hard to reach. People are not going to touch his records for quite a while, some of them anyway. But it's completely different. It's like he was playing a slightly different sport, and it's like that with all sports. Like basketball, when Jordan played, it's not the same as it is now. Guys are different sizes, there's different strategies. I don't know basketball, but like it's different. It seems stupid to try and compare someone who played decades ago to someone who's playing now and say it's exactly the same sport. LeBron is just better, clearly. Or maybe LeBron plays in an era where, rebounds are way more meaningful than points, and so maybe he scores less points than Michael, but he gets way more rebounds or whatever. I don't know the actual numbers, but it's just different. Everything's different. Stats mean different things. The numbers are not unequivocally valuable. 1 point is not equal to 1 point if they're 50 years apart in the same sport. Sports people are ridiculous, though. They'll argue until they're literally hoarse and sick and they hate each other and they storm off screaming.
Nasty.
And it's like, you're both wrong, I guess. I don't know, you're both right. Who cares? Aren't we just out here because we like sports? Can't we just watch the Super Bowl and not talk about Tom Brady if he's the greatest of all time?
If there's one thing I've learned, that is not how it goes. It's not about that.
It just ain't.
Don't even try to make it just about that. It's not.
So all those sports fans who listen to this podcast, I guess what I'm saying is you're stupid.
You heard it here first, everybody. You're dumb.
Breaking news! Bob, 16 points for being so brave.
How can I say something so brave but so true? I don't know.
Can't believe you how right you are.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles? But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
One that hits closer to home for us three and some other Ohio, Cincinnati residents, Gold Star and Skyline Chili. They are direct competitors, but if you like Gold Star and you're talking to a Skyline person, you are getting that judgmental face. A lot of people are like, well, most people know of Skyline. Skyline's the one that's like more known, more recognizable, I guess, like we talk about more.
Because it's better.
But Gold Star, I like both.
Because it's better.
But that's the reaction you get. It's like, Gold Star or Skyline? Dude, Skyline. Or, you know,
Well,
dude,
look,
I don't want to walk right into this. I don't want to be an open.
No,
like, so
make
that-
a bold claim. Do it.
No, God.
Yes. Do it. Stake your ground.
I prefer Gold Star.
Wow. And I thought we were friends.
That's wild. I like both pretty evenly. Bob's Skyline, Marcia Gold Star.
There's one reason, because you could talk about like the chili differences and whatever, and that doesn't really matter because when I'm there, it's about the experience of being at the restaurant, but it doesn't boil down. The customer service is the same. The difference is the hot sauce provided, literally. That's the only reason I prefer Gold Star, because when I go to Gold Star and I'm not ordering takeout or whatever from either one, it doesn't matter because I have Frank's Red Hot at home. Gold Star has Frank's Red Hot there, and it's my preferred hot sauce, and that's it. That's my
Not
I'll
sponsored,
defend that.
but we could be.
No.
Mark puts that
I
shit
don't-
on everything.
It's because like Skyline has Tabasco style hot sauce where it's mostly vinegar and it's mostly like watery. I'm not saying there's a huge difference between them. There is a difference.
Molly loves Skyline hot sauce, by the way.
It's so watery. It's so watery.
Because it mixes in, Mark. It's not supposed to be its own thing. It adds to the flavor. It doesn't try and.
Gold Star has, to me, the difference to me, obviously the chili's different. I like both. If I'm going to get spaghetti, chili, and cheese, which is called a three-way here in Cincinnati, no joke, it's called a three-way. If I'm going to get a three-way, I prefer Skyline. If I'm going to get chili cheese fries, I prefer Gold Star, and I like Coney's from both. And the reason I prefer Gold Star's chili cheese fries is because they use crinkle-cut fries that stay crispy longer than the shoestring-like fries Skyline uses.
It's true.
Skyline's fries just get soggy fast, Gold Stars stay crispy longer. That's the difference to me. But I like both, I enjoy both. If someone's like, let's go to X, names one, I'm like, I'm happy to go. But here in Cincinnati, like, or between you two, you see, it's like, dude, Skyline's the best, obviously. No, dude, I prefer Gold Star. What?
Can I just say this? These are the big franchises, right? This is the Coke and Pepsi of Cincinnati chili restaurants.
These are the two that are talked about.
Anyone who is an actual connoisseur who lives in Cincinnati knows Blue Ash Chili
Yes, chili, yeah.
is actually better than either Skyline or Gold Star. And also, Camp Washington Chili is an underrated local place that is on the level, I would say, with Blue Ash. Both of those are good, superior, like, Coney type places.
Can I make an admission? I've never had either one.
I've never had either of those either.
You have to go to them, right? They're not like Skyline and Gold Star have restaurants all around Cincinnati and in Ohio and in the whole region. You have to go to Blue Ash, you have to go to Camp Washington to get those. Those are like local joints. So it's a different discussion, but I would highly recommend it. I really like Camp Washington myself. I would say a lot of people I know prefer Blue Ash and Blue Ash Chili is the best Cincinnati chili place. But yeah, I know this is one too where I feel really strongly, but I also don't. I'm not gonna get mad if someone likes Gold Star. I would choose to go to Skyline, but it's like you said, like Gold Star's fries are way better. That's the thing I used to get because there was I went to University of Cincinnati,
In my opinion.
as we all did. There was a Gold Star in the student center at UC. Best chili cheese fries. I had them a ton. That was one of my favorite things. If I needed food and I was on campus and I didn't think I had to pack lunch, cheese fries, Gold Star chili, best favorite. Delicious.
I'd never really had Gold Star. My family always goes to Skyline. And so whenever I was going to UC, there wasn't one on campus. There was only the Gold Star. So I was like, well, I guess I'll try it. And I was like, this is really good. And yeah, it was a very frequent lunch because I would go get an order of chili cheese fries from Gold Star like work on schoolwork, whatever, sit there. I forget what the building was called, but yeah, we'd go there and eat chili cheese bread.
TUC, Tangeman.
Oh yeah.
University
that was it.
Center or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the
But
first
in
time I
the
ever had
spirit
it.
of this episode, and I think this is what you're going for, Wade, let me just hang on. I can't believe that you prefer Gold Star over Skyline, Mark. I think you're a coward. I think if you need to have Frank's Red Hot hot sauce to enjoy something, then what you actually like is hot sauce, and you're not even judging it based on the chili, which is what the restaurants are named for.
Oh, you don't even
fucking idiot!
You don't even know what good chili is. Skyline chili is an embarrassment to chili nationwide. People mock it mercilessly. At least Gold Star has some substance in their chili and not pure goat feces or whatever the hell they put in there.
Gold Star has more weird shit. They have more cinnamon. They put chocolate in their chili. That's messed up. As far as I know, Skyline only maybe does that. They probably do. It's probably
I'm
basically the
sorry
same.
you never
But
heard of
can
a
you-
mole before.
Yeah, no, is that what you were going for, Wade? Is that the vibe?
Not really, but it's, Bob, very
Oh,
brave.
okay.
I'll give you 16 points for so brave. Mark, I was going to give you points until you just, for some reason, the moment you said something about Skyline not being good, it, stabbed me in the heart a bit.
Oh,
Because
Wade
I
is the guy.
wanted to come here and try it so much. I'm used to people shitting on Gold Star because it does get shit on more often, even though I like it. I'm just used to hearing that. But hearing someone say something negative about Skyline, I feel like I've got to defend. Because it's that's why I tell people to come to Cincinnati. You can't be mean to it. I love it.
Can I say, I was born in Michigan, right? I was born in Pontiac. A lot of my family's in the Detroit, Michigan area. And I like Skyline now. But when I was a kid, my family mocked Skyline because we had a Skyline near us. And real Coney Island chili cheese conies from a Michigan, from a Detroit Coney Island, are a whole other kind of food. It's the same basic food, but it's real chili with beans and shit in it, and chunky chili. That real Coney Island conies are kind of better than
People don't always, I'm sure you two know this, but not everyone knows that you can add beans and onions to Skyline and Gold Star chili. I think Gold Star.
You can, but that's weird. It's not. They don't ask you that. When you order conies, you say, I want a cheese coney, and they're like, do you want mustard and onions? And you say yes or no to that. But then they're not like, and you want
I
beans?
think on a coney you can put it, but if you order a 5-way instead of a 3-way, if you order a 5-way, you're getting beans and onion. If you order a 4-way, you choose beans or onion. But it's always chili, cheese, spaghetti, or whatever. But I think on a coney you could probably do that too, right?
I'm sure they would put beans on a coney if you wanted. That would just be ridiculous.
I mean, I guess onions already come on a coney, so you just add beans. What would that be?
Give me a 5-way coney. Put some spaghetti on that bitch too. Make it a whole pile.
Somebody the other day thought that. I mentioned a cheese cone, and they were like, "You put spaghetti on a hot dog?" No, you could, but no.
What you do is you grab the hot dog in spaghetti and then you deep fry it, and it's like a crunchy spaghetti
We
dog.
don't do that.
And then you put chili, beans. I don't think they would do that at the restaurant. I got it once. I think Skyline might be offended if you tried to look at it.
They'd be confused.
People get really worked up about this. I have to agree. That's another one where I don't get the
Food, sports, consoles, PlayStation, PC.
There's a correct
Xbox.
answer to this one.
There's a correct answer to this. I will take whatever Bob's opposite opinion.
I always wait for you to stake up. All right, I have a strong opinion. I actually do have a strong opinion about this. And for one reason, and on one specific narrow part of it,
I think I know what it is.
and I think you do know what it is because I talk about this a lot. The Xbox controller scheme is the correct controller scheme.
I hate it.
Do you know why every third-party controller looks like an Xbox controller? This is a Nintendo Switch third-party Pro controller.
I grew up with this. I love
why
it.
they
I need
all look like Xbox controllers and not like DualShock piece of shit controller? Oh, I knocked over my Nintendo Switch really aggressively there.
Because people's thumbs can't be in the same spot.
Because
you don't play a game like that.
Design.
Yes.
Look, I have big hands, and so this is the
have one.
first DualShock controller where I use this and it's comfortable because it's big enough. But the two joysticks in the center is just objectively wrong. There are some third-party controllers that mimic this, only because they're PlayStation controllers.
Keep going, Bob. I gotta go get some.
Okay, do it. But all of the third-party controllers that are in any way good or in any way popular look like an Xbox controller because this is more comfortable. Why would you want your thumb that controls your character's movement to be all crooked and sideways? Honest to God, it doesn't make sense, Wade. I understand
grew
you
up
grew
playing
with it,
PlayStation,
and I respect that.
And I
but
remember
it's
when
terrible.
they first added analog, 'cause the first PlayStation controllers didn't have those at all. It was
I know,
just,
I forget that.
it was just the D-pad and the buttons. There were none of these. I think there were still buttons on the front, but I think they were almost evenly sized. They weren't like the
Yeah,
trigger style.
there were like two bumper style buttons.
Yeah,
on the
so
front of the
playing my
triggers.
original
Yeah, yeah.
Twisted Metal 2, you drove around with this. You held X to go, I think, and you drove with just these, and that's how you played. And I think PlayStation 2 introduced the analog controllers.
There was actually a PSX controller, I think, that
Was
had
there?
analog, but PS2 was the first DualShock that launched with the console that had analog.
Yeah.
But I think there are PS1 analog controllers as well. I think.
But I think for me, because I just grew up with PlayStation, I had the PlayStation 1, and then when PlayStation 2 came out, I was like, oh, I don't remember, what generation did the first Xbox come out? Was it PS2 or PS3?
The Xbox came out in the same generation as the GameCube, which was the same generation as the PS2.
I think that's right. So, I'd already been familiar with PlayStation. I believe on PlayStation 2, that's where Twisted Metal Black was going to be coming out, or one of the Twisted Metals was coming out on PlayStation 2, and I was in love with that franchise, so I was leaning toward PlayStation already, because one, I played it, and two, that's where that game was coming out. But there's also that ingrained, like, the whole point of this episode is not for us to fight over who wins and who's right.
I'll kill you!
I'm about to fight.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
go for
I'll
it.
kill
I'm
Mark.
to fight. So,
But
Finish your
well,
sentence.
okay,
Wade.
well, yeah, you finish. You finish. Okay, finish.
it's more so the fact that I was just used to it, comfortable with it, and then after playing 3 generations of PlayStation consoles, I was used to those two analogs being side by side. That I remember playing Call of Duty, and I used to care a lot about it. I was very into it. I had like a 1.3, 1.4 kill death ratio. I was very proud of that. I forget which Call of Duty it was. And you know, maybe that's not the best in the world, but I was proud of it for me. I had a couple of matches, whichever Call of Duty it was that had the maps Jungle and Firing Range. I had 2 matches where I had 40 plus kills and 0 deaths, and I was just so proud of myself for those runs. And then my buddy got an Xbox, and he invited me over to play that same Call of Duty, but on Xbox. So I went over there and I played it. And I was at like a 0.73 kill death ratio because I could not get my brain to quickly map over to using an Xbox controller. Everything felt alien, and I just felt terrible. It was
Your
literally
thumb just
almost
gets to be
half.
comfortable on an Xbox controller. That's the only difference. It's more ergonomic.
I went from almost a 3 to, what is it, a 1.5
I
kill
think you
death
just
to
need to get good.
0.75.
I think that's the problem. You're
Yes,
just sad
and that
because
is
you're a
part of
salty
it.
mad boy.
But seeing that difference in production and just feeling like I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, like I felt horrible. I never wanted to play on an Xbox again, and I had this like mental barrier against them for a very long time because I was like, dude, I cannot even start to fathom why someone would prefer this. This is terrible because I was just
Well.
used to the PlayStation.
Wade is full of bad opinions on PlayStation things. Mark, what do you have?
Here comes an even worse opinion that you both are going to disagree with.
Oh, God.
My favorite controller of all time, even though I agree with Bob that the Xbox controller is like a great layout, my favorite
Say Sega
controller
Dreamcast.
of all time is the Stadia controller.
Stadia. I knew Stadia was going to come into this somehow.
The Stadia,
no, okay.
I still use it even though Stadia
Uh-huh,
was discontinued because the weight of it feels wonderful in the hand. The
Uh-huh.
buttons aren't like with PlayStation where they're all soft and mushy. They've got good clicking and tactile feel to them. It is in the double bottom orientation, which is not my preferred orientation, but because of the way the controller is shaped versus the PlayStation's boomerang configuration, it feels great in the hand. It's just wonderful. It clicks, it clacks. It's just got such good functionality. If only people gave Stadia a chance, and if Google didn't quit for one, there was a chance. But people didn't even give it a chance. Stadia's gonna make something.
I completely share your opinion that the build quality and the buttons and everything on the Stadia controller were very satisfying. Were past tense because it's dead now. But it's inescapable that you just think that because you're a huge Stadia fanboy and you're never going to let it go. I'm sorry.
I am a fan. Is that so wrong?
I'm not going to gloat about it because it is actually dead now, and I don't need to gloat because clearly I was right. But
That's so bold, Bob. 16 points.
But the Stadia, if the
boy.
Stadia controller had the correct joystick configuration, that would be a strong competitor for my favorite of all time as well, because it is, the buttons and everything are nice. They're very satisfying in a way that the PlayStation controller is not. Very mushy. You're right.
There's only one scenario that I like this configuration more is platformers, because like 2D side-scrolling platformers, because these are in line, and I like to use the D-pad versus this for platformers. It's more precise in my opinion. And I do, in Stadia, I did play a lot of platformers, and whenever I need to play a platform, I grab this controller and plug it into my computer.
Except the buttons are so
mushy.
You'll never be able to tell if you're doing a jump input on the correct frame or not. He doesn't even have an answer. He's just going to ignore us.
I feel mushy. It's just a flatter. This button feels flatter than like the Xbox button. It doesn't feel mushy.
The thing with Stadia is like, yes, of course there was latency. It's beaming the game from across the city, and it's still perfectly playable.
Yeah. Okay, no, we know, Mark. I'm very sorry that your friend died. My apologies. Condolences.
Why does it always have to end so sad? What kind of poem is this?
Thank you. Yeah, but no. Okay, so so we have strong opinions about the controllers, and I respect that, even though it makes me want to. It fills me with rage, and I hate you now. But can I just say the idea of the console wars more broadly is one where we are today in gaming really stupid. There are clear winners and losers. I feel like all the three main console companies have very much established their place in the world, and I don't think that's going to change in a meaningful way anytime soon. But also, it was always stupid. I just, like, if you want to say that you prefer the exclusives that Sony had over the exclusives that Microsoft had during the heyday of the console wars, I think that's pretty fair. I think Sony had some real bangers. I do think the Fable series as a Microsoft exclusive was very underrated. I do think Halo dominated the market early, but faded pretty hard after the original 4 or 5 games in that franchise came out and people kind of got over it. But exclusives are exclusives. There's exclusive shit everywhere. There are even games that are on PC, the least exclusive platform, but they're on Epic Games exclusively, and that means you have to interface with the Epic Games Store, which is just really mediocre and not getting any better or different at all, as far as I can tell. I mean, you can spend money on it and you can download games on it, but why isn't it just Steam? Like, at least for the love of God, copy Steam. Like, Jesus Christ, Steam clearly has established the baseline. Everyone expects Steam to be the gold standard, even if Steam has its issues, which it does. We all know it does. Everyone expects that. And why is Epic Games so different from Steam? It's just annoying, because everyone expects it. Anyway. But the actual idea that Sony is better than Microsoft and vice versa, that whole thing, that's the most tiresome, exhausting shit I've ever seen on the internet. What is people's problem with that? Unless you're talking about the controllers, get out of my face with that energy. But the controllers, I will fight you to the death about.
As I've gotten older, like, I feel this way about sports teams too. I'm a Bengals fan. I love the Bengals to death. I followed them. I've gone to games. I watched them. I've dealt with the heartbreak my entire life. Finally, the last couple of years, we've had some good success. We still have never won a Super Bowl.
Almost.
And believe me, all of my friends are, of course, they're either Patriots fans or Steelers fans. Their team has Super Bowl wins. And no matter how good the Bengals are, they always, at the end of the year, I'm like, well, hey, we at least made the Super Bowl this year. How many rings do you have? Count my rings. I've got 0 because I'm just a fan, but count them. There's more than a whole franchise. Every time. And what I have come to realize the last few years is that we are all stupid who are big sports fanatics, because ultimately we're spending money and cheering for people we don't know to go play a game against each other that the result has literally 0 impact on our lives, but we act like would be the most crazy, amazing thing to watch our team win. And then like the next year you're like, yeah, we won last year, but And that's how everyone seems to be. It's like, well, yeah, we won last year, but can we do it again? Like, you guys just won a championship. Is your whole life not different? Do you not have like 6 yachts now and you're married to 6 models because your team won? Your life's the same? That's crazy. I can't believe we hate each other because you're a Steelers fan and I'm a Bengals fan, or vice versa, or whatever. It's the dumbest thing. It's so dumb.
What I'm hearing is that you're not a sports fan, Wade.
Yeah, exactly.
I've lost my rabidness. I got my rabies shot. Now all of a sudden I've lost my sports fanaticism.
I do love, because I think in that moment we just found Wade's mocking voice. Because like about you of yours, and then Wade, you just discovered your true hilarious.
Oh, you beat us in one game? Tom Brady has 37 championships.
He has how many championships?
I don't even know. I don't even know how many it is now. 7, 10? I actually don't know anymore.
That is an important and beautiful discovery, and thank you for pointing it out, Mark, because that is a true breakthrough.
Didn't realize that was a thing. I hope it stays. I hope I remember it.
Well, you know, I have such an iconic mocking voice. We've just been waiting. Mark, what's your voice? Is it just the same one as mine, or do you
I
have your
don't
own?
know. I haven't found it yet. Someday I will.
We need to talk about something that you feel strongly about as Wade feels about sports, and give you the chance to like just completely sincerely mock some person unabashedly.
What do people who shit on Stadia sound like to you?
Yeah, all those people that hated Stadia for so long, Mark. How do you feel about that? What do they always say to you, Mark?
They were right.
Yeah, he's not good at luck. He's just defeated. That was
Well,
just
he did.
sad. Mark, I'm gonna give you 5 pity points.
Thank you. No, they were right about like Google canceling it, but it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Man, all right. I didn't mean to kick you while you were down. Jeez, I was just trying to.
I guess to jump into another one, we'll try to talk about the other ones a little bit more briefly. TikTok versus Vine versus Snapchat. Obviously, we all know Vine is gone, but I feel like a lot of people shit on Vine while it was around, and after it left, everyone acts like it was this godly place that was so much better than TikTok. Whereas in reality, they accomplished pretty similar things. Snapchat, I don't know if you can watch Snapchat compilations somewhere or something like that, but that's
Is
what
that a
people talk
thing?
about. I don't know. I've heard that.
Those don't seem connected to me, but
I was looking into it before I did the episode, and I saw people that were like, Snapchat versus TikTok, and I was like, are those comparable? Are there people that are like, Snapchat's better? Because they seem different to me. But TikTok and Vine, I think, are comparable to talk about, even though Vine's gone. But I feel like when TikTok came out, people were, like the Vine people were like, dude, they're just Vine, but worse. Boo! And it's like, I watched a compilation of both, and they're pretty similar to me.
for a while, I don't think it's the case as much anymore, but for a while, TikTok, I think, caught a lot of shit because it was Musical.ly, and that became TikTok. I don't remember if they got bought or what, but Musical.ly was cringy, right? Because it's basically just lip syncing along to songs. Like, that was the whole thing about Musical.ly. It became more of what TikTok is as it, like, developed. But the original idea of Musical.ly, I did not like. I did not appreciate that. It was
That's
really
fair.
cringy.
It is sometimes difficult to say what is cringy and what you're just out of touch with. But I think even people that use TikTok to this day can say Musical.ly is a little cringy. But for the people that used it, they liked it, and so who are we to shit on something that people like?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, if anyone's out of touch, I'm a ripe candidate for that, so it might have just been not for me. But TikTok and Snapchat, is that really the one we're going to, those just seem so different. Is Snapchat not?
They do to me too, I don't know.
Snapchat is primarily for, like, more direct communication, right? Like, you send videos that are in the same style as TikTok, but you send them back and forth to people. Or, like, you can post, like, stories on Snapchat, I don't know what they're called.
I don't use it.
But they
so I
still
don't know.
go away, right? It's not like you have a page where all of your Snapchats are posted. They go away after some amount of time. That's the whole thing.
I thought Snapchat was you take a picture or video of something, type a little message, and send it to like a person or several people, and that was like,
Yeah, there's a whole breadth
was-
of video production in Snapchat with stories, because people forget Snapchat was the first app that offered stories because it fell right in line with their temporary aspect of things, and then every single other social media adopted and copied over stories, for better or for worse. But at the same time, yeah, a lot of features. I don't use Snapchat. I haven't for years. But when it comes down to it, like, yeah, there is a very loyal base of people that are like, Snapchat. Oh, I watch stories on Snapchat all the time.
Yeah. Maybe that's what the competition is. But that's another, I mean, Marvel versus DC.
Wait. I was going to say something about the Snapchat thing. Can I say the one thing that I think Snapchat has come from Snapchat that I think is cool and I wish was still supported because it's been completely deprecated? Did you guys ever see these? Did you guys ever have these or see these?
Yeah!
Sunglasses case?
I think I have those in the other room.
I bought this pair of Snapchat glasses at Universal Studios Orlando when I was on a family vacation because they had a vending machine. And I just saw it, and I was like, whoa. And I saw it, and I went and did some research, and I looked at it, I was like, wait, that's actually really sick. This is a little charging case, it charges on pogo pins, and then these glasses have like a little button, and they have this as a camera. You could shoot Snapchat stories, just like wear these like sunglasses, and you could be like, oh, that's cool. And like record a video from your first person perspective.
I know, it was a thing.
These are super cool, and they don't work anymore because they're not software supported by any software, including the current Snapchat app. Coolest thing that Snapchat ever did, right here. We should make a new version of these that's a little less dweeby looking.
You put those with Mark Stadia controller, and you've got a whole bunch of relevant cool stuff.
This is still useful. I can still use this.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I
The
still
Stadia
use it.
controller has use. They sit next to me, and I wish they would. But it's cool. It's a little bit feeding into toxic social media and obsessively sharing every moment of every day. But it's cool. Like, I would do that, and I would use them for my own purposes, because I would just take videos and, what are those fucking things called? Help. Wait a minute. God damn it. The thing, it's a screen, and there's pictures on it. Digital photo frames.
Oh, that's
I
so
would
great.
put it
I'm
on
going to give you
those.
16 points.
Fuck, thanks. Fuck, apparently. How many points did Mark earn for that? Hey, look, guys, they're charging. The case has batteries still.
Mark, how many points do you want?
30.
Alright.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't realize. Hang on.
Well, you asked. I didn't have an answer, so I figured I'd ask Mark.
But yeah, we could. Sorry, I just happen to have those. Maybe I didn't mean to hijack.
The last one, I've got a whole list here, but just to wrap it up, Marvel versus DC is another one. Now, I know movie-wise, in the last 10, 20 years, Marvel's had a lot more success than DC has, but the comic books themselves, and growing up, Batman and Spider-Man were like the two big things in my brain that I remember. I had like Spider-Man toys, like watching Spider-Man on TV. Batman had like all kinds of different movies and shows and stuff on. There was Batman Beyond that came out.
Good show.
There was so much Batman, and DC was pretty much like thriving because of it. And I love Batman, still do. But in more recent years, I mean, people now are thinking like, oh, okay, well, obviously the Marvel has had so much more cinematic success, and some of the DC movies bombed. That's a relatively small time sample compared to like the longevity of how long they've been around. And in my lifetime, I've really seen it flip, right? Because like I said, I feel like DC was more. Well, then I think there was like a X-Men show, like a cartoon, but I didn't watch that nearly as much as I watched the Batman shows as a kid. So I don't know as much about that or how popular that was comparatively.
The X-Men cartoon was really good.
I didn't watch it too much.
I didn't realize what you were doing, Wade, for just
Itching my ear.
Like, well, you went like this, and I was like, what?
My ear really itched. I wanted to itch it.
Yeah, I picked up on that later. I hope that some people who
I
are
can give you a
watching
full
on Spotify
side-by-side next time if you want to see me do it.
It was just such a random action. I was just like totally blown away and thrown off by just like suddenly doing that.
I mean,
I was like, wait, are you alright?
Mark, this is the cool way to wear headphones. Have you not seen this?
I didn't
Join
know
us.
that.
On this is why you got to be on Snapchat. Everyone on
Yeah.
Snapchat is sharing that.
Yeah, with my hair, it doesn't even look like it's off my hair, so I'm not as cool.
you get your prop cigar and
He works it into every episode. I don't know how he does it.
He really needs to get his money out of that cigar, I guess.
I really do. I gotta earn it back. I was like, can I write this off on taxes? Like, it's a toy cigar. No. And I was like, but I use it.
Do you want the lead on Marvel versus DC, Mark? Do you have strong opinions about this?
No, not really. I if people are going for a certain faction. Like, I think they're missing the point, and that's what I never really liked about the whole Marvel DC thing. Is like, why do you need to grab bag all of the universe? Because there are things in Marvel that I definitely don't like, or there's no reason to like it, or whatever. It's just like, it's just strange to be so incredibly married to one. Whereas there are heroes from both that are really appreciable, and you don't have to be like, Batman doesn't go around like, oh, DC for life, you know, and then Spider-Man doesn't go like, I'm glad I'm in Marvel, you know. It's like, it's not.
Can you imagine if they did? God, that would be so off-putting.
I'm an Avenger.
A Marvel Avenger.
I'm a Marvel's Avengers.
I'm a DC Avenger.
I mean, I guess, Bob, if you have a strong opinion, you can jump in, but I do have a follow-up from Mark.
My take would be, if you want to talk about their media plan over the last couple decades, yeah, the MCU has been wildly successful. If you want to talk about how much of the MCU I have given a shit about,